What's up, everybody? I'm Abatage, and welcome to our 2024 Fantasy Critic League How Long to Beat post-draft review special recording thing that I do the last couple of years, along with my good friend and player, FrozenRoy. Say hi, FrozenRoy.
Hello, it is once again for the third year in a row, me, FrozenRoy. And that introduction had almost as many words as we had players this year.
I know, right? So we're back again. We're going to, pretend like we know a thing or two and talk about all the draft picks that everyone has made in our 2024 season, which has just finished. As Froy said, it has been our largest player base so far. We've got 17 players this year.
Yeah, we almost hit the cap.
Makes things interesting, I'll tell you.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a total of 85 games drafted straight at the right up at the front of the year, which is really a lot of games to think about in January.
Yeah, I mean, especially when half of them don't have a release date.
That is something I will definitely be talking about because I think that's fascinating. But just to put it at the top here as well, we've got a couple of rule changes this year, which I sent out a survey end of last year to see what people thought, and this is what came of it. There were two things. Essentially, we're no longer allowing remasters, just straight remasters. That was a common vote, was like to remove that tag from the allowed tags pool, but that doesn't mean you can't have remakes or that kind of thing, but just remasters themselves.
Just no longer will you be destroyed by Tales of Symphonia remaster.
And there's a few notable titles missing. Like this year, there's the Tomb Raider 1-3 remaster coming out as well, which I think could be quite popular if it was allowed.
That's a thing? I didn't even realize.
Yeah. And the other pick is, which isn't going to be that relevant for us today, is that secret counterpick bids, meaning when people bid on a new counterpick post-draft, it doesn't come out with the regular weekly bids that are public. So there have been a couple already, but throughout the year when people pick up the counterpicks, they won't be advertised.
That way you can finally live out your James Bond fantasies, live out your spy life.
See if you can snipe some good ones. But overall, to just start off broadly, I would like to just say, as unofficial coach or official coach, whatever, I don't know, whatever you want to call me, I just want to thank all the players because we had actually a pretty quick draft considering we had the most players ever.
It was shockingly quick, honestly.
Yeah, and one thing I hate to do, which is part of our rules, though, to keep things moving, is I hate having to pick for other people, and I didn't have to do that at all this year. So
yeah,
thanks everyone for doing that.
I remember people were worried because Sotsu was in the Discord, but then they just were prompt every time.
Yeah, it just goes to show, just because someone's not active on Discord or something, doesn't mean they're not active in the league.
Exactly. Like, when this draft was started, I was worried that if Momodora came back to me, I wouldn't be able to draft it, because what if the draft is still going on January 11th? But we finished well before that.
Oh, I was ready for this to take almost all month if it had to.
Exactly.
I mean, 85 games, and potentially you could have up to 24 hours for every game picked. That,
And then on top of that, you also have 17 counter picks. So it's actually like 102.
Exactly, yeah. So it could have potentially been a real shit show, but thanks to everyone taking part and, getting involved, we managed to get through it pretty quickly. I think it was a bit under 2 weeks or about 10 days or something like that.
Well,
Can't remember 100%.
Because Momodora is January 11th. That didn't come out until after the draft finished, did it?
Yeah, good point. So I think it was a bit over a week maybe, yeah. But either way, it felt really quick, and there were picks being made in regular succession as well, which, thanks to everyone playing for that.
It looks like the very last picks were on January 11th, the same day Momodora released.
Aha. Still, good job, everybody.
Less than 2 weeks. Yeah, that's incredible, honestly.
One of the things that I do want to mention, which I mentioned during the draft, and we'll look at this closer when we start looking at everyone's picks, but one of the standout differences that I found this year that I was kind of a little surprised by was just how many games without release dates were picked, and games with very loose estimated or rumored release kind of windows as well, as opposed to games with hard dates.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the exact ratio from previous years, but definitely felt like it was up this year.
Well, we've got the numbers so we can check next year. I did the calculations.
He did the math.
Yeah, of 85 games, 31 had a release date and 54 did not. And I'm not counting counter picks in this, obviously, because that just doubles up.
Right.
So that's 36% versus 64% without, which is roughly, give or take, it's about a 1 to 2 ratio, like a third versus 2/3.
It's almost exactly 1/3, because 1/3 would be 33%, and it's at
Yeah.
36.
Yeah, it's just that little bit off, but I don't know. This is one we're going to have to get back to next year and see what the difference is, because it feels high to me, but
It does.
maybe I'm just, yeah.
I'm wondering, this might be weird as a suggestion, if part of that is because the effects of the pandemic are starting to end.
Maybe, but
And that could have pushed release dates to where like maybe last year there were a lot of release dates because a lot of games that were stalled during the pandemic all got a solid release date.
true. And I think in general, last year was considered quite a bumper year anyway for gaming, perhaps
Definitely. And
because of all that.
yeah, definitely. It's also possible that one reason is because with so many people drafting, we simply ran out of games with release dates.
That's true, but then,
Because
we'll
look at
look
the
at,
first two rounds, for example,
yeah,
and then you kind of go to round 4 and round 5.
it definitely drops off as the draft went on. But there's
Yeah,
still, like, by the second round, you've got like half of them without release dates,
true. I mean,
which,
hey, somebody could have picked up Suicide Squad.
well, I mean, that's still hanging there for anyone.
Yeah. You'll get
Still
on it.
available. Get those bids in. But we'll look at that a bit closer when we go into each person's draft. But let's talk about our own just for the second, because why not? We're on here. We may as well talk about our own ideas.
Yeah, makes sense. How about you start first?
All right, I'm
'Cause
going to start by asking you a question, because it should be fairly easy.
all right.
Can you determine what my strategy was for this year?
You know what? I'm gonna quickly look at yours, and I'm gonna say that you wanted to pick everything with a release date.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I think you're the only person where every pick had a release date.
I think I am, yeah. Even I think Everdread had a few, but
I see people with 3. I don't know if I see anyone else with 4.
yeah. Everdread had 3 on draft, but since then Hellblade has been given a release date, so he now has 4.
Yeah, Knob also had 3.
Yeah. But yeah, I went into this year thinking I want dates. I want to know this is going to release. I want to feel like it's going to release and at least do well enough. I'm going for that kind of mid-range score tactic.
Yeah.
I want to be at the end of the year, have like 10 released games that averaged an 80
Yeah, exactly.
is what I'm thinking.
I was also going to say that since you're near the end of the draft, especially a 17-person draft, you really didn't have a chance at one of the really big games anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, near the end, I'm at the end. So,
Yeah, well, that is near the end as well.
yeah, it's as near as you can get. But, which is fine. I actually, again, because of just to speak on that, because of the, such a big draft with 17 people, I kind of feel bad for the people at the front, like Dragon and like Emo-esque and Low, because they got to pick and then it was like,
It took a while.
their second pick was like Dragon's second pick was the 34th pick overall.
Yeah.
Which means 33 other games have been picked before I even got to think about it.
Yeah, it's the
So,
classic for snake drafts. Early on,
yeah.
early on, you get the big one, and it gets exaggerated with these really, really big drafts.
Well, and I think, and we can talk about this more later as well, but because to me, part of the interesting thing about this year was that there were few massive standout titles that I'm like, oh, that's going to be the first draft pick. There's no Tears of the Kingdom or anything this year.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing that's like an immediate 90 anyway.
Yeah.
I feel like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is definitely going to be really high.
Yeah. No, totally.
But
let's talk yours, because I was basically going for solid release dates with stuff that I felt was at least going to do okay.
I was going for solid release dates, and then Homeworld
Mm-hmm.
3 got picked one pick before me, and I
I
messed
was
up.
looking for that as well.
I messed up, unfortunately, because I forgot the rules of the draft for a moment. For
What do
some
you
reason,
mean?
my head, I was like, you have to pick a flex in the draft. I forgot that you could
Oh,
just leave it. So I picked an unreleased, a game that fit the flex. Otherwise, I might have taken something else.
well, yeah, I was looking at yours, and you've got a couple of brand new gaming franchises in there, which is,
Yeah,
interesting to say the least.
it wasn't what I usually was trying to do. I kind of got sniped on some of my picks.
Yeah.
I now granted, so for the first one, I was targeting I didn't figure Final Fantasy VII Rebirth would come to me, but I was targeting all the things that were picked in the first 5 picks, plus
Mm-hmm.
Thousand Year Door remake,
Yep.
and I basically just decided to choose between Persona 3 Reloaded and Paper Mario Thousand Year Door because they're two of my favorite games ever, and they're both remakes.
Yeah.
I kind of went for Persona 3 Reloaded because I feel like that game has a bit more flaws that could be ironed out with a remake. Plus, there
Interesting.
might be a bit more how to put it, inertia behind it, I guess.
Yeah.
I feel like Persona 3 might be more appealing to the general critical audience, while Thousand Year Door might be more specifically appealing to fans, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because
I mean,
yeah, yeah,
you are talking about um Zelda, so I think that's pretty
um,
appealing anyway.
neither of those
Isn't
are Zelda.
Thousand Year? Is it what's Thousand Year Door?
It's Paper Mario.
Oh, it's Paper Mario. Okay, shows my ignorance.
Wow, such is life. But
I'm just going to keep my mouth shut when Nintendo's being talked about.
that's unfortunate. But in the original Persona 3, you don't have full party control. You don't have the ability to control your whole party. Now, granted, when they re-released on the PSP version, you could do it in that, but the PSP version is also heavily compromised in various areas. So
Mhm.
you know. Then in round two, I was looking at various games, and this is what I was going to pick, in part because I think it'll score decently, but also because I actually know people who have talked to the staff on the game, so I just thought it would be cool to have it.
Ah, very good.
You know, I forget who, but one of my friends has done an interview with the lead developer. I think it is the guy who did
Cool.
the Suikoden game. Suikoden. I don't know how to pronounce that.
I always say Suikoden.
Suikoden. That might be it.
It might be completely wrong, but yeah.
Round three, I was gonna try to get Homeworld 3, but got
Mm.
picked one pick before me. If I thought about it, I would have picked Mina the Howler. I forgot that it was revealed 2 years ago and not 1 year ago. So I was like,
Yeah, it's
that
been a
won't come
while.
out.
Yeah.
But Penny's Big Breakaway, it looks really good for what it is. It has the Sonic Mania devs behind it, which
Mm-hmm.
gives me optimism that it'll score well.
Yep.
And it doesn't have a solid release date, but at least it's early 2024. So there's room where if it's delayed, it'll do well.
Mm.
Maybe it just gets delayed to fall and it still comes out. Round four, I was going to pick Under Night because that game was going to score like an 80, but it got picked a bit before me. I debate if I would pick Momodora or the one I did, which is the next MiHoYo gotcha game. But all the
Yep.
MiHoYo ones actually score quite well. I did not realize it did not have a release date actually when I picked it. I thought it did for some reason. But then I was like, oh, it doesn't have a release date. That's not good. But those kind of things, at least, they tend to come on a bit of a schedule, like you said, with Assassin's Creed. So
Yeah, if you know kind of what to expect, you can kind of back that a bit. I think it's better than just unknown TBA kind of release dates.
exactly. And from what I remember of the release schedule, it should come out this year.
Yeah, cool. That'd be
And then
fun.
my last pick, it just looks like a really nice game. It looks like something that would get a good score to me.
Mm.
Uh,
I think
the
we
stuff,
spoke. I've played the demo of Snufkin, and I liked it.
yeah,
So
I remember. I was like, oh, hey, that's good.
that's a
I
plus.
was
I don't know. I can't speak to what everyone else thought, but I liked it.
I mean, it's attached to a franchise that has some level of clout behind it. The fact that it's a
Hmm.
unique art style, especially with like these smaller games, that tends to usually be an appeal. Just so it's like a
Yeah.
cozy game, like the ones that are popular around now. I was debating picking it or Demon School, but I thought Demon School might make it to the end where I could pick it, and then
Yeah.
Catfall picked it.
Yeah. Well,
And then
and
my
it's the same sort of thinking behind when I picked my last pick, which was Ultros, as in it's a real bit of a gamble, but I think it looks interesting enough with its art style and gameplay that I reckon it could do actually quite well.
yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta see something and trust in yourself to say that looks like it'll be good, right?
Well, and it reminds me a lot of there was one from a couple of years ago which was it's about the dude who played guitar and like just went around playing guitar all over the place. I forget
Uh,
what the name was,
Crap, I feel like I know what that is.
but it was kind of a random pick at the time, but it ended up doing really well because it was great.
Yeah,
And I forget the name. If I think about it, I'll bring it up later. But yeah,
I get what you mean. No,
so yeah,
there's
I kind
actually
of put those games in that sort of category. Yeah.
there's something I think is interesting about your strategy that might be good or bad, which is that with the way you picked all of your picks that have release dates, especially this early, they all are out in February or March,
Yeah.
which also could mean that when you get to counter the super drops later, it might be harder for you to earn one.
Well, unless they all do terribly. Because I will say
True.
to speak on a couple of titles in specifically, like I got counterpicked 3 times during the draft, which I'm not surprised at, to be fair. But Alone in the Dark, I can see why people are not very hot on it. Whereas that's kind of almost a little bit of a personal pick for me because
Yeah.
I played the original back in the 90s and loved it, and I've looked at footage of the new one, and it looks like similar sort of thing that they're doing with the Resident Evil remakes and all that kind of stuff, where it's just modern version of the same thing. And
I mean,
I
I'm
think the
interested
original,
in that game personally.
well, and I think the original Alone in the Dark is the best one of the series because it kind of stuck to its premise of, being alone in the dark and being
Yeah.
stuck in a mansion full of monsters and people who want to kill you.
I've
Whereas
watched people play through the original Alone in the Dark. It actually obviously it's antiquated in some ways, but actually seems
oh
really
yeah, well, and I think of all games that could do with a remake, like it is so old, and you know, I doubt you'd even have much luck getting it running on a modern computer, let alone it being playable.
yeah, you'd probably have to like go to some forum and find some dude who's like adjust 5 settings.
Yeah, exactly. And reinstall Windows 3.1 and yeah.
Enter compatibility mode from like 1990.
So I think it really deserves a remake because it's that old. Um,
Yeah, I get what you mean.
and that much of a classic as well, because I remember at the time it was a big deal. But I know these days it's got kind of a bad reputation because of some of the bad sequels they've made. So I can see it going pear shaped.
The one terrible, also like not quite remake thing that they did in like the 2000s.
Yeah, the quote unquote reboot thing where it was like some weird open world game that didn't work. Yeah.
And people must remember it because of the amazingly mimetic cutscenes. I don't have your stone, and fuck you anyway.
Well, thankfully it's not the same people making this one. So
Yeah, thank God.
but Skull and Bones as well, obviously I can see why someone would counterpick that. I mean Everdred counterpicked that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And he even said to me on Discord, he's like, I've got no faith in this game at all. And I'm like, yeah,
I
fair enough, I can see
I
that.
was gonna counterpick it too if it. I didn't think it'd come back to me, but
I kind of thought someone would at least counterpick this one, even if they didn't counterpick Alone in the Dark. Because, we all know the history of Skull and Bones and its, tumultuous development. But
yeah.
I was looking at it recently and I kind of think it looks pretty hot. But I can definitely see how a multiplayer ship battle game that's been in development hell for a few years can kind of not do well.
I think the biggest reason I'm not confident in it. This is kind of just like a vibe based thing, but I
Yeah.
feel like the only time I see it brought up from people who've played like the open beta and stuff is negatively. I feel like I don't
Yeah.
see people getting excited for it. So it's kind of got
Yeah.
like a bit of a stink around it.
But yeah,
It kind of
obviously I
gives
think
me like the Suicide Squad vibes in a way, albeit Suicide Squad gives me worse vibes.
yeah, I mean, I played what was it, Gotham Knights recently, which is basically Suicide Squad's predecessor, and yeah, it was just not good. But
It wasn't good, and it scored poorly on OpenCritic too.
yeah,
So it
yeah.
was even one of those things where like there's the disconnect.
But it was that kind of thing. It didn't just score poorly. Like having played it, it's like, oh, these devs don't quite get it. Like,
I I definitely think Gotham Knights suffered from the fact it was clearly meant to be a live service game, and then they
yeah,
clearly
exactly.
had to rip it out,
Well,
kind of thing.
yeah, I say devs. I'll qualify that by saying maybe publishers too, and who knows where the pressures come to change different things.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah. I mean, it could.
I don't
I
like laying
mean,
blame anywhere that's not
that,
necessary. So
that's fair, but somebody somewhere clearly wanted it to be a live service game, and it clearly had to be ripped out.
yeah, someone fucked up. But
And Suicide Squad definitely has that same stink.
yeah, well, and just to round up my counter picks as well, like South Park Snow Day, I was a little bit surprised at, but again, I can kind of see the thinking behind counter picking it because the previous South Park games have done well, but this one I think is going 3D and changing up enough that it could be not good.
I was honestly really surprised by this one.
As in that I'd pick it.
No, that was counterpicked. I thought this was a good pick. Um,
Yeah, well, I mean, South Park, the games have kind of shown that they're good.
yeah, like I'm not a big South Park guy, but all the South Park games have scored like 80 plus.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking when I picked it. I thought, I don't know much about it, so maybe there's stuff that I don't know that people do know. But I kind of looked at the history and went, they've done pretty good. They've knocked it out of the park the last couple of games, so
Yeah, is it the same devs or is it different devs?
I don't know.
Because that would be interesting if they changed devs.
I think it is a different developer. It's
Ooh.
still THQ, although I think Ubisoft had the
Yeah,
other games, didn't
Ubisoft
they?
had the old one. Yeah.
Yeah, so it is, it's a change of studio and
Okay.
publisher.
Yeah, it looks like they're being developed by a completely different team. That is interesting.
Yeah, so that, that could affect it definitely.
Yeah, that does make me a bit more concerned in that case.
Similar to, I was looking at, I don't know if this is a bit of a tangent, but Prison Architect 2, because
All right.
the first Prison Architect did really well, and I was thinking about picking it as well for our draft. But again, the fact that they've gone 3D with it and changed it up enough to I don't know, make it questionable, kind of prevented me from picking it. Plus, Prison Architect themselves did a thing in the trailer where they're like, from Paradox Interactive, the creators of Prison Architect. I'm like, you didn't create it.
No, they didn't. They just published it.
Indie
That's
studio
right.
called Introversion who created it. Like, and
Yeah.
then it got really successful and they sold it.
Yeah, and then they're like, we're gonna make a lot of money off it.
Yeah, and good on them too. But
Yeah,
they
definitely,
kind of
100%.
they whoever's making the second one kind of sold it like we made the first one, so check us out. And
Yeah,
it's
I know.
like,
Like, I that gives some not good vibes.
yeah, I'm just like, even if it's good, I'm a bit skeptical already. So,
Exactly.
but anyway, yeah.
One thing, real quick, I find interesting is that you had 3 games counterpicked, and I had 0, even though mine had more games without release dates.
Well, and I want to talk about your counter pick as well, because obviously you've picked Silk Song, the
Yeah,
mighty, ever present Silk Song.
the Eternal.
Yeah, which is still on a TBA release date, so
Yeah.
no one knows anything about that game, as we haven't for the last few years.
It seems like it's just gone dead silent, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like the gamble with Silk Song is that they're probably not going to say boo until it's out,
Well,
whenever that
I
is.
don't think they're gonna shadow drop it as a thing.
Yeah, I mean, if they hype it up too, they'll sell shitloads. So
Like, they'll probably give it at least a week, but probably like a month or something, and then I can just drop
yeah,
it. Is my thought. I almost counterpicked Metroid Prime 2, but I'm gonna make a bold claim. I think it's more
mm,
likely Metroid Prime 4 comes out this year than Silk Song.
I don't think that's that bold.
I think it's a little bold at least, because Metroid Prime 4 had to restart development.
Yeah, but I feel
But
like there's more of a train behind that one.
I also feel like Metroid Prime 4 could be one of those games that's like one of the last games of a system, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Like they drop that and then like half a year later, that's when Switch 2 comes out or some crap.
Well, and maybe, yeah, something like Metroid 2 Remake ends up being a launch thing for Switch 2 or something.
Yeah, that's possible.
I could see that happening.
I assume that you just picked that game because it's like for your counter pick, which was Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash. Kind of because it's
Yes.
just like one of those anime fighting games that frequently
Well,
struggle on
actually,
Metacritic, or what is it?
because I got like first counterpick, so I actually did a bit of research,
All
and
right.
I went through everyone's picks. I even looked at on Fantasy Critic, how heavily counterpicked each title was.
That's interesting. I like it.
So that kind of guided me a little as well, because like this one, Jujutsu Kaisen, was 71% counterpicked, which is very
Yeah.
high.
In fact, I think it's gone up from 71.9.
Yeah. So that to me is like the collective knowledge of everyone playing Fantasy Critic League kind of says we should counterpick this.
Yeah, yeah.
But then,
It's kind
yes, there is that reasoning of looking at it going, and a weird, different fighting game franchise that isn't like the Dragon Ball Z game where it kind of leans on Dragon Ball Z,
right.
or I'm sure this is tied to some anime thing that I don't know about,
It's
but
tied to a very, very popular shonen anime. Yes.
yeah,
Like this
and
is one of the every generation of stuff starts to get its own big thing. Well, this is like the big new one for like since like about 4 years, 3, 4 years ago.
gotcha. But yeah, fighting games, especially of that nature, unless they're outstanding or unless the IP is, you know, even bigger than big, like Dragon Ball has been around for decades and
Dragon Ball is
finally
like
gets a
one of the
fighting game.
biggest multimedia ones ever. Plus, it was an Arc System
Exactly.
Works game.
Yes. And while it doesn't look bad, but just looking at the trailers and stuff for Jujutsu Kaisen, it's like, yeah, it looks cool, but I don't think it's going to really make that much of an impression. And it doesn't look like it's going to be, I think the high counterpick percentage is with good reason. And so that's why I kind of went with it.
I mean,
Because
bringing this
fighting
back
games
to
that
like,
aren't big fighting
oh,
games don't do very well. So,
yeah, I mean, a lot of those smaller, not only that, a lot of the anime fighters that are like random anime fighting games don't do the best, I think. And this is by
mm.
like two developers I've never heard of or seen. King and Gemdrops.
The very last thing I was thinking of when I picked this was I actually wanted to pick a counter pick with a release date.
Oh yeah, you wanted to be spicy.
Well, not partly that, yes, for fun, like ha ha ha, but also because I want to get an actual score on this. Like even if it's I lose 2 points or 5 points or whatever, I'm used to always going for games which I think won't release.
Yeah, never gain anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of rolling the dice and actually getting some points. Like I'm hoping this goes below 70 and I gain a couple of points here or there, and
Yeah,
that'd be perfect.
I
So
mean, I think it's a good counter pick for sure. Something I'd say also when it comes to what you talked about with the percentage counter pick is
yeah,
something that is true in like fantasy football too, because
right.
just like in this, people rank all the players and do all the stuff, and all these experts and all the collective players all picking stuff. And just like in this, where you see like average draft position, there's average draft position in fantasy football.
Yeah,
And while there's always going to be things that miss, in general, one of the more successful ways to draft a team is just to follow the average draft position.
yeah,
Because ultimately, the collective knowledge of people somewhat evens out over a large enough sample size.
yeah. And that's kind of what
Um,
I was thinking. So
yeah, exactly. It fits right in kind of with what you were thinking.
mind you, that goes against my other actual draft picks because the three of mine that got counterpicked are some of the highest counterpicked games throughout Fantasy Critic anyway. So
It's true, you know.
because they're all above 50%, I think,
Yeah.
which is pretty high. But anyway,
50.2, 74, and
yeah,
50.
I think Skull and
Yeah,
Bones might have been like one of the most counterpicked games.
yeah, that's freaking 74%.
But at the same time, part of what I like about having fun with the draft is just literally having fun with it and going, yeah, let's see what happens with that. Like,
Yeah.
not stressing about it too much.
All right. I was curious. Skull and Bones is the ninth most counterpicked game, while Jujutsu Kaisen is 10th.
There you go.
If you're wondering, Suicide Squad is the sixth most counterpicked game, and Beyond Good and Evil 2 is fifth.
Wow, people are still picking Beyond Good and Evil 2?
Only 0.4% of people, but they do
That
exist.
yeah, that surprises me. just
I mean,
because.
it's a pretty wild choice. I mean, if you want something crazy, 4% of people still pick the Knights of the Old Republic remake.
That I think is way more sensible than the Beyond Good and Evil 2.
No, I don't know about that one. They just fired the devs like last year. How could they possibly get the game finished?
I didn't say it was sensible, but it's more sensible than Beyond Good and Evil 2.
That's fair enough, I suppose.
I don't think Beyond Good and Evil 2 has even been in our league for a couple of years. So,
Yeah, I don't think so. It certainly wasn't last year.
like, it's not even the Silk Song where it's tempting enough to pick it, even though it's probably not coming out anytime soon.
Yeah, I think it's because Silk Song feels like a guaranteed 90 plus kind of game. Same with like Metroid
True.
Prime 4.
True.
It's the risk reward factor.
Yeah, definitely. Well, speaking of, let's dive into draft picks. All the lovely picks that everyone has made.
All
I have
85 of them.
I've recorded them all on a lovely spreadsheet that we can refer to. We're not going to be talking about a couple of games have kind of been picked after the draft at time of recording, so we're not going to be talking about them. So if there are things you think are on your list that we haven't mentioned, that's probably why.
Yeah, we
But
can save that for a follow-up podcast because we got more than enough on our plate today.
yeah, just keeping it real with the 85 plus 17 counters. So
With 17 counties.
And I think, as just an overall thought at the beginning of this, and as I was putting together this spreadsheet, I noticed there are lots of games that are either games I've never heard of or weird ones that have no even rumored release dates or things like that, which I think is a direct result of having so many players and so many games to pick from, especially when we start getting into the final round. Yeah, things look really funky. So,
Yeah,
or,
it definitely spread things thinner, I think.
yeah, there's some real out there kind of picks towards the end of the draft, which I like, to be honest. But
It's cool. It's
it's
nice.
definitely made everyone think creatively.
Yeah. So do we want to go through this round by round or player by player?
Uh, let's go round because then at the end we can look at each players, I suppose.
All right. And we'll mix it up because I think most of the time we've gone player by player.
Yeah, let's go round by round. That's kind of how I've recorded it as well.
Yeah, because I know it's a different format.
Yeah, this year, of course, Dragon H89 with Noise Labs got the very first round pick. And I was actually interested to see what these first round picks would look like because there wasn't anything. I know there are definitely some games which I think everyone did pick, which are up there, but there wasn't anything that I was like, that's definitely going to be the first one.
I will admit, I basically assumed Final Fantasy VII Rebirth would be the first one.
Yeah. See, I wasn't putting it in first necessarily, but as we already mentioned, yeah, it was Dragon's first pick, and I think it's a solid one. I don't think it's very controversial.
I think it's the safest one while also offering high end potential. It has a lot behind it. First one scored a ton, you know.
Yeah. And honestly, the first like 4 or 5 picks from everyone, I think any of those would have been a good certain pick because they've all got release dates and they're all,
they're
pretty
all
hyped and pretty.
they're all like part of a franchise. Although I must admit, Dragon's Dogma 2 I will find interesting to an
I
extent.
think that is the riskiest, and that was Emo-esque's first round pick, and they were second all up.
Yeah.
And yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2, which does have a release date for March 22nd, though.
It does. I think with Dragon's Dogma 2, it definitely I think has potential to score very high. So you could argue it has a bit more potential than the other ones. For me, it's always just weird because I was like, I don't know what age I was when Dragon's Dogma came out, but I remember when it came out, and I've always been surprised retrospectively so many people seem to like it so much because I remember it not being the most liked game when it came out.
Well, and it wasn't that popular when it first came out. Like, it was a bit too obscure and weird, I think, compared with how much people love it now. Because I think there was the Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen, which was like the remaster with the DLC that got released.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think when that came out, because that's the version I played as well. I didn't touch it before then. And I think that's what really sold it for people because I know around then there was a lot of hype for it and people going, wow, this is actually really cool. And there's all these really interesting systems and stuff, which is different to all the other, open worldy kind of RPGs. And it had to me, it's had like a similar thing to like Nier, where
I can see that.
retroactively, everyone loves the Nier series, even though no one ever played it until Automata came out.
I will say one thing. I literally had a friend when Nier came out who purchased it almost as soon as it came out, and like posted to me about that game for like a year.
Nice. Well, and yeah, there's always going to be the people who did play it and are fans,
Yeah, yeah.
but it wasn't like
Oh no, it was
it hadn't
super
reached that
cool.
mass kind of status. And now they've done the remake and all that kind of stuff, and yeah, it's huge. And I think Dragon's Dogma kind of followed the same kind of cycle where it had its heyday long after it was released, kind of thing.
Yeah, and they even got like similar Metacritic scores for comparison as well.
Yeah. So my reservation with Dragon's Dogma 2 is that they focus too much on like recent reception as opposed to what was unique about it originally.
I can believe that.
But it's just got a lot of hype to live up for. I think it's like it'll be one of the most volatile receptions out of these first ones because people are ready to be disappointed, I think. So
I've seen a lot of people very hype, and I've seen a lot of people also slightly concerned. I think
yeah,
it helps that Capcom right now is on quite a fiery roll, at least when it comes to game releases.
true.
And they do have Itsuno directing again, and Itsuno consistently puts out highly ranked stuff too.
Yeah, they seem to have made some good choices with this.
I do know, just really quick, when we get to because you mentioned Dark Arisen,
Yeah,
the re-release. If I recall, the re-release also fixed some of the jank that was in the original and kind of brought it down for some people.
yeah. I think it definitely it did change a few things, but
Well,
I
like
think
if
the spirit of the game is what I hope they don't lose because
oh yeah,
it's got that kind of, and it's what makes me think of like Nier games. Like, yeah, you could say that they're open world RPGs, whatever, and they've got different systems and all that. But there's something about the DNA of it that's like a little bit different, a little bit a little bit off the wall compared to the mainstream in a
I'd
good
agree
way.
with that. I'd agree with that. And
And I think
like
Dragon Dogma the same.
Nier Automata definitely kept the spirit of the original in the same way you're saying where you hope Dragon's Dogma 2 keeps the spirit of the original as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And if it does hit that very well, then that could be quite good.
Mm. But yeah, I was definitely looking at it as if for some weird reason no one had picked it, that would have been my top pick.
Oh, that's interesting. I could buy that.
Partly personal, partly yeah. I think it could do really well, but
Yeah.
it's also I think risky because I think it if they don't do it right, it's not gonna people aren't gonna be happy. So
Well, I think if nothing else, it could at least potentially land where the original did, which is around an 80, so it won't kill you at least.
yeah,
It's got that going for it. I definitely think it's the riskiest of the first five. Because I think the first five picks
mm.
stand out from almost all the picks in the rest of the first round except for one.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think yeah, largely because they've got dates and all that, and they're all big titles. Like Lowe's first pick, which is number 3, is Tekken 8,
Yeah.
which I think absolutely solid. New Tekken games always do well.
Always do well. It looks really good. Like I remember when
Yeah,
that got revealed and they showed stuff. It didn't blow me away as much as Street Fighter 6 did, but it looked really good.
it looks like they're gonna keep Tekken people happy.
Exactly.
Without a doubt. Your first pick of Persona 3 Reload is also very strong.
Yeah. Like I said, it was either that or Paper Mario Thousand Year Door remake. They're both
And I
two of
think
my
this is a better
favorite
one,
games.
honestly.
And yeah, I think this one I think that, like I said, the big thing is I think this game can be improved more. Now granted, I do
Mm.
think there are things about this remake that already seem a bit controversial, including some
Oh,
things I don't personally like. Primarily the fact that I have no idea if you know anything about Persona 3, but I assume not.
not really, no.
Okay, so basically, easiest way to put it is that there was the original release of Persona 3,
Hmm.
and then there was an expanded version called Persona 3 FES. And that
Right.
essentially added an entire epilogue post game that's like 20 or 30 hours of content.
Cool.
And then they released a version on the PSP, which was called Persona 3 Portable. And that lacked the expanded part, but added the ability to pick a female protagonist with slightly different parts of the game relating to it, along with some other story change, like little story things that you could mess with, basically.
Right.
And right now, the Persona 3 Reload doesn't have either of those. There's no expanded game epilogue, and there's no female protagonist and that stuff on it. And a lot of
Right.
people are thinking that's going to get sold as DLC, which I agree with. And it's like,
Hmm.
come on.
Yeah, you kind of want it to be a complete package if it's a remake, don't you?
Pretty much. Like, I mean, like the answer is genuinely important. Other games in like various Persona 4 spin offs and stuff reference that epilogue. So
Yeah.
it actually is meaningful too.
Well, and it's kind of like the Dragon's Dogma re-release with Dark Arisen. Like that included the DLC and the whole package, basically. And
Exactly. And there's never been a Persona game that had all of it in one package. Because Portable didn't have the epilogue, and FES didn't have the female protagonist.
oh, so it's probably not going to happen anyway then.
Unfortunately. But I
But it
think,
looks like, from my outsider dumb perspective, it looks like they're basically giving it the Persona 5 treatment.
yeah, I would say so. Which, I hope they don't overly Persona 5ify it,
Yeah.
because the original has extremely. In a way, I almost like the original style more than Persona 5 in some areas. Obviously,
Yep.
Persona 5 is much higher fidelity. It's much better, modern visuals,
Mm.
but there's a very unique kind of dark style to it with some very good use of contrasting bright blues and dark blacks, usually
Yep.
interspread with bright red. I can talk way too long about this game, so I'm not going to go on for too long. But
Yeah, you don't want anything to like lose that spirit of again like Dragon's Dogma or Nier Automata or any of that. Like you don't want to lose the essence that made it what it was and what you remember.
exactly. One thing that made me feel confident, at least, is that of all things, the fact they showed the opening they're going to use for this version. I don't know if you ever saw it, but
No.
I can link it, even though I doubt you're going to be watching it in the middle of the podcast. But
No, but listeners, there'll be a trailer playing probably under this that might include that. So if
well, there you go. It
you
might
want
be
to have it,
useful,
if you're listening and not watching the video, maybe check out the video if you want to see.
right? But it keeps a lot of the style of the original, and that made me feel more confident that it wasn't going to lose those elements.
Yeah, awesome.
And then for Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth,
Yep.
I think this looks like it's just going to be a really good Like a Dragon game. I don't know what else to add to it,
Yeah.
really.
Well, to me, it's in the same camp as like Tekken. Like it's the next one in a very highly rated series.
Yes, and it looks good. It doesn't look like they're. It doesn't look too stale, but also doesn't look like they're mucking around with things too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And it has a release date of January 26th, which is, by the
Yeah.
time this comes out, it's probably out. So,
I mean, it's interesting. A lot of these picks, they're all like in general through this entire draft. Almost all the games with release dates go from January to probably like April,
March.
March,
Yeah,
around
March,
there.
April.
There's like a
Most of them are in
scant.
the first few months.
Exactly. You get like a scant few. I see like 2 August, one in September, but
Yeah.
almost all the ones with release dates, they are releasing early, which I think is also a change from last year in a lot of years.
Yeah, that's true. There have been longer forecasts. So I wonder if a lot of the games without release dates are people just being conservative and not committing to something later in the year yet.
I could believe it. I know like I've heard like industry people and YouTubers both say like February this year is ridiculously stacked for game releases, kind of
Yeah.
thing. And if you look at what you see there, it sure is.
Yeah, it definitely is.
So I could see some of these games they're just trying not to get drowned in the inevitable like rush of games that are coming out late January and through
Yeah.
February. Get the news out
Well,
afterwards.
and yeah, even though it probably, technically shouldn't change scores or anything, when there's a big rush of games, there's definitely less reviews, which does affect things.
Yeah. Plus, even though it shouldn't affect things, I definitely think it can affect things.
Yeah, and I think it's also because I guess people are playing more things all at once, but then less places are reviewing it because they're probably looking at other things as well, unless it's like a big hot title.
Right.
So
Exactly. And sometimes it
yeah,
might be the more niche places.
yeah, exactly. But I think yeah, Like a Dragon, which was Scarlet Kitsune as well, that was the fifth pick, and that was yeah pretty
Yeah.
solid.
I pretty much pegged these five as likely to be the first five, along with the Thousand Year Door. So these five
Yeah,
felt like they would. Because, like, we have Persona at home with Metaphor ReFantasio. But I figured since it didn't have a release date, it wouldn't go in the top 5.
Well, so is that a Persona game?
No, it's not.
No.
It's an Atlas game that has a similar style, but it's not a Persona game.
Oh, that's the Atlas one. That yeah, I was looking at it briefly, and I don't know much about it at all, obviously. But I
It's
do
very,
remember seeing it was an Atlas game, so that
yeah, it's
speaks
very
quite
like
well for it.
it's very much got which Shin Megami Tensei games am I thinking of? There's some Shin Megami Tensei games that have a similar art
Yeah,
style, and it's like that crossed with Persona visually.
yeah,
And it looks like it's gonna have a similar gameplay style, most likely. Part of me
yeah.
does, to an extent, wonder if Atlas might flood the market too much with this stuff after a certain point, but
Well, it's definitely a possibility. People might get bored of it and go, "Yep, more of this."
pretty much. I mean, like, I feel like with Persona 5 Tactica last year, while Persona 5 Tactica did not like have the same art style or gameplay because it was a strategy game, I
Mm,
definitely heard a few people being like, "All right, I think we've seen enough of the Phantom Thieves. I want new Persona
eh,
stuff. I want a bit different stuff."
yeah, I've definitely heard people getting a bit tired of that Persona stuff. So
And that happened with Persona 4 as well, near the end of all their spin-offs.
yeah, but yeah, like I say, I don't really know much about Metaphor Fantasio, so.
Yeah, I mean, we can just skip on to the next game.
Well, which I am excited for, which was Bohemu's pick of Rise of the Ronin.
Yeah, which I
Looks cool.
it looks cool. I definitely think I felt like this one wouldn't go in the first 5 because of the fact it's a new franchise and therefore probably feels inherently riskier.
Yeah, yeah, I'd agree with that. I wouldn't think it to be like the first pick, but I mean, it has a release date again.
Yeah,
March 22nd seems to be a hot release date. There's a few games coming out on that same day.
yeah.
Um,
Princess
including
Peach, Rise of the
Dragon's Dogma
Ronin,
2.
and Dragon's Dogma 2.
Um,
Pretty rough time for Rise of the Ronin to try to break through, honestly.
true, but I think it's got a lot of attention and it's got a lot of hype behind it, and
Definitely.
I think people will be looking at it. That's for sure.
It helps it's the Team Ninja game. That gives it like
Exactly.
yeah.
And that's what I mean. Like, people pay attention to Team Ninja no matter what. I think they haven't
Exactly.
ruined that goodwill yet.
Exactly. Especially when, like you said, it looks really sick.
Yeah, it looks. It's probably like after Dragon's Dogma, the next one that I'm excited to actually play. So,
Yeah, I mean, I really
I,
like it. The visuals, what looks like
yeah,
kind of not Neo gameplay, but you get what I mean. That same kind of action combat style.
yeah. It looks like, to me, it looks kind of like a bit of Ghost of Tsushima, a bit of Neo.
Oh, I definitely
Kind of a
Ghost of Tsushima in there. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it's easy to say that because it's like Ronin,
right. I get what you
same
mean,
same theme.
but definitely feels more like Ghost of Tsushima than Sekiro, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'd say that. And I loved Ghost of Tsushima, so.
Yeah, and needless to say, Ghost of Tsushima did really well critically. So
Hmm. So yeah, I think it's interesting because that Rise of the Ronin, and we'll talk about it a bit later, but Black Myth Wukong, I kind of put them together in how excited I am for them. But Black Myth Wukong got way more counterpicked than Rise of the Ronin ever did. So
yeah, I'm not too surprised, but I can save that for when we actually talk about Black Myth Wukong.
yeah, we'll get there in a sec. But Matt's first pick, which was the 8th pick, was Frostpunk 2,
Yeah,
which I think is a strong pick, but the release date is kind of a bit questionable because they've been talking about this for a while, and
yeah.
it's
I
still
mean,
only first half of 2024.
Frostpunk 2 basically comes down to if you think it'll come out, right?
I'd say so, yeah, because I think it'll do well if it does,
Yeah.
obviously.
The original got an 86. There's room for improvement. It still, I
Yeah.
would say, remains quite popular to this day, too.
Well, and I think it's kind of niche enough, and even though it is on different platforms, it's very much kind of like a PC city builder, which isn't niche at all, but is niche enough that it's not like mass market every
Yeah.
console kind of thing. So the people who do play it are probably going to really appreciate it a lot more than if it was kind of trying to appeal to everybody.
Yeah, I agree with that. Especially like I would say this would be a good time market wise for it to come out too. City
Yeah.
Skyline 2 kind of just crashed and burned.
Yeah.
I can't even remember the last SimCity game. Obviously, there's like indie projects like Terra Nil. Wasn't that the one that you were really interested in last year?
Yeah, that's kind of in its own. It's a different type of game though.
Yeah.
Like it's similar. Like it's yeah, it's in the same kind of vein, but it's very different. But
I just figure it's like at least genre close.
yeah, SteamWorld Build was last year, which did quite well, I think, but also is in that same genre.
Yeah, Steamward Build, that'd be another one. I remember I was
Uh,
surprised Steamward Build didn't potentially do slightly better, but 77 was still pretty good.
yeah, I was just looking at that too. I thought it did do better, but there you go, 77.
But yeah,
But,
Frostpunk 2 largely comes down to the release date.
well, and I think similarly with R2D2's first pick, which was Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, just a 2024 release date.
Honestly, this was weird because I could have sworn it had an actual release date.
Well, I was
Like,
going to ask you, as someone who would know more about this than I do, what is the kind of vibe around this game coming out?
I would be very surprised if it didn't come out.
Right.
Like, we, most likely at some point, maybe not this year, but reasonably soon, there will be a Switch 2, right?
Yeah, I
Like,
was thinking that from what I know, it could be this year. So
yeah. I'm thinking it'll either come around holiday of this year or sometime next year. Although it could
yeah.
obviously be quite a lot of things. But this game is definitely coming out for the current Switch. So it'd be really
Oh,
surprised if
okay.
it got delayed. And
Yeah, yeah.
I think especially so because they revealed this game like September 14th of last year.
Right.
And it would seem to me like it'd be very bizarre to announce this for the original Switch, have the Switch 2 come out, and then like delay it or something.
Well, I think, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, because again, I don't know, but I feel like Nintendo are pretty consistent with their releases. Like once they say it's coming out, they might not say for a while, but once they say it's coming out, it tends to come out.
I would say unless it's Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda games tend to get delayed more, probably because they're
Right.
larger projects. Because like
Yeah,
Twilight
yeah.
Princess got delayed multiple times. Breath of the Wild got delayed because the Switch was coming out. I don't remember if Skyward Sword got delayed.
Right.
Tears of the Kingdom didn't get delayed. They just didn't reveal the actual release date forever. Probably for that reason.
Yeah, yeah.
But I would say Nintendo tends not to reveal something unless they think they can make the release date reasonably, consistently.
Yeah.
Not that they never will delay something,
And not
obviously.
that they don't take their time either. Like I remember Metroid 4 being announced a while ago.
Yeah, Metroid 4, Pikmin 4, and Bayonetta 3 are like the big counterpoints.
Yeah.
Although for those, another thing is that with Thousand Year Door, they said 2024. Whereas with
Yeah.
Metroid Prime 4, Bayonetta 3, and Pikmin 4, they never gave a release date.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was kind of thinking. Like, this is probably more likely to come out because they have said, here's the window.
It just feels like it would be very odd for it not to release, honestly. Because
Yeah.
then it would have to bleed into the next console.
Well, and I think you're right as well. Like, if it does come out, it'll probably do well, and at least critically, I would imagine.
I mean, I'd be shocked if it didn't. Thousand Year Door did like crazy good critic numbers back in the day,
Yeah.
like high 80s and 90s and stuff.
I mean, I even had this on my watch list because I was considering that it would probably score well, even though I know very little about it. So,
Uh, I would say it's one of my favorite games ever. It's considered like for a lot of people an all-time great kind of thing. Like
yeah.
Edge magazine put in their 100 best video games of all time kind of thing. It's one of the
Yeah.
highest
So
games on Metacritic.
that's a pretty good reputation.
And I think another thing that this game kind of has going for it, as bad as this is to say, is that Paper Mario has been in such a bad state as a franchise, and this game has like
Yeah.
never been re-released. That's going to look a lot better compared to what like was before.
Well, and I know the people who like the original Paper Mario's like really like them.
Yes.
So if they can get it right, sounds
I
like it'll be
mean,
a winner.
but I can at least say as a fan of the original, the trailer for this game was essentially everything I would have wanted from a Thousand Year Door remake.
Yeah. Cool.
Like just add in like a hard mode or maybe some extra bells and whistles just because it's a new remake and you can add more stuff. Why not?
Yep.
But
Yeah.
it basically just looks like a modern version of the game from back then, which is basically what I wanted.
I mean, yeah, Isn't that what we all want from remakes?
Not always. I actually, I'm not going to get into this. And actually, if we ever did another podcast, it could be interesting to discuss what people want from remakes. But
Yeah, that's a good
sometimes
point.
I wish what would happen is that there were games that had very promising ideas but were flawed that got remade instead.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Like there's some games like just real quick, I'm not going to do this. Fantasy Star 3 had a really ambitious idea for the Sega Genesis at the time,
Yeah,
where you are basically going through multiple generations of people through multiple time periods that change based on your decisions. Now, back
right.
then, it struggled because it was on the Sega Genesis. But you put that idea into a modern game where you can amp up changes and differences in how
Yeah,
you play the game, and that could be really cool. It would never happen because the game wasn't that popular, but
yeah. Well, I always think of when I go back to remakes. I always, as a good example, I always think of the Shadow of Colossus remake, where they changed the control scheme, and obviously everything looked a lot better and was much higher fidelity and everything. And that was enough to bring in new players, but also make old players happy because they don't have to struggle with the crappy controls, and everything looks so much better, like the fur on the enemies and that kind of thing. It's just way more detailed, so you felt way more like closer to what you're doing. And but ultimately, it kept the same spirit and the same game, but
yeah.
fixed all the bad stuff.
I mean, I definitely agree. I know there are like hardcore fans who find that game, you know, more divisive. But I think for like 80
Yeah,
to 90% of people who play the game, that will be a very strong opinion for it.
yeah. Well, and I'm speaking very generally, of course, but
I know. Well, I'm
I
just
also
saying because
think,
like I remember because Blue Point Games did that remake, and he also did
yes,
Demon Souls. And I remember there's
yes,
people who are hardcore fans of both of them who, get very nitty gritty about some of the changes.
yeah, but well, having played both original Demon Souls on the PS3 and I haven't finished it, but the remake on PS5, they knocked it out of the park as far as I'm concerned. Like,
Yeah, I feel like while there is definitely differences in tone and whatnot, they still knocked it out of the park. I think
yeah.
both Demon Souls have, you know, reasons to play them, but for a remake of what they were going for, it's about what you could ask for, right?
Well, and I think that's, you've got to take it in the context of being a remake. Like,
Exactly,
if you really
exactly.
want to hardcore play the first Demon Souls, then sure, go get it on PS3 and play it.
Yeah, just play
But
it. Hopefully
yeah,
they re-release it
it's
sometime so they make it easier for you. But
but it's still there,
yeah, exactly. That's a lot of
Because
time my general opinion too. Unless
yeah,
they like just butcher the game, obviously, but I don't think they did for those two.
well, if they make a really bad remake, it's like, well, cool, go play the original. It's still there. But unless they've deleted it from their libraries and done all that kind of bullshit, I can understand that. But I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, for me, the main thing I want from a remake, especially for older games that have, they had different ideas about what control schemes should be, or even just game design ideas that have changed that kind of aren't as popular these days, or that kind of thing. Or we
Right.
can do it better these days. Like, controls, I think, is the easiest one to talk about because
Yeah.
control schemes have changed a lot over time. And sometimes firing up some like old 90s game that, especially on PC, that only uses keyboard and doesn't even use the mouse, you're kind of like, okay, let's have some new controls where I can look freely with my mouse and, you know,
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, let's expand it. Let's kind of modernize it. I definitely
yeah, and
feel
that
that.
that goes a long way, I think.
It
But anyway,
actually just real quick reminds me when I was playing the Sega Ages Fantasy Star, how they did
mhm,
some changes like that. Because they have a Sega Ages mode and it reduces the number of random encounters but increases the experience and money you get to keep the difficulty roughly the same. Because the
that's
original
cool.
game had like particularly high encounter rate. But they also
Yeah.
have a classic mode that doesn't include that for if you want to play the original.
See, that to me is the real key thing. Like, again, we can go into it deeper another time, but whether it's a remaster or a remake and stuff, I love it when they give you options of, I want to play this just like the original
Yeah,
instead of this
Metroid
new
Prime
version.
Remaster did that really well too.
Yeah, I mean, remasters I think can do it easier because they're not changing systems or anything. And I've played plenty of remasters, like Secret of Monkey Island did it, and the Halo remasters did it,
Yeah,
where you just kind of push a button and it changes your graphics and lighting and everything back to the original.
yeah, yeah.
but then you push your button again and you get all the modern detail. So
Yeah, I
and I
like
always
that
kind of
game.
switch between the two because it's just fun to see how it's changed.
Yeah, sometimes in stuff like that, you even just press the button just to kind of look.
Exactly. And well, I've done that with Halo a lot because I never played them at the time. I've been playing them after the fact. And yeah, it's fun just to kind of switch back and go, oh, so this is what it looked like 20
Yeah,
years ago. And yeah, it looked like shit. So I'm glad they redid it.
I agree. I like
Anyway,
that. Anyway, Hollow Knight Silksong. Will it
yeah, what
ever
is there to
come out?
say?
Seriously, will this game ever come out?
I mean, it's got to eventually. Like, they've put so much time and money into it. I would hope that they can at least recover something.
Can you imagine if it didn't? Just
I
never
know.
came out. That'd be so sad.
But kept being picked every single year for Fantasy Critic.
Pretty much. I mean, wasn't this picked like the first year of Fantasy Critic?
Oh, I don't remember. I think it's been pretty consistent, though.
Yeah, I just checked. Hollow Knight Silksong in 2020 was picked.
Yeah, Dragon picked it, actually.
Yeah, the year is 2024. Hollow Knight Silksong has once again been picked.
Yeah, well, considering it's been, I don't know if it's been in every year, but I think it has been picked, but then dropped every single year that we've played.
I remember it had been picked every year last year.
Yeah. So, I mean, what more can you say about it other than
Part of
it'll
what I
probably do well if it ever comes out?
I almost wonder if they're having to go through an engine change right now.
Well, I mean, it's getting that long that those sorts of things start cropping up, don't they? Like,
Well, not just that, they use Unity. And there was the whole
well, yeah,
Unity fiasco.
I remember talking about that end of last year as well, and it being a thing. But I don't know, man. Like I said, I haven't got much to say about Hollow Knight Silksong. It is what it is. If it comes out, it'll probably do. I think it's a solid counter pick for you. I also think it's a solid pick as well for Cafferel. Don't know if I would have done it as my first pick, but
Silksong I had on my avoid list.
Eh?
It was the guy like really absurd. Like if it's like the third round or something.
Yeah. I don't know if I would have picked it as my first pick, but I kind of like that Cafferel did because it's kind of saying, hey, I'm getting behind this and I think it's going to work and I'm going to get points.
You know, it's provocative. It gets the people talking.
It's a fun one, that's for sure. And someone's got to do it.
Now another Nintendo game. So Abata's brain is draining away from on the Nintendo in the first round.
Well, to be fair, these Nintendo games I did have on my watch list because I'm not stupid enough to think that Nintendo games don't score well.
Exactly. You're like Princess Peach Mario game. Sounds good.
Well, and it worked for me last year because I forget which one it was, but I picked a Mario game that
it was Super Mario RPG.
That's the one, yeah, the remake, yeah, and it gave me 14 points, which was an 84, which was fantastic.
Yeah.
So you know, I'm not completely opposed.
Oh yeah, no, you're not opposed. I just mean for talking about it.
Yeah, I got nothing to say, but other than Alex picked it, so
I'm excited for this game. I do wonder how well it would do critically. Mostly because I could see the gameplay from the trailers maybe being a bit basic for critics.
Right.
But it looks nice visually. It's been way too long since we got a Princess Peach game. Because the last one was Super Princess Peach on the DS like 18 years ago.
Yeah, wow.
Which was a controversial game too. This one looks like it has avoided that.
Well, and I like that this one has that release date as well, that March 22nd.
Yeah, exactly. It is definitely coming out, you know. I would be surprised if it doesn't at least score well. I don't know if it has as much top end scoring potential as some of the other picks. I feel like it's a very safe pick in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I feel like it might have been a first round pick just to stop anyone else getting it in the second round, maybe?
I could see it being a first round pick because like if you look at a lot of the picks afterwards, a lot of them are either games I would say are lower likely to score after around pick 17 or so.
Yeah.
Or are more risky in some way.
Yeah, no, you're right. It does, and that's the thing about this year. It drops off really quickly. So
right.
not in a bad way, but just the risk goes up and the dates get fuzzier and nothing is as guaranteed.
Yeah. Like, not to skip over this next one real quick, because I just would say, like, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, I did have on my list because I thought that game looked really good. And obviously it scored very well. But I could have seen people... I'm just saying, I could have seen people been like, well, the art style is divisive, and Ubisoft can sometimes really fuck up. So I don't
Yeah.
feel as safe picking this, and I'll take Princess Peach.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, I think it's a solid pick, and we'll see when it competes on March 22.
Right.
So, but yeah, Niall's first pick, and might I say his publisher is the John Richard Tiello Cache, which I think is one of the best names of the year.
Yeah, I like it.
Personally, he picked Black Myth Wukong, which again was a top one on my watch list as well, despite
Yeah,
it having been counterpicked quite a bit. It just looks cool.
I think it looks cool. The game and the developers have had some controversy, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Because the developers said some, let's say, unkind things about women.
Oh no.
And I thought there was some other stuff with some of the art assets, but it looks like if there was, that's like gone by now.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like this is a game with a lot of potential, but it definitely has a lot of risk. Cause
yeah, I can see why it's been counterpicked a bit, just because it's kind of like, to me, nowhere near as bad. But what was that one last year that was Forspoken? Which I don't think this is as risky as that. But I remember looking at Forspoken going, that looks really cool, but I can see why people are counterpicking it.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Forspoken, I think, looked much more clearly like it might bust, but I get what you mean, like vibe-wise.
Yeah, yeah. Speaking very generally, but I think Wukong definitely looks. It's got me way more excited anyway.
I mean,
it does look very cool.
Forspoken always looked like a tech demo. By comparison, is probably a big difference, I think.
Yeah. Whereas this has got some really cool aesthetics to it, and the whole Monkey King thing is always fun.
Yeah. I definitely think one reason it's likely being counterpicked is I don't think these devs have ever really made a game on this scale, too.
No, well, looking on Steam, their other game that they have on Steam is Art of War Red Tides, which is in early access currently. And it's a RTS, a free-to-play RTS that's in early access. So
that's interesting.
I don't know how much. And it's been in early access since 2016.
That's interesting.
It has mostly positive reviews, mind you, but I see early access and released in 2016, and I'm like, what's going on, guys? But
yeah, it might just be to make patching it easier. But
yeah, well, true. And, they're obviously focusing on Wukong at the moment, so...
Right. But it's also definitely a thing to go from an early access RTS to, like, what appears to be a big action/action RPG open worldy looking thing, which is a very different scale.
Yeah. But, if they've done it, they've done the RTS well, apparently, so...
Yeah. This is a game I would not have counterpicked because I think it's so risky since it's like a release date even. I would rather pick something like Jujutsu Kaisen like you did.
Yeah, I do think it's riskier as a counterpick than it is as a pick.
Yeah.
So, just looking at the trailer again, and it looks cool.
That was cool enough. This definitely, I think, is one of the riskiest first round picks. That's what I would say. Not the riskiest, because I think the riskiest is probably like Silk Song or Metroid Prime 4.
True.
But
well, to go on to, we've already kind of half mentioned it, but like the Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, which was Gemini Drodson's first pick. Seeing the Prince of Persia history is it's a bit sketchy in recent times. So it's obviously out now, even as we're recording this, and it's scored an 87, which is bloody good. So, time has already told that it was a good pick.
Right.
But initially I was thinking, I don't know. I don't know if I would have picked it first, because Prince of Persia, even though it looks cool, and even though I've enjoyed the Prince of Persia series personally, I know critically it's always been a bit weird here and there. So
it definitely depends.
Yeah.
Like when Sands of Time came out as like those early 2000, mid 2000 Prince of Persia games, those were critical darlings.
Totally.
And then they kind of went down over time, kind of thing. And like the original Prince of Persia way back in the 80s was really liked, and then that went down over time, kind of thing,
Yeah.
And then there was like the I was gonna say the shitty reboot, but actually the reboot surprisingly scored well with critics.
Well, I really liked it as well.
I always thought that game was disliked, but maybe
I remember at the time it wasn't. It might have been critically scored all right, but over retrospectively. but I know at the time it definitely wasn't praised as much as I thought it should have been. Like the combat was meant to be boring, the exploration was kind of boring. It was panned for being a bit too generic and not out there Prince of Persia enough.
I get what you mean.
So
For
and
me,
I can kind of see that, but I enjoyed the game.
see, it seems like one of those things. Like I said, the critics at least like it.
Yeah.
For me with this game, I thought it looked really good from the start. I was actually thinking if I was picking later in the draft, or somehow people went insane and it got to the second round, I was going to pick it. But
Yep.
since I drafted fourth, I was never in a position to do so. Uh,
Yeah.
One thing that helped is that Ubisoft Montpellier was
Yep.
making it, and when they've like made actual games and not like random phone games, they've largely been successful for like over a decade.
Yeah, they do all right.
The only one that really flopped was like Zombie U, and I mean Zombie U.
Say no more. But yeah, I mean, well, and we can say all we like about it. The fact is, it's got an 87, so it's a
Yeah,
solid pick in my book.
it it turned out to be quite a good first round pick. So no
Yeah,
arguments with
it's
that.
Gemini is currently sitting in first place as a result. So
Yeah. Although unfortunately for them, though it did get its momentum blunted by their second counter pick.
yes, that is true. Yeah, because I guess we can mention that because it's a
I
second
mean
pick anyway.
also we're just saying that we're not going through all of them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Everdread picked Turnip Boy Robs a Bank as a 1, 2, 3, third round pick.
Yeah.
And Gemini went and counterpicked it post draft, and it's come out in the meantime, and it got a 78, so that's -8 for Gemini Drodson. But
Yeah. I was surprised it scored so high, honestly.
me too. Like I was actually considering counterpicking it anyway because the first one, even though I've only ever heard good things and it's quite popular, didn't actually score very high.
Yeah, it was only
I think
72 with critics.
I was going to say, yeah, I think it was like 72, and it doesn't seem to match the hype that it got.
Yeah. Well, maybe the critics came around to it seems like.
Well, and this is obviously an improvement, and still, 78 is not the highest thing ever, but for a counter pick, I think it was surprisingly.
Yeah.
It didn't go the way that Gemini obviously thought it would.
Yeah,
But
Gemini was probably expecting like a 72, 75 would be my bet.
yeah, I was thinking like a few points at most, but 8 can be significant. That's a
Yeah.
few points to lose.
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
But yeah, moving on to Seltzu's first pick, which was Metroid Prime 4.
It sure is Metroid Prime 4.
Still has a TBA release date.
One of two TBA release dates in the first round.
Yes, this and Silk Song. But I don't know. Between Metro Prime 4 and Silk Song, do you feel like either one is more likely than the other?
I I I feel like Metroid Prime 4 is more likely, in
Yeah.
part because I feel like it has the vibes of one of those games that might release late on a system right before the new system kicks in,
Yeah.
kind of thing. Plus Metroid Prime Remaster coming out almost feels like priming for it.
Yeah, I remember we talked about this a little bit last year, where with the remaster coming out and then thinking that 4's not going to come out immediately after it, but thinking it would probably come out in 2024 anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact we've gotten like no news and that we know development was restarted is certainly concerning. Anything
Yeah.
like I feel like the biggest reason this wouldn't come out is that it's not even a Switch game anymore. It's a Switch 2 game
Yeah.
because they could have easily rebooted development with the new console.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking if they perhaps even if they brought out Switch 2 for like a Christmas kind of period.
Oh man, imagine if it was a release date game.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like Metroid 4 could be it's in my mind, it's big enough to be a platform seller, so it could be a launch title.
Yeah, I wonder how many people would be pissed that it was unveiled at like the start of the Switch era and then wasn't coming out until the Switch 2.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be annoying, but
I mean, I could see it for sure. It would be a splashy release game.
yeah. And because they don't, I don't expect there to be another Zelda anytime really soon.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't really expect a new Mario soon either.
yeah. So, it could be, pushed to a launch title for Switch 2,
Yeah, but
depending on when that comes out.
Yeah, then the question becomes, would the Switch 2 even come out this year?
Yeah, exactly. I kind of feel like, though, because I know there's like the PS5 Pro or Slim or whatever the hell they're going to call it. People are expecting that to come out this year sometime.
Yeah.
Even though I don't think they've officially announced anything, but I could be wrong with that. Don't quote me.
I don't know.
So
Off the top of my head.
I feel like it would be a good timing to release a Switch 2 because they usually kind of go in between the other consoles to not really compete. And, smartly done as well, in my opinion. But
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
they kind of only did that with the Switch, admittedly. But
Well, the others have kind of come out mid the other two, haven't they? Like,
no. Like the Wii
I thought they
U,
usually.
the Wii U came out, let's see. The Wii U came out 2012 and the PS4 came out 2013.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's like close. And not only that, yeah, like about a year apart. I don't think that's too like in the middle.
No, not at all. That's right. I'll delete that. Pretend I never said
Yeah, of course.
it.
The power of editing is at your command. But I definitely think
but
if
yeah,
Metroid Prime 4 comes out, it has the potential to be the highest scoring game in the first round.
true. Yeah,
So
but it's it's like Silksong though. But by the same token, like Emo-esque has counterpicked it, and I think it's a good counterpick
I agree.
because chances are it's not coming out. So
And if it does come out, there's zero chance that will be shadow dropped, I would think. Although if it did, that would be fucking crazy.
yeah.
But there would be time to drop it and at least counterpick something else.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you got that killed with a counterpick, you might even, you might find that a super drop is coming your way.
Yeah, I thought that too when I picked up Silk Song. If worst comes to worst, I'll probably be in counterpick range, or not counterpick, super drop
Well,
range to drop it.
yeah. And that's something to consider. Like, if you do counterpick something that does amazingly and you end up losing like 20, 30 points, chances are that will put you into super drop range. So,
Exactly. And then,
yeah, that's a gamble.
of course, it does mean that you then basically have to use a super drop on the counterpick too.
True. But hey, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
One that I
So,
didn't know heaps about was Pokepaw's pick, which doesn't surprise me because Pokepaw's like got her finger on some other interests than I do.
yeah.
and her first pick was Deca Police, which I had to look up, and I realized it's a level 5 game,
Yeah, it
like the
is.
developer, who I now know are well known for Professor Layton and those sorts of games.
That's right. They actually released it in a Nintendo Direct where they released like about not released, but I mean revealed like 5 different games.
Yeah, but yeah, I think they seem like a good publisher, developer rather.
Yeah.
I feel like this is going to be a good game and will probably do well.
It looks good. It looks very Danganronpa-esque for sure. Uh I almost picked this last year, but I thought it would probably get delayed. Definitely does not have a release date yet, which is
No, it's just
interesting.
got an estimated 2024,
Yeah. Because
which,
they officially said, oh, it's going to be in 2024 instead of 2023. But
yeah. And I know because I just looked it up on the Nintendo shop, it just says TBD.
yeah,
So,
and like
yeah.
I said, they're making like even just going to their Wikipedia, they have one game slated to release this April, but that's just like a random like almost yearly game they've kind of put out. Then they have
Yeah.
3 games with 2024 release dates and Professor Lane in 2025.
Well, maybe they're about to, steamroll their way through.
But it makes me wonder as if one of them will get delayed, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely throws up more question marks when there's lots of stuff going on.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like it has as
But
high end potential as some other first round picks, but
I do like it because for me, it's very much a Pokepaw pick.
yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Which I like when it's something different and I don't know much about it. So,
Yeah.
on that level, I think it's great.
Yeah, that was what I've been keeping my eye on. I thought it would be more of a second round pick, but I like the pick overall well enough.
Well, to go on to Everdread's first pick, which is Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, which at the time of being picked did not have a release date.
Yeah, but then I got one.
And I feel like this one would have been picked much sooner if it already did have a release date.
Probably.
But between the draft and now, it has received a release date for May 21st. So I think that just vindicates it quite a lot for Everdread because I do think it'll do well.
Pretty much. I believe I did mention 2 years ago, because this game had been picked 2 years ago,
Yeah, it's
that
been around for a while.
there are parts of me that wonder if the original will be hard to follow up on in some ways.
Well, I mean, did you end up playing the original?
No, I haven't. I'm just
So
like from looking on the outside kind of thing.
yeah. Well, it was a game of the month for Helen to beat last year sometime, I think, or maybe the year before. I can't remember. But that's when I played it, and the vibe I got from other people who played it as well was that it was actually a little bit disappointing considering how much hype it had
All right,
and how unique it was at the time, because the actual moment to moment gameplay is a bit not great. Like
a bit mid.
the game the game itself conceptually is like really cool because it deals with mental health issues, it deals with, trauma and
Yeah,
all these sorts of things.
yeah. I
And
remember that got a lot of press for it too.
yeah, so it's unique and original for doing that, and it does it very well. It deserves its praise. But when you actually kind of look at it quite objectively and critically and kind of after the fact, it doesn't. I enjoyed it, but it doesn't. The gameplay wasn't like, oh wow, that was so much fun. It was like, yeah, I had to endure it at points where you just kind of had
Yeah,
to grind your way through.
I get what you mean.
So I feel like if they make it if they keep the same sort of theming and kind of surreal mental issue themed story, but then improve the gameplay, give us some better combat and some better open worldy kind of gameplay, I feel like it will bump it quite a bit.
It definitely
And
could. I've kind
yeah,
of wondered if all of the mental health aspects will be as well handled the second way around too, just because of
yeah,
stuff I kind of saw and like some post-release, pre-release stuff I saw.
yeah.
But obviously, that's very speculative.
When I really hope it doesn't do this, but I hope it doesn't. Where the first game was kind of made, where no one's really paying attention, so then they release it and everyone goes, "Wow, this is something unique and a breath of fresh air," and all this kind of stuff. I
Yeah,
hope now that they know, they got so praised for it being, quite interesting and having all that psychological stuff and rah rah rah. I hope they don't try and lean into it too much and kind of,
overdo it.
like camp it up too much and just or take it too seriously, or you know what I mean, like just kind of distort it too much.
There's like a fine line that they're walking with it, and you could easily fall either side.
Yeah, we've all played games where people try to do something quote unquote woke, but fuck it up.
Yeah,
So I hope they stay genuine and honest with that stuff, and
I do know for the
aren't
first
just
one.
cashing in.
Yeah, like for the first one, I know they brought like actual mental health experts and discuss with them
Yeah,
for like, oh, what are some ways that this might work? Obviously, still in a video game way, but
yeah. Well, and that stuff I think is very kind of touchy because if you don't do it right, you're basically making fun of people with mental illnesses. So
exactly. It's very easy to become accidentally offensive.
yeah, and thankfully, I think they did consult with lots of experts because they obviously didn't want to fuck it up
Yeah,
and they wanted to do it correctly. Yeah, exactly. So I am looking forward to this game, and I'll play it unless it totally bombs.
yeah.
But I think now that it definitely has a release date post draft, I think it's a very solid pick anyway for Everdread.
Yeah, because I think even if it did disappoint, it wouldn't like be actively bad.
Yeah, yeah. Even if it just kind of was on par with the first one, that's still pretty good.
Yeah. Also, real quick, it was May 2022 that it was Game of the Month.
Oh, okay. God, it doesn't feel like that long ago.
Time moves fast. Also,
Yeah,
average rating on backlog is a 3.7 out of 5, so around a 7 out of 10.
yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Like, it wasn't received as highly as the hype would lead me to believe
Yeah, I kind of
in
got
the
that
Howlin' to Beat
impression.
community, at least.
Yeah. It definitely seems like maybe there was a bit more divisiveness than one might immediately think.
Yeah. Well, and I think it is that the combat and there's some light puzzles and stuff which can get a bit annoying at times because it does kind of outstay its welcome a little bit,
Right.
and it feels like some of the combat was put in to have some combat rather than to serve the mental story and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I get
So
what you mean.
so yeah, I don't know. It'll be. I hope they tweak it and make it better for the second one.
I do think another thing that is worth keeping an eye on is that Microsoft purchased the studio Ninja Theory after the first.
Mm,
So you hope Microsoft's usually hands off, fortunately, but
yeah, true.
you do hope that maybe they don't do too much.
Well, hopefully that's just why they've been taking much longer, because they're making it so much better and they've got the backing of a big publisher. So
Yeah, because Ninja Theory always has had some issues with like their combat systems not being the
yeah, well,
deepest, but they've also always been like, you know, a studio that's very independent, that,
mm.
that kind of
And I
thing.
feel like they're one of those studios that has like their flavor, like their own style that manages to seep into everything
Yeah,
in a good
definitely.
way.
Usually in a good way. We all remember DMC Devil May Cry.
See, I enjoyed that game. I don't care what anyone says. I know it's a departure from Devil May Cry itself,
I'm
and
not
it
I'm
doesn't
not
fit
gonna
with the
say
series.
all I'm gonna say is I think that the style being divisive is at least an uncontroversial statement.
Yeah, very true.
And like for that
but
game, it was more that than the gameplay. Although I think the gameplay for that game, from what I heard, really needed the re-release, the definitive edition, to actually be something kind of
yeah,
thing.
I
But
feel like just my only thoughts on that is that everyone who played DMC and wasn't wanting a like had kind of played it after release and knew that it wasn't a canon hardcore Devil May Cry series game, enjoyed it for what it was.
uh,
Everyone who wanted it to be like the next Devil May Cry series game thought, "What is this shit? It's so different and weird and
I mostly
not
just
what I
don't
was
like.
after."
I mostly just don't like the story personally, more so than anything. Even
Yeah.
even to this, like, and I'm not gonna go into it too much. We don't need to do it. I can honestly get behind the design, especially the original design where it was like thinner and more
Mm.
fucked up, honestly. But the story just does a lot of things I dislike, even aside from being a Devil May Cry game, basically. Just
Yeah.
unrelated to all of that part. But the main point I was trying to get across is that Ninja Theory's always had a thing, in addition to style, where like Heavenly Sword was more known for the narrative than for the hack and slash gameplay being particularly deep.
Yeah, which is I don't know. That's yeah. We could go on for hours, but that's interesting to me because I remember playing Heavenly Sword when it came out because it was one of the first games I got for PS3, and its main criticism was how short it was because it was only like 3 or 4 hours
That's true.
long
It was ridiculously short. That's right.
and sold as like a AAA title. But
Yeah.
other than that, I don't remember it getting a lot of criticism. Like that was enough. Don't worry for it to get a lot of criticism. But the combat was actually very like DMC. In fact, like it was very similar kind of combat to that, like typical third-person action. And while it wasn't necessarily the best, it was still pretty solid. And it was one of the first games to use like full facial motion tracking from
Right.
the
I
actors
remember
and
that.
stuff. So graphically, it was definitely a powerhouse and really showed off PS3 at the time.
I mean,
But
that game was one of the reasons that they got to work on DMC in the first place.
yeah. So obviously I don't know definitively, but I would say the combat wasn't actually even that bad. It was just I think the length and the fact that it wasn't doing anything hugely original in that sense
I
probably held it
mean,
back.
just like also if you look at like Enslaved Odyssey to the West, you can kind of see the same thing. A lot.
Well, yeah, see, I
Oh,
found Enslaved to be quite boring, to be honest. But
that's what I'm kind of saying is that if you look
yeah,
through it, you see a lot of reviews that talk about like the cutscenes are really well done. The gameplay's kind of boring, that kind of thing.
yeah, yeah. Graphically, it's incredible, but yeah,
And the main thing I was trying to say is what you kind of said, like from the first Hellblade game, almost feels like an evolution of what Ninja Theory was doing in that regard, where maybe the gameplay wasn't the most crisp in some areas, but they really amped up a bunch of the other stuff to make up for it.
yeah. That's a good point because maybe that is kind of part of the vibe that I'm thinking of for Ninja Theory, where everything has that super high fidelity look and vibe, but
Yeah.
when it comes to the actual mechanics, it's a bit, not necessarily the best.
Yeah, because like if you look at it, you can see some of the same complaints in the reviews as some of their older games. but
Yeah. No, that's
with more
interesting.
positives to make up for it. Because
Yeah.
all right, next we should go
Well,
on to your first round pick. I think
the final first round pick, which was mine way down the bottom at number 17, was Unicorn Overlord.
a game I was
Two,
surprised made it to the last pick. To be honest,
well, same actually, because two reasons I picked it. One, obviously, being that it has a release date of March 8th, but it has a release date.
yeah, yeah,
And it's a Vanillaware game.
yeah. And it's a
So,
vanilla game that looks really good too, in my opinion.
well, and to be honest, I don't know heaps about the game, but when I was looking at games for doing a bit of research for the draft, I saw that, oh, it's a new Vanillaware game. You know, their last few games have done really well. I know of the studio anyway, and I've played some of their old games, but
Yeah,
I really didn't know much about this one at all, and I only really heard about it when I was researching for the draft. But
I had seen it because it appeared in Nintendo Direct,
see, there you go. I
but
don't direct.
indirect.
Yeah, I had it indirectly, but
Exactly.
honestly, I think it's my strongest pick. To be fair, even though it's my first one,
I mean,
uh,
as you would hope, your first pick is your
as my
strongest.
first one. Yeah, I don't mean to say even though, but yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, I was quite happy I got that because after researching it and everything, I thought, oh, I kind of thought it would have been picked, especially because people are more like, I always find the rest of the players, you know, as we know, are more on the pulse of like Nintendo stuff or especially Japanese JRPGs or that kind of realm of games.
Yeah.
I
Although
don't really have my finger on the
it's
pulse
worth
of anyway.
noting this is a multi-plat. It's not like it's Nintendo only.
Yeah, yeah, but it's very much like, you know, it's very much an Asian origin game,
Oh,
you know,
definitely.
without sounding weird.
I mean, it's a
Um,
Vanillaware game, you know.
yeah, and yeah, that's what I mean. And I know they do quality stuff, and like I said, I've actually played a few of their games, and yeah,
I mean,
I
13
reckon it's
Sentinels did really good. Granted, there's
yep,
not much we can look at aside from like Dragon's Crown on Open Critic, but like
yeah.
they always have
But
pretty,
even
pretty
Dragon's Crown was, you know,
yeah,
up there.
yeah, Dragon's Crown still got like 80, 82, something like that.
Yeah,
Muramasa, that did well, They have a very
yeah,
strong style. The game looks, in my opinion, quite good too. Like it has quality vibe. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, to move, that's the last first round pick, and as a snake draft, I got the first second round pick,
Yeah.
which we've kind of already talked about a little bit, but I picked Alone in the Dark, which going off the back of that, part of a big reason why I picked Alone in the Dark was having looked at footage of it and thinking, wow, this actually looks really good.
I mean,
So
makes sense
I've
to me.
already mentioned, yeah, I've already mentioned how yes, it's got a release date, and yes, it was the original Alone in the Dark, and how much I liked it and all that kind of stuff. But this is not the same game as the original. I would be banking it might have follow the same story beats, but I think everything else about it is going to be different.
Most likely.
Because the original still had like fixed camera perspectives in every room,
I mean, the
and
original was like an adventure game, even. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
obviously, it was
and like
still,
tank controls and stuff.
yeah, like it was still a horror game, but when you look at how you progress, it was much more of an adventure game.
Yeah, I mean, I played it when I was in school, so I managed to get through it.
Yeah.
So it can't be too bad.
Like I said, all I saw was from watching somebody play a long time ago. I really like
Yeah,
the original voice acting, the vibes, but obviously a very dated game in many ways.
yeah, very dated. It's you can see the polygons for each limb of the character and all that kind of stuff.
Honestly, even as much as that, I'm thinking the gameplay.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's just old school in general,
Yeah,
like design in tech and everything. But
yeah. I'm definitely
yeah,
interested in this game. I do feel like this game definitely could be bad, could be good, but
yeah.
it,
Yeah, I mean, I know it's one that it's a bit of a roll of the dice, but it's a roll of the dice I'm happy to make. So
I mean, I also think that I feel like this game, if it actually worked out, could score higher than people might expect because
yeah,
it's like a revitalization of a classic franchise that also has had really, really rough times since that classic. You know what I mean?
exactly. Yeah, I think it could even wildly swing either way, really. So,
Yeah. It's definitely exciting
and of course
round
it's
pick.
yeah, and it's counterpicked by R2D2, and I think reasonable counterpick to be honest.
Yeah.
So, although I have to say, for my games, even though I had 3 counterpicks against me, I was surprised that I had so many, considering they've all got release dates as well. And fair enough, that might mean you can score some points if they do badly, but there are way more TBAs and 2024 or later games.
Or maybe they were thinking the same thing you were, that they want to score some.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah. And,
I do think at least for some of the ones that are TBA or 2024, people are expecting even if they come out, they won't necessarily be good.
yeah. But we can, we're going to get more obscure as we go down the list. So we'll probably be a bit quicker as we head through these.
Abatage is hope.
Another one I was one of the other ones I was looking at, which was Everdread's second pick, was Helldivers 2, which has a release date of Feb 8th. And the first game did quite well.
Yeah.
Even though it's like a co-op top-down shooter / twin sticky type game, which isn't necessarily always a big scorer as a genre. But
yeah,
I remember the first game did really well, and I was looking at this as, if Everdread hadn't picked it, I might have picked it as my third pick, actually.
Yeah, if it would have managed to make it that far, of course. This is the kind of game, I have no idea how much it appeals to me. Very Starship Troopers-esque game.
Yeah.
Looks fun. Not something I have a ton to say about. This is the kind of game where having a release date, I think, makes me feel more comfortable, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, and I think it will do well. Obviously, depends how much it'll do. But because in the grand scheme of these sorts of games, where there's a whole bunch of them that you can find, which you can play single player, but they're geared to be like a 4-player co-op, kind of isometric, clear the map of enemies game. Reminds me a bit of The Ascent, which was my game of the year that came out. So,
was it?
Obviously, The Ascent was amazing. I loved it. But there was a heavy focus on single player for The Ascent, though. Like you could play it co-op, but you didn't have to.
Oh, I'm thinking of a different game. Okay.
Yeah, The Ascent was this like cyberpunky, very gritty.
I see in like
top-down twin stick shooter kind of
interesting game. Honestly, it looks like.
I mean, it's also one of my favorite genres. So there you go.
I mean, it's good to get the to get the genre, to be appealing to the people who are interested in the genre. That's the word.
Yeah, totally. And I think that's where Helldivers kind of nails it. Like, for people who are into those sorts of games, they nail the formula, really. So
yeah,
I think it'll do really well.
Another code was something where I was thinking it would be more like a 4th round pick than a 2nd round pick.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Another Code, which was Pokepaw's second pick.
They're like it's 2005. That's as what these were like DS games that were really popular with like a certain subsection of people, and they were very big in Japan.
Okay.
But
I've heard the name, but yeah.
Yeah. They were like one of those cult classic kind of games, is how I'd put it. Some people really liked them. They were on the DS and the Wii and stuff. Some people not so much. They were never critical darlings.
Well, that might explain why Dragon counterpicked it.
Yeah. Like the second game never even released in North America.
Yeah, right. Okay. So it sounds like a bit of a gamble either way, really.
Yeah.
But it did release on January 19th, and we know that it has scored a 74.
Yeah.
Which isn't really great for Pokepaw, but isn't too bad for Dragon as well.
I think Dragon is happy with that counter pick. And it's a 73.5. It's only minus 3.5. I think in a counter pick, you're usually happy with that.
Yeah, and that's kind of like where I was coming from with my counter pick. Like, if it scores like under 75, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, that's how I felt with mine last year as well.
Yeah.
Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D, really excited if it ever comes out. We have heard like nothing about this game, have we?
Other than knowing what Dragon Quest is, I don't know anything.
I remember basically this got revealed. I forget where it was even revealed. And then like near the end of last year, they're like, yeah, it's coming along. It's like, I'm really excited for this game because damn, it looks good visually. But especially because as you know, I really like the Octopath Traveler games. It's like in that style.
Yeah.
But
well, and they do well, so
yeah, but absolutely no info, no idea when the hell this is gonna happen.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But again, it's one of those series that if it does come out, I'm sure it'll be fine.
I can see this like being particularly liked because Dragon Quest III, in terms of like RPG history, is like one of the major games.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
not much else to say about it, though. I don't think.
I'm very happy to see Gemini Johnson's next pick, which is Stalker 2: Heart of Chernobyl.
Yeah, this was a risk that paid off, in my opinion.
Well, when he drafted it, there was no release date, but since
Exactly.
then, it has been given the release date of September 5th.
Yes, and
So,
a big.
and we all know why Stalker's been delayed as well. So, for me personally, it's just kind of, I'm glad to see it having a release date and actually coming out
Yeah,
because,
so am I, because it seems like who knows what would happen with a whole war going
yeah,
on. Obviously,
yeah,
something
and
bigger than a video game, of course, but you know what I
well,
mean.
but you don't want these people to go out of business and have their game cancelled because of something like a war in their country. Like that would just be horrible.
Exactly,
I mean,
exactly.
there are plenty of horrible reasons, but that's definitely one of them. So,
I agree. And in fantasy critic terms, it means that a huge value, I think, being able to get this where they did,
yeah,
right?
I'd say so. Yeah, because I think all signs are pointing to points for that one.
I mean, the original, I don't remember how much it got, but didn't it score pretty well on?
I think the original did well, but the expansions slash DLCs slash whatever follow ups didn't do so well.
Probably scored an 82 on Metacritic. Still pretty good. I could see this doing quite well, especially as a second round pick.
Yeah, yeah, and I think because of the situation of it as well, it's going to get attention. It's going to get reviewed.
Yeah, definitely.
People are going to want to check it out, and I think even people. I don't mean to be a bit cynical, but I think maybe even people are going to be kinder to it and want to support it more because of the real life implications.
I mean, I feel like it's whether it should or shouldn't actually matter. It is easier to forgive, say, a game coming out buggy when people had to program in the middle of a war than just a publisher rushing it out early. You know what I mean?
And I don't even disagree with that. I'm like, yep, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah. So, overall, seems like a pretty solid choice. The no release date quickly worked out.
Yeah, I think that especially has kind of bumped it up a whole heap.
Yeah, I agree.
And Narb's next pick, which I thought was surprising to pick it as a second pick, was Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2.
Yeah. I mean,
has got a release date of September 9th. The first game only got like mid 70s ish.
it's God. What did the first one get? It's hard to sometimes search these Warhammer games.
On Metacritic, it got 76.
76. Wow, that's a bit small, short. Like,
But it got like reviews as low as 61. Someone gave it.
yeah. I
I
mean,
mean, this is way back in 2011, so there's been a lot of time. But
I definitely feel like there are worries with this game because, like, shit. What was the last game that these guys did? I'm thinking of.
I mean, I'm looking forward to Space Marine 2 very much as a player because I really enjoyed the first one.
If I recall, Saber Interactive, they've had some up and down, and they did just fuck up the Knights of the Old Republic remake.
That's true.
So there's definitely concern about potential quality here.
Yeah. Well, and I think even looking at the first game's scores, like if I remember correctly, the first game used Games for Windows Live as well, which always kind of hurts any game.
Yeah, I believe so.
And it was definitely around that era, but I played it much later on Steam.
I mean, one thing that's interesting to note, these aren't even the same developers.
Yeah, but to have it as like a sequel, I think kind of gets your hopes up if you like the first one. So
It does, but it does mean that you don't know if they're going to be just progressing from the first one, if it'll be very different. It's
yeah,
it's a bit different than like Tekken 8.
Well, and I think Warhammer as well is one of those series or IPs, I should say, not series, that because they give it to, they'll let anyone make a Warhammer game, which I think is a good thing because yes, you get a lot of crap, but you get a lot of good stuff too. But it can be a bit harder to predict because everyone can make a Warhammer game if you want to.
Honestly, my initial thought was this is a good pick, but when I look at it, I'm not sure how good of a pick this is.
That's what I mean. There's just too many question marks for me personally. Like, it's another one that if it hadn't been picked in the round 2, I might have picked in 3 or 4.
Yeah, I'm thinking this would have been better 3 or 4, especially because I just looked like most of the other Warhammer games that came out, they're all mid-70s.
Yeah, there's few that do really well.
Yeah, that's interesting, actually.
But that's one of the longest times we're going to have to wait to find out because it's due September 9th.
Yeah, 4 days after Stalker 2.
Yeah. And I think one of perhaps the latest release date that we had picked during the draft.
If it's not, it's close to it. Actually,
I think it definitely is.
yeah. I think the next game, which is Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, I think that has a good shot to score well, though.
Well, this is another one I have nothing to say about because I don't know. It's picked by Alex5101, and I've heard the name Grand Blue Fantasy, and that's about it.
I don't have too much to say about it, which means not necessarily going to. But it looks like an actually fairly interesting looking 3D action game for Grand Blue Fantasy, which normally is like a gotcha game. It looks nice visually. I don't think we've seen a ton of, super intense gameplay or whatever.
Yeah.
The fighting games for this, which are made by Arc System Works, scored well, but obviously that's, very different.
Yeah. Arc System Works kind of can do no wrong, really, can they?
Yeah, I mean, even DNF Duel, which died on arrival, still scored well critically.
Yeah. Well, fighting games are so funny like that, especially if they're not, the big names.
Yeah.
It's really hard to come in and get popularity, even if you are critically excellent.
Well, the funny thing is that's not what happened with DNF Duel.
Oh, okay.
It actually was reasonably popular on release, and then they just basically did not support it.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, to give you an idea, there was only in a modern day where, there's DLC packs for most fighting games instead of re-releasing the game 50 times. There's only 3 downloadable characters.
Yeah.
And I think they only came a year after release or some crap too. There's only a few patches, it was it almost felt like because Arc System Works has so many games, it just got forgotten about.
Well, that's the thing as well. Even though fighting games are hard to kind of break a new one, I guess, into popularity, there's always new ones coming out. So
yeah,
people often try.
I agree. I mean,
which is good because there are some great ones out there, but yeah, unfortunately, they're never going to be as mainstream as the big boys.
I mean, you never know. There's always room to break through. I feel like right now, fighting games very big right now.
Well, I think there's been some good ones lately that have really helped that. So
yeah, I'm also gonna say this.
Yeah.
The next game was one I was targeting pretty hard, and I think is going to be quite a good score, which is Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Really?
Yeah.
Because when Caffrell picked Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, I went, why did you do that for round 2?
Do you know how much the first Microsoft Flight Simulator scored?
I know, but I don't think it's coming out this year.
Why? I'm curious.
Because I guess it's obviously very much a unique perspective, maybe my own ignorance kind of thing, but I've seen barely anything about this game. All I've heard is that, maybe they're making one. It almost feels like an unannounced game to me.
That's fair.
So that's how much confidence I have in it, kind of thing. But I'm sure when it does come out, yes, it will do well. But then at the same time, I think it will get criticized because I feel like it'll just be... It depends on how much it iterates on the previous Flight Simulator game. The previous Flight Simulator game came out with the new Xbox consoles and kind of new generation of hardware.
Yeah.
And the distance between that game and the previous Flight Simulator game was big enough that it was it's a whole new world. It's completely next gen Flight Simulator.
I mean, the one before that was 2000.
Yeah. And this now is using, more realistic maps, bigger, better graphics, all this kind of stuff. And yeah, it's a marked order of magnitude different from the previous one. Whereas this next one, I feel like is just going to be, we added a few different planes and now it's a subscription service or something like that.
I mean, at least from what they've said, obviously we don't know. That doesn't sound like that would necessarily be the case. But one thing that's interesting when it comes to microtransactions is that they've said that stuff you purchase for the first game will work with this game, that you won't have to repurchase it.
Well, I think that kind of goes into it as well, where it feels like the train simulator series?
Yeah, not a ton, but in the sense I've heard of it.
But they've got $10,000 worth of DLC and stuff, if you want to buy all the trains and everything.
Yeah.
It feels like they're headed in that direction. And I'm not dissing Train Simulator because it's a really good game. It's like the train simulation game if you want one.
That large market.
Yeah, their release model, though, I think is interesting because I bought like Train Simulator 2012 when that was current, and I looked in my library last year sometime, and I've got Train Simulator 2022 or something, and I was like, how did that happen? And I looked at it, and basically they just update the same game every year, so you still retain everything you've got. They just change the name and add some more stuff on a yearly basis.
Yeah.
So Train Simulator 2020 is the same game as 2012. It's just been updated a little, kind of thing.
I get what you mean.
And for some weird reason, that's kind of where I feel like Flight Simulator is headed.
I don't know. It's hard to say because, like, when I read about what they're thinking of adding, career mode, a whole bunch of environmental features, like,
Yeah.
kind of, I don't know. It's the kind of thing, especially because the first game had technical issues. I feel like even if it's slightly stale, since that's almost no competition in what it's doing, it would still score well as long as it comes out.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's a weird one.
and the devs have been like, consistently putting out highly rated work for a while now too.
Yeah.
Which is always,
I don't know what it is about Flight Sim 2024 though. Something about it just doesn't sit right with me. But again, maybe I'm an idiot. Who knows?
I do feel like the biggest question mark is if it doesn't come out. I kind of felt like it would, but it didn't, it does not have a release date. It just says coming 2024 and is named Flight Simulator 2024. Because they could always just, all right, Flight Simulator 2025, baby.
Well, and I guess part of it is also knowing how Fantasy Critic kind of lists its dates and everything, because so there's some arguments on the Fantasy Critic Discord about whether something is, announced or unannounced, or does have a TBA date or a 2024 date or whatever.
Well, for what it's worth, in Microsoft Simulator 2024, they had a trailer and they said coming 2024.
Yeah. Well, and that's typically when you get a year or a window listed, it's because it's been mentioned in a trailer or something like that.
Yeah.
But that's why the site very, cleverly puts in brackets estimated next to it.
Right.
Because it's going, this is our best guess based on what we've been told, but who the hell knows, really?
I get what you mean.
And like, other games which say like summer of 2024 and stuff, that's obviously just from a trailer. And
right.
Yeah, and so fair enough. It's the best guess and everything, but I find even I don't know, something about Microsoft Simulator I just don't feel right about.
I think at minimum it has very high point potential for a second round pick.
Potentially, yeah.
That much I think can be agreed on. Now, if it'll reach that potential, there is more unknown.
Yeah.
But I was actually, I forget if I mentioned Discord, but when Careful picked, I was like, dang, I was thinking about that.
I think I remember you saying that, yeah.
Because I was like,
I think a couple of people were looking at it actually.
Because my thought was that, most people aren't going to think of Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's kind of, not the first thing that comes to mind.
But we're getting this is pick 25, and we're in midway through round 2 so far of 5.
Yeah.
So we're already getting into the picks where it's getting a bit weird.
Well, I remember Plucky Squire from last year.
Yeah, and it doesn't surprise me that R2 picked the Plucky Squire. It surprises me that it's their second pick.
Yeah, I mean...
But not when you put it in the context of how many picks we've had already, kind of thing.
Even then, I think it's a bit surprising. But...
Yeah.
I wonder who picked it last year.
I think it got dropped if it was.
Yeah, I'd have to probably go try to find the other document that would say. But, I mean...
Look in the history.
The game is visually very good looking.
So Clumsy Penguin super dropped Plucky Squire.
All right, so
last year.
Because I was curious for a moment if it was the same person. It's not.
Yeah, Clumsy drafted it and then super dropped it later in the year, and then went on to win the league. So
I wonder why they they probably ran out of regular drops, so they had to super drop it.
Yeah, and because it wasn't coming out,
But
as opposed to just picking up other games or whatever.
I mean, Plucky Squire has the vibes of being a high-scoring Devolver Digital game if it actually comes out, but who knows?
Well, I think I said this last year as well. Like, being a Devolver Digital game kind of puts it in good stead for me anyway, because they tend to publish stuff that does well.
Yeah, they tend to publish stuff that does well. Game has a very striking visual style, 2D art, like very hand-drawn looking art, and then like Legend, Link's Awakening remake 3D when you go outside of that.
Yeah, it looks cool, definitely. I think to me the risk with Plucky Squire is because it's got an estimated release date, but also it's one of those little indie games that it could go either way,
Right.
even if it looks cool.
I mean,
But I think being a Devolver game kind of supports it.
I believe you mentioned last year that like the trailer does not necessarily show what you do, so to speak, to an extent. So there's
Yeah, that's the bit that kind of didn't really sell it for me because I was like, I'm not quite sure what the game is. It looks cool, but
to me.
I'm not sure what I'd be doing.
To me, it was like it's like an adventure game kind of thing.
Yeah, you can make guesses as well, and like
Yeah.
and there's probably more these days than there was last year. But
Not really.
yeah,
There really haven't been any new trailers or anything.
no, oh, okay,
Or at least when I looked it up on YouTube.
yeah. I mean, I haven't seen anything about it, but
Yeah.
like I say, that doesn't mean anything.
I mean, yeah. The Mario versus Donkey Kong remake.
Yeah, Matt's second pick, which I had on my list because, again, it's a Mario game that I feel like could do quite well. Although, when I looked up Mario vs. Donkey Kong, I seem to remember it wasn't like a massive scorer or anything.
No, it wasn't.
Or the series,
Well,
anyway.
a key thing with the series is so Mario versus Donkey Kong kind of spun off from Donkey Kong 1994 on the Game Boy.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong 1994 was like a huge expansion of the original arcade game. It had like the same style, but it had 100 levels. And then Mario vs. Donkey Kong did like the whole mini Mario puzzles kind of stuff. Or no, it did have the mini Mario stuff, but it was like that same kind of Mario puzzle game. And then the next one, they introduced mini Mario puzzles, and that like completely took over the franchise.
Yeah.
But this is kind of a remake of the game from before it got taken over.
Yeah.
I kind of view this as like a high ceiling or high floor, low ceiling pick. I'd be surprised if this doesn't score well. I'd be surprised if it scored amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and that's where, rather than just assuming that, oh, it says Mario and Donkey Kong in the title, so it's going to do well, I actually do remember Googling it a little bit and saying, oh, yeah, let's see what the previous game scored and stuff and what the reception was.
Yeah.
And because it is quite different, and I think in the series, it became like amiibos and stuff with mini Mario.
Yeah. There was an amiibo challenge on, I want to say 3DS.
Yeah. And just overall, it didn't sound as exciting as other Mario games, to put it that way.
It's a very specific kind of game, is how I'd put it. It's not as general as some other Mario games.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's got as mass appeal kind of thing. But I'm sure it still does, don't get me wrong. But yeah, not quite as much hype as, say, other Nintendo titles.
My prediction is that it falls somewhere in the 78 to 82 range.
Yeah.
Which,
whereas Little Nightmares 3...
was this even really, like, announced?
Yeah, I've heard about it, but Little Nightmares 3 I feel like is definitely a will it come out game.
Pretty much. Like, when this was picked, I didn't even realize Little Nightmares 3 had been announced.
Yeah, Bohemia picked this one for their second pick. The first two games, I played them both. They're excellent. I don't really see a problem with this as a pick. It's more the release date really is the only thing that I think is a question mark.
Yeah. I mean, second one scored an 82. First one scored a 79, so it's going up, if anything. To me, like, just does it come out?
Yeah.
To me.
And it's the kind of indie game where if it did get pushed back, that would be totally reasonable and not a problem. So I feel like they would do that if they needed to.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, it can pretty much come out whenever it wants.
I guess
and the people who are into it are going to get it.
Something interesting that I obviously didn't know. I guess they did release an 18-minute gameplay trailer about 2 months ago.
That sounds familiar, actually, yeah.
So that does... When I see, like, longer gameplay trailers, that does make me a bit more confident. Although it does say pre-alpha gameplay footage in the top left, so...
Yeah, sometimes I feel like they just say that, though, so that you don't get too critical too early.
Yeah, they're just... and it covers their asses in case of lawsuits.
That's what I mean, yeah. And because we've all, there have been plenty of trailers which promise more than we've seen, so...
We all remember Aliens Colonial Marines.
Yeah, and I'm thinking Watch Dogs, I'm thinking... what was that? No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
All these ones with, like, famously misleading trailers.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think Little Nightmares 3 though is a good pick and seems to be coming out, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it was delayed.
I agree. Also, I honestly have no idea if anything what to say about Rise of the Golden Idol.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to quickly Google it, but I'm assuming it's a sequel to another Golden Idol game, which did very well.
Maybe.
It's like a point and click adventure, I think.
It does say the award-winning Detective Saga returns.
Yeah, Case of the Golden Idol is the previous one I was thinking of.
All right.
And that one, I think, did quite well.
87.
I had this on my watch list.
Jeez.
Yeah, like it's a very well. I haven't played it, but I definitely want to because
Yeah, I hadn't
it's
even
very
heard
well
of
regarded.
That is quite well regarded. I suppose the only question is, this released only 2 years ago. Will it come out?
I feel like it would because the first one kind of got released, did really well, and then they started working on this one. So
It also looks like the kind of game where, like a big 3D open world requires more resources in this kind of game. So that makes developing in 2 years more reasonable.
Yeah, but I feel like, again, I haven't played it, but the first one being so well received, like almost stupidly well received, like it did really well, kind of gives me hope for this one. And I think Clumsy Penguin is right to pick it, really. So,
I think as long as you think it's going to come out, then considering how well it did the first time, and like the trailer, has this very unique art style kind of thing, that it makes a lot of sense.
Well, it's kind of, and it's one of those games where it's quote unquote a bit of a little indie game, but it's done so well for what it is. Like to get 87 on OpenCritic as a kind of little obscure adventure game, is pretty good, I reckon.
I agree.
So yeah, I'm excited to see that one come out. I really want to play the first one though.
Maybe the new one existing will be an excuse to play the old one.
Exactly. Scarlet Kitsune's second pick, Visions of Mana.
Yeah.
That's the like spiritual successor or something?
No, it is not a spiritual successor. It is actually in the Mana series.
It's actually part. Okay,
it's
cool.
Square Enix everything. It's the first one in like 17 years or something that's a new entry and not just like a remake.
Right. Cool. That sounds good.
You
Sounds
know,
promising.
There wasn't any gameplay trailer at the time. Looking it up, they just released a gameplay trailer yesterday, funny enough. But I was actually going to pick this one and try to get Eden Chronicles in round 3 until I got sniped by Scarlet Kitsune.
Yeah.
Because, this is one of those games, it definitely has room to be bad, but man, I'm excited for it. And it at least looks good.
Yeah.
So
again, it's not one I know anything about or have really any interest in. So,
great.
But I know the Mana series as being what they are in classic and all that stuff. So
yeah, and if I recall, actually, I'm not gonna be curious. How did the Trials of Mana reboot do on OpenCritic? 75. And considering that's like a remake of a game from the 90s that had issues back then, I could see like a all new experience that doesn't have to deal with that be higher.
Yeah, totally. Definitely potential with that one, I think. And it's got that summer of 2024 release window, so it's a little bit more specific than just the year.
Yeah, it's more specific. And I'll also say, like it would fit the like timeline because like Trials of Mana reboot was 2020. So like they go from that, they start working on this, takes about 3 to 4 years. The fact that, like I said, after the draft, there's now a gameplay reveal trailer kind of thing makes me more confident it'll probably come out too.
Yeah, totally. That only supports it, really, doesn't it? So
yeah, so good for Scarlet.
Yeah, and your second pick?
Yeah, Euden Chronicles.
you can say it. I don't even know how to pronounce that.
I believe it's just Euden. Euden Chronicles 100 Heroes.
Okie dokie. Again, I know nothing about this, so
basically, have you ever heard of Suikoden, like you were saying?
Oh yeah, we were talking about before. Like I call it Suikoden. Yeah.
Yeah. The same developer who made those has left like Konami and stuff. This is now the studio he made, and he's basically
Oh, okay.
he kickstarted a spiritual successor. It's been in development for a few years now, and this
Gotcha.
it's meant to be like a Suikoden spiritual successor.
Yeah, sounds promising.
Yeah, it looks fairly nice visually too. Like obviously considering that's not like a triple A game or whatever,
Yep.
but it's got that nice blend of like somewhat 3D sprite style. I wouldn't say it's like the full HD 2D of like an Octopath Traveler, but
Right.
adding more dynamic sprites, kind of blending pre-rendered background styles with more 3D styles, stuff like that.
Cool.
I'm
Yeah,
excited
sounds
for it. I
promising.
don't know if it will necessarily score as high as I hope, but after Visions of Mana went out, I was like, I this is one of the few games where I actually know the developer in any way outside of them existing. So
Yeah, that's
it'll be
cool.
a fun thing.
Oh, that's right. This is the one where you said, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
Seems so long ago already.
And
But
it looks good in my opinion.
yeah, awesome. I mean, yeah, it sounds like it's got a good pedigree behind it, and
I
you
kind
know,
I kind of wondered if somebody was going to counterpick it, but fortunately no one did.
well, it's got that sweet release date of April 23rd, so
Yeah.
that helps.
Because they released like an action RPG spin-off that did not score super highly on OpenCritic. For
Right.
me, since it was just they even said they're like, it's going to be a smaller game, action RPG spin-off kind of thing. I'm not as concerned about that,
Yep.
but could be a bad sign.
No, sounds reasonable to me, considering I don't know anything about it. So, you know,
Well, do you know anything about the next
uh,
game?
I know that Earthblade, which is Lowe's second pick, is same devs as Celeste and Towerfall,
Yep. And I mean, doesn't
which
that kind of just say
have done very
everything?
well. It looks like more of the same, and to be honest, if it is, I'm sure it'll probably do quite well anyway.
It's apparently a Metroidvania, and I mean, a
Yeah.
Metroidvania plus Celeste sounds pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah. So, we already know they can do type platformers with cool graphics, and it looks like another type platformer with cool graphics.
Yeah. I imagine for this one, the question is indeed the release date kind of thing.
Yeah,
Because, like, this got revealed
definitely.
like 2 years ago, has not really been much, if any, info after that. But
Yeah.
you get Celeste game developer working on type platformer that comes out. That's good. That's good shit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not really my kind of thing personally, but I think it's got the promise of it being a good developer doing more of what they do best. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's the kind of thing where you can definitely see the critical appeal.
Yeah, definitely. Similarly, like Hades 2, which was EMOS's second pick, my big thing with Hades 2 is obviously the release date,
Yeah.
because it's listed as 2024 or later.
Yeah. I feel like I'd be very surprised if this came out.
Yeah. I think obviously it's Supergiant, it's Hades 2, it's going to be a good game probably regardless.
I mean,
But
you can at least
yeah.
feel confident in it. Even if it's bad, you can't be like, "Ah, man, I should have seen this coming." It would just
Yeah.
be unfortunate.
It's a solid prediction, I'd say, if it does come out.
Yep. I
But
will.
yeah,
I will say, looking at it, if it released this year, it would fit in with their release schedule since they first existed.
it's about on par for how often they bring something out. I wonder though, because I feel like Hades 2 is like Hades, I think is probably their biggest, most successful game to date.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
so I kind of feel like they're going to spend a bit more effort on Hades 2 and really, take the time if they need to, kind of thing.
Well, the thing that might be worrying is that they've said it's going to go to early access.
Well, that too, yeah.
Like, is it going to just be stuck in early access for the whole year?
Yeah, I mean, even if it does come out, it might not even get reviewed. So
Exactly.
that's something to be thinking about, I guess.
I mean, if I recall, that happened with the game last year.
I know Sons of the Forest was set to release normally, but then when it came out, they said, "Oh, actually, it's in early access."
Oh yeah,
So it never
yeah,
ended up getting scored properly.
yeah, and it had to be traded and dropped because
Yeah,
well.
it was a bit of a shit show. Because I think as well as a weird one, like they didn't officially ever call it early access, but the devs kept saying, no, it's actually early access, even though we haven't listed it as early access. So I don't know.
It
It
was
was a weird one.
it was definitely a bit weird. I agree.
But that happens every now and then. There's always, even games you think are going to come out last minute will come out early access because they've decided
Yeah.
we need to get some money, but we're not quite finished.
I mean, in the end, Hades won 90 for an open critic. Even if there's a
Yeah.
slight drop off, if it comes out, lots of potential.
Yeah, I think it'll do great. It's definitely the release, which is the questionable bit.
Pretty much. Nine Souls, I remember as a game I was interested in last year, but it never came out.
Yeah, it was one of those ones that I think got drafted but then dropped.
Yeah, I believe so.
Because it looked cool but then got delayed, and it's like it's billed as like an action platformer. I remember I played the demo.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really my kind of thing.
Right.
But that's not saying it's bad because, it's a 2D platformer, so
yeah,
it's already up against it for me anyway.
Like you said with Earthblade, where
yeah,
not necessarily my kind of thing, but you can understand the appeal for other people.
Yeah, like I couldn't retire Celeste quick enough.
Yeah,
but
Celeste is
I can
very
see why
demanding.
people adore that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so not my jam, but I can totally see why people love it. So at least there's that. But yeah, Nine Souls, I think I can see why people are interested in it. I question if it's going to satisfy on the combat front.
Yeah.
Because even though it looks cool and it looks like a stylish, platform or whatever, when I played the demo, the combat was a bit, because that's pretty much what intrigued me into playing it and kind of also let me down. I was like, this isn't as fun as I thought it would be. See you later.
It drew you in with the visuals, but it didn't keep you drawn with the gameplay.
Well, and if I like a 2D action platformer, it's usually because it's got fun combat. Not necessarily good combat, but fun combat.
Yeah, there's a difference between being good and being fun. But if something's fun, ain't that sometimes what matters?
Well, like there was a game called oh goodness me, I can't remember what it's called now. Blade something, I think. And it was an action platformer.
It's not Blade Kin, right?
No.
Okay.
I just want to look it up real quick. So I want to give it a shout out.
That's a random game I actually remember that's like an action-y kind of thing.
Yeah. I think it was Blade something. Let me just quick look at my completions on How Long to Beat. Bladed Fury is the game. I really enjoyed that game. It was so much fun. The graphics were so awesome. The style was just amazing. Combat was quite simple, but lots and lots of fun.
And sometimes that's what matters.
And that's what I mean. It wasn't great. Like it was a very basic kind of combo system.
But it was enough.
But it was enough to keep you going, and the enemies were varied enough to kind of make it interesting. And I had a blast with that game, and it was quite short, so it didn't outstay its welcome. So I kind of hope that Nine Souls ends up being like that. Even if it has better combat, I hope it's still enjoyable and not too technical. But even if it's still simple combat, I'd like to see it still be a lot of fun and, stick with the great aesthetic, which you can see in the trailers. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, that's what drew me.
But
just a question of if the combat matches up. I can vibe with that.
Yeah, so yeah, I'd be interested to see how it goes, but it's not really top of my radar personally.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I think the next game we have is also another game in the You Will Release series.
Yeah, so Nine Souls was obviously Dragon H's second pick because we're back up to the top, and as we go into round 3, he gets the first pick of round 3 and chose Rift of the Necrodancer. And I know Dragon is a fan of the Necrodancer series anyway, so I feel like this was kind of a bit of a passion pick too. Yeah. But if it does come out, I can see it doing well. So
I mean, the first Crypt of the Necrodancer got an 87. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which is great for a third round if you think about it that way.
It's really good. Even if it drops off to like in, 83, that would still be quite good for a third round. All matter if it comes out.
Like I think we're going to be saying that a lot for the rest of the games on the draft.
Well, hey, that'll help make it so that you don't have as much video to edit.
Yeah, the more unannounced stuff or less footage, the easier it will be. But I don't see a problem with Rift of the Necrodancer. I think it's a good third round pick.
Yeah, I think it's very solid, high reward, modest risk kind of thing. Nobody really wants to counter pick it, but so you can drop it if you have to. Animal Well.
And Emo. Sorry. Yeah, Emo-esque's third pick. No, go for it.
Animal Well was a game when I first saw the name, I thought I'd never heard of it. And I looked at the trailer and I realized I had seen it. I just forgot the name.
I had the exact same experience.
Because it got drafted last year.
Yeah.
So.
And it looks interesting.
Yeah. It got very old school sprite style. Looks fun.
But yeah, it's got a kind of cool neonish color palette with pixelated-y, spritey, 2D platformy looking stuff.
Yeah, I'd agree. Kind of like like a lot of retro games with the Pixar style. You see the 16-bit, you see the NES. This is
Yeah.
like I don't know what it's called, but I recognize it. Like ASCII almost.
Yeah. Oh, ASCII art. Like, yeah.
I don't remember the pronunciation. It's almost got like that kind of vibe in the way.
Well, I don't know if I'm right, but I always say ASCII for that. But yeah,
I
no, it looks quite striking. Again, like Nine Souls, it's got that kind of standout graphic style.
yeah.
But again, it doesn't really look like much I'm going to be interested in. So
If nothing else, they did say early 2024 last year, so it doesn't seem like it's on the way to be delayed.
yeah, I mean, the Steam page still says to be announced, which, maybe they just haven't updated it. I've seen games that don't update their Steam page anyway,
Yeah.
even when they do have a date. So, but I think that would be quite. Despite my own lack of interest, I really feel like this could go either way.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like hard.
This could easily be a 60, but it could easily be like an 80.
Yeah, and the developer doesn't have anything else, at least on Steam, that I can see.
Yeah.
Even the publisher hasn't published anything else on Steam. So, and that's not to say it's bad. It's just less sure.
I get exactly what you mean.
Yeah. Like I'm all for new devs and new people coming out with their first thing being good. But
We might even say that
yeah.
we quite like it.
Well, and the trailer looks cool. That's what I mean. I can see the appeal. Just it's one of those games as well where the graphics look striking when you look at screenshots, but if you look at the trailer and see it in motion, it actually looks 10 times better.
I agree.
In my
I
opinion,
agree.
because the animation is actually very smooth and tight.
Yeah. And
So
the animation really brings it to life in a way.
Absolutely, yeah. There's lots of details in there which you wouldn't necessarily expect. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's Animal Well.
For
I actually thought.
Oh, no, go
Yeah,
on.
go on.
I was gonna say for Leo's third round pick is a game I think we were both looking at, it sounded like to me, and one I was gonna pick, which is Homeworld
Yeah,
3.
I would have. If no one had picked this in round 3, I definitely would have picked it.
Yeah, I was
Um,
really interested in this.
I mean, the Homeworld series, for starters, has good history of scores.
Yeah, definitely.
Even though it's been a long time and different kinds of development and all that kind of stuff. But as a series, it's if they don't fuck it up too much, it should score pretty well.
I agree.
And it has a release date for March 8th,
As a
which is,
release
again,
date,
another plus.
it looks good. I think it looks like when I've seen the trailers. Although
Yeah.
I will never forget, so Homeworld 3 was revealed at one of the last E3s before E3 stopped existing.
Yeah.
And the was it Ubisoft? Who is it? I don't remember. Whoever's conference it was, like 3 times during the conference, they're like, Homeworld 3 is now in development. And it's like,
And really cashing in on it a bit, were they?
yeah, it was like, And there was like an interview with someone every time too, like a like a 2-minute interview where they talked about Homeworld's history, and then
Well, I mean, in the grand scheme of real time strategies, like Homeworld is in there.
I agree.
It's an
It was
important title.
It was more the fact they did it 3 times.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of miss those Ubisoft press conferences because they're always a bit silly.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just miss E3 in general, even if I get why it died.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, I think Homeworld 3 is probably the strongest round 3 pick in the list for me personally, because I would have picked it if it was available.
I'd say it's first or second.
Yeah.
I think Mina the Howler is also quite a strong pick.
Yeah, see, to me, that's not coming out.
I definitely.
But we'll get to that.
Yeah. Mine was the next pick.
Yeah, tell me about Penny's Big Breakaway, which I know nothing about.
Well, I talked about a bit earlier, but
yeah,
3D platformer, very heavily based on the earliest 3D Sega era, I would say. Like Nights into Dreams, not like Sonic per se, but that kind of style.
Yeah.
I was really excited when this was another one that appeared in a direct. They have like cute 2D animated cutscenes. Gameplay is like 3D speed platformer, and it's made by the Sonic Mania devs. And
Yep.
That kind of was like the thing that made me think, all right, this seems like a good thing to
Yeah.
invest in because Sonic
Yeah, they've got
Mania,
a good history.
yeah, Sonic Mania is pretty strong. This is like their first one where they're not making it with Sega because before they've made like Sonic games.
Yeah.
Uh, Really not much else to say. Just a really good looking platforming game made by the Sonic Mania devs. Just has a lot of charm.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think with that history, it sounds definitely promising.
Yeah. And when it got revealed, it was a fairly now I guess I don't know if I'd say chunky, but like the most of the trailer is gameplay, which made me more
Yeah. Cool.
confident it might release. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's always a good thing.
And like,
uh,
and like I said, when I was picking it, I forgot that we didn't have to pick a flex in the draft.
yeah, that's right. But still, I think from what I've learned about it now, I think it's sounds like a decent enough pick either way.
I mean, it was a game when it got announced. I was like, "Oh shit, this looks so cool!" So I'm definitely not
Nice.
displeased to have it because if it comes out, I'm investing in a game
Yeah.
I liked. I think also has a lot of potential point value.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think everyone knows that I like to pick games just because I want to, not necessarily for critical reasons.
Yeah,
Sometimes just because it just makes the league fun. But
the big
it's always good to have a game that you're invested in as well as potentially going to do well. So
exactly. I'll say one big thing too. This also relates to draft strategy. Is I
yeah.
almost picked Under Night in Birth, and I would have picked it if I remembered that you didn't have to draft the flex. But instead, I was like, I'll get my flex now. And since that game is like an under the radar fighter, maybe people won't pick it on again in the fourth round, which turned out to be slightly optimistic, but not as optimistic as I thought.
Yeah, that's another one I know zero about. So again, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But Scarlet Kitsune's next pick was Shantae Advance Risky Revolution,
Yep.
and again, don't know much about it other than I know the Shantae series, obviously, of platformers, which I know are pretty highly regarded.
Yeah. This is a very interesting game to exist. As
Why is that?
this was originally developed for the Game Boy Advance and never released.
Oh, okay.
And they're like slightly remaking it, I think, and fixing it and releasing it. It's like a game
Right.
from like 20 years ago that's coming out.
Cool.
And that's why the art style, if you like look up the trailer, is so Game Boy Advance outside of like the portraits they use. So kind of interesting because it definitely like how will it review when obviously it is a game originally built for a very different era.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's
I
cool.
imagine that's why Leo picked it up as a counter pick post draft.
Yeah, that's my expectation as well.
Yeah, because that does sound like it's wobbly enough to be questionable.
Yeah. The biggest risk with the counter pick is probably just Shantae games usually score solidly, but sometimes they do score more like
Yeah,
mid 70s. So
yeah, but I feel like the series as a whole is kind of like they've got a pretty good track record.
yeah, like over the past 3 games, 81, 81, 75.
Yeah,
Now it is perhaps concerning the 75 was the most recent one, but
but
you know,
still
yeah,
reasonable pick, I think.
I'd agree.
Clumsy Penguin's next pick, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes,
A game which I
also just has a 2024 estimated date.
is also a game where I pretty much only remember it because the name.
Well, and it's on my radar because it's published by Annapurna Interactive,
Oh yeah, that's
who, yeah, they're one of those publishers that if they publish something, I pay attention because I tend to enjoy most of their games.
yeah, very
So,
Devolver Digital esque, if you know what I mean.
yeah, they've got a style that they stick with, kind of thing. Like, I feel like a lot of their games, if you like one, you'll probably like many of their other games
Yeah.
because they tend to do something a bit different, a bit weird, quite indie.
Yeah, definitely
And
definitely very weird, very indie, I'd agree with that.
score wise, though, I think, yeah, who knows?
I mean, the only thing I know about this game is that I looked up like when it got picked and stuff because it got picked last year too, I believe.
Yeah.
The trailers really tell you fucking nothing.
That's what I mean. It's one of those weird kind of mystery games where it looks interesting and it looks stylish and cool, but if it got like a 65, I wouldn't be surprised just based on what I'm seeing. You know?
Exactly. I completely
But
agree.
then if it got a 90, I also wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, this is very feast. This is very could go anywhere game if it even releases.
Yeah. I will say because it is an Annapurna game, it was on my radar.
I mean,
So I might have picked it if Clumsy didn't.
well, it doesn't have a release date though.
Well, exactly. I still would have picked Homeworld 3 over this.
Oh, definitely.
It's more of a sure thing with a release date. So, and I just was checking before as well, and Clumsy Penguin being our second time carryover champ, picked all games that did not have release dates.
Oh, you're right. Actually, not a single game with a release date.
No, everything they picked is estimated at best. It's got like a Metaphor Refantasio has fall 2024.
In fact, looking at
The rest
they're
are
the
just
only one who picks nothing with a release date.
yeah. They're the only publisher who did not have any release dates picked during the draft, which is interesting. But
Well, I mean, last
knows?
year they won only having like one drafted game.
This is what I mean. I'm not doubting Clumsy Penguin at all. They've won 2 years in a row, and last year was definitely, come as we discussed in September, they were down the bottom, but managed to pick up a whole bunch of games that made them win the whole year. So
Yeah, they did really good navigating a lot of those value games, plus having Tears of the
yeah, that
Kingdom to like keep them in it.
and that random kind of comeback story that we were talking about came true, and they ended up winning. So
Yeah, it was wild.
I'm not doubting the fact that they've picked all stuff with no release dates because hey, if anyone can do it at the moment, it looks like Clumsy can.
Yeah,
So
just got picking Asgard's Wrath 2 out,
But yeah, it'll be an interesting one to watch. I think like Lorelei and the Laser Eyes can, like we said, it's just so unknown because the developer hasn't done anything else, and it just looks weird enough that it could go very much either way.
Yeah. Then there's Mother Crab's Treasure, which
Yeah,
looks like a charming game, but also like it could easily score like 60.
I considered counterpicking this one actually.
Yeah, I could see the counterpick potential.
It was one of the options on my list because it looks like cute and everything, but it doesn't necessarily look like it's got. At first glance, it doesn't look like it's got heaps of promise to be have a lot of depth.
Like, exactly, definitely, I would agree with that kind of vibe.
Like it looks like it could be fun and everything, but I wonder if it'll outstay its welcome really quickly.
Yeah, I can believe that. Definitely a cute looking game, but
Yeah, and the tags are like Souls-like dark humor 3D platformer.
yeah,
I'm like, okay.
and it's only like their second game. What's the other game they did?
uh,
They're apparently called Aggro Crab.
Going Under, which again looks really stylish and cool.
Didn't have
It's a satirical dungeon crawler about exploring
Okay.
the cursed ruins of failed tech
for what
startups.
it's worth, it got an 81 on Open Critic.
Yeah.
So does suggest the devs might have legs.
Yeah. But yeah, weird little crab undersea Souls-like game.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see how it goes.
Shell is like.
Exactly. But don't really have much else to say about that other than I don't know enough to really say much more at all.
Yeah. Now the next one you did have something to say earlier. So
well, yeah, Matt picked Jurassic Park Survival, which is TBA.
Yeah.
On the release date, which is even worse than 2024 in my mind. And partly why I was thinking about counterpicking it.
Yeah, like this is a game I forgot even existed.
Well, and I feel like it again, like I have seen some stuff about how it's not looking great in the bits that people have seen, and it's quite questionable like what the end game is actually going to be. And yeah, I just don't have heaps of confidence.
Right,
it looks like it could be cool.
Just
like
looking
everything.
at the trailer from last month, it shows fucking nothing.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the worry is that it's too early to really tell, but it also, because it's trying to be like more of a kind of action game or something, like it's not Jurassic Park Evolution, which was like a management game. It's not like the Telltale Jurassic Parks or anything, which, we've all seen how those work.
Yeah. It's not even like the one Jurassic Park game that inspired Half-Life.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like almost they're trying to even do a bit of a a Turok kind of vibe, but a Jurassic Park themed one.
Well, there's no guns or anything that I can see.
Yeah, it seems like more of a well, it's in the title, but like a survival kind of game.
Yeah, it's weird. Like the only gameplay they show in the trailer from last month is jumping and sneaking.
Well, in the wiki it says gameplay was described as being similar to the Tomb Raider games,
Interesting.
which seems to be kind of what it is.
Seems a bit
They've
at
also
odds with
described
a
the goal.
Jurassic Park game, but let them cook.
Well, they've described the goal of the game as Die Hard meets Jurassic Park, which is a weird comparison in my mind.
Sounds like it could be fun, but it could be horrible.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of like a bit of survival horror, bit of action adventure, but
Isn't Die Hard meets Jurassic Park just Dino Crisis?
yeah, that's what I would have thought. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of it. I mean, it's you feel like a broken record doing this all the time, but yes, it looks like it could be really cool if you just let your imagination run wild.
I would say this.
But
I would say this one compared to most does not feel like it has a lot going for it, though.
yeah, there's not a lot that's happened that kind of makes me feel confident about it.
Yeah,
It's one of those, even as a purely just for my own interest, it's like, yeah, I'll wait until we see more.
exactly. Because it looks like there's a lot of room for that to be bad.
Yeah. So I think, now counterpicked it, and I think it's a fair enough counterpick because
Yeah,
I was thinking about
I
it
would
as
say
well.
that's
So
a good counter pick.
yeah. Even where is it? I mean, it got 56% counterpicked on Fantasy Critic, which is,
Pretty
up
high,
there.
yeah. Makes sense.
But yeah. R2D2's next pick, Mina the Hollower, which we've mentioned a few times, and I think it's been picked a few times throughout the years as well, but keeps getting delayed or,
Yeah,
not delayed so much. I don't think it's ever really had a release date.
I think it's only been picked
So
once because it was only announced 2 years ago.
right. Actually, I think maybe I played a demo of it. That's what I'm thinking of.
That might be because I believe they did release like a short demo.
Let me have a look on the Steam.
This game looks so good, though.
No, I definitely have not played a demo of this game.
Alright.
Thinking of something else. But yeah, this does not look like my kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, it's big Game Boy Color vibe, and I doubt you had a Game Boy Color.
No, I never had my own, but I used to play a friend's Game Boy a lot, like
Oh, that's cool.
when they were current when I was in school
That's
back
cool.
in the day when I was a young whippersnapper. But it was funny actually, just as a little tangent, when I was in school and Game Boys were current, they were very expensive, so only like one or two people had one. But another friend had a Sega, was it the Game Gear?
Game Gear.
Which had a smaller screen, but it was a color screen.
Yeah, that's right.
And it had like a rally game on it that was just like, it was the hot shit at the time. And basically, whenever he brought his Sega Game Gear, everyone's like, screw the Game Boy, let's play the Sega. Because it's in color and,
The one school where the Game Gear reigns supreme.
Yeah.
I mean, just as a quick aside, not to go on a long tangent, I've always thought one of Sega's big mistakes was not making a sequel to the Game Gear.
Yeah.
Because you could have put the resources on like the 32X and like, oh, we want to make new console stuff waiting for the Saturn. We'll make a new handheld.
Yeah, I think unfortunately that's just, I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight, but I think Sega just got the wrong end of the console wars against Nintendo. So
I mean, there's definitely a whole bunch of stuff, but the Game Boy handhelds were such a nice market,
Yeah, well, and I think other than Nintendo, no one really managed to, do enough to make it viable. Like even Vita and stuff, which I would say is arguably a much better system. Even that didn't really succeed as much as it should have or could have.
The first PSP did. Vita, not so much.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the original Games Gear still sold 11 million, and if I recall, was a profit.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's Game Boys, though.
Mina the Hollower, if this releases, I think it's in like a 90.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely got a lot of hype for it, so I feel like I'm just not in touch with this sort of game because it's so not my kind of thing. So
yeah, I mean, the big question is just if it releases this year. I kind of think it will now that I realize it was an extra year, but it could easily be delayed to next year, and I wouldn't bat an eye.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's still got that TBA release date, which
I guess technically it wouldn't be delayed, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. But it'll be interesting to see how it does as well, because I do wonder about these sorts of games which kind of lean on retro styles and things so hard.
I mean, that's true,
Because
but just from like,
there's definitely an audience for it, but yeah.
I feel like just from watching the trailer, I think a key thing that the trailer shows that I always look for in these kind of things is that it looks like there's an evolution.
Yes.
It looks like it's
Yes, they're not just mimicking the same thing.
exactly. It looks like it's very much just trying to be its own thing with like a Game Boy Color aesthetic, and not just all right. Here's game like you remember when you were a kid.
Yeah, no, it definitely looks more fluid and detailed and all that kind of thing. So, yeah, cool. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, if that comes out, it'll probably do well. Much like I think World of Goo 2, which I believe got announced during the Game Awards last year.
It did. I remember because this is kind of weird, but I've mentioned that I'm in the Smash Brothers fake moveset making community thing.
Yes.
And there was a moveset like a decade ago when World of Goo first came out for the Goos. And then
That's
somebody
cool.
made a recent one like 2 years ago too. So when World of Goo 2 was shown, I was like, oh shit, it's the Goos. I remember them.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it's basically the first game is a solid puzzle game. I remember it came out around the time of which I've spoken about before on like the other podcast and maybe on here, I can't remember. Like the era of indie games becoming little darling popular
yeah,
things
like that
in the
Xbox
2000s.
Live WiiWare era.
Yeah, well, even before then, like I'm thinking more like even earlier 2000s or something. I can't remember when World of Goo came out, but I remember it being part of that flood of good quality and really good indie games
World of
getting more
Goo
attention.
came out in 2008.
Yeah, so it would have been closer to the console surge.
Yeah,
Um,
it was released first on the Wii.
really? Like even before PC?
Okay, actually, day and date with PC. They were both October 15th.
Okay.
Uh,
No, that's interesting though. That's good. I can see it being a Wii game because yeah,
it's got that
the way the gameplay
WiiWare
works with
vibe.
like yeah, I can see that working well actually with the motion controls.
Yeah, that's
But
interesting.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen anything about World of Good 2. Like I didn't watch the Game Awards. I just kind of read about what won what.
I
But
can link you the trailer. It mostly looks like more World of Goo.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about even because I'm worried about how much can they advance it because it was pretty straightforward in the first place.
I think one thing that
And
might help them is that World of Goo has not existed for so long.
yeah, and it does,
I mean, there's not
it
that.
actually looks very similar.
Yeah, I mean, there's not that many like liquid physics puzzle games, right?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like it can get
Well, and
away
yeah,
with like some novelty factor.
it's very much in that era of physics-based puzzles where, weight and balance and everything is central to everything you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, even just
And
looking at the animations, you can get the vibe of that era.
yeah. Well, and this seems to be the same mob World of Goo. Is it the same developer as like whatchamacallit? Yeah, the Tomorrow Corporation collection. Okay. So
Interesting.
the people who did like Little Inferno and 7 Billion Humans, if you know those games, and Human Resource Machine, seems to be the same publisher, if not same developer.
Well, this
'Cause it's
developer
got
is the same person as the first one I just looked up, 2D Boy.
yeah, and 2D Boy also did. Okay, no, they didn't do. I think they're involved, but they
It looks like
because some of the animations in there have the same characters and things.
it looks
Is
like
what I'm
what
thinking.
happened is that Tomorrow Corporation published World of Goo for the Nintendo Switch and is now involved in publishing it in the World of Goo 2.
Yeah, there must be some connection between the devs and publishers because on Steam there's a Tomorrow Corporation collection which has the first World of Goo and then all the Tomorrow Corporation games. So I'm thinking maybe the first one was like the very first indie attempt, and then they went
Okay,
on to make
it looks like
Tomorrow Corporation.
what happened is that they were made at the same time when three guys all left Electronic Arts at the same. One of them founded 2D
Oh,
Boy, and the other, and then all three in general founded the publishing arm.
okay. Yeah, that actually sounds very familiar. Yeah.
That's what it looks like just from searching it anyway.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Very cool. I mean, yeah, all those games from Tomorrow Corporation as well are, I think, very solid little indie puzzle games. So I have all the confidence that World of Goo 2 will be good as well.
Yeah, I mean, basically just gonna depend on how well World of Goo in the modern era does, but I remember it's actually seen
It
multiple
has been a
people
long time.
excited for it, and I feel like a dose of
Yeah, and
nostalgia and a bit of novelty could help it go.
yeah, I guess I just want them to add something noticeable to the original formula and not just kind of rehash it with some new graphics or something.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
But,
Definitely an interesting pick anyway. I can understand why it was counterpicked.
yeah, so Clumsy Penguin counter-picked it and Cafferel picked it.
Yep.
It's currently the 44th pick in the whole draft
Hey,
and
dude,
about halfway through
we're
round
past
3.
halfway through the draft. Let's go. Now I'm going to say a pick I did not understand at all was Alex's next pick.
Yeah, I thought this was a bit strange, to be honest. Unannounced mainline 3D Mario platformer.
Yeah.
So, again, I will yield the floor to my own ignorance because I don't know if we're due a new mainline 3D Mario platformer.
It depends almost entirely on if the Switch 2 comes out this year.
Right.
That's really about it.
So you're thinking a new one will come out with the Switch 2?
No, but it would definitely not come out if the Switch 2 does not.
Okay, gotcha.
Like, so Super Mario 3D World released a year after the Wii U release.
Gotcha.
Now, granted, that's partially because the Wii U, released at the tail end of 2012. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Super Mario Odyssey released the same year as the Switch. Super Mario Sunshine, if I recall, Super Mario Sunshine also released a year later. And Super Mario 64 obviously was a day one game on the 64.
So they've got a good track record of like console comes out and not long after
Yeah.
Mario.
Either they come out the same year or the year after. But
yeah, makes sense.
It feels like it's very bold because it basically means the Switch 2 has to come out this year, and then within that small time frame, 3D Mario platformer.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Cafferel counterpicked this one, and the release date is listed as unannounced. I think this is maybe the only unannounced game that got picked during the draft.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, and all power to Alex. I love a good unannounced pick, but yeah, obviously it's just very, very risky.
Definitely.
So.
I have to say,
I don't really have anything else to add.
Quick aside, I was similarly extremely surprised to see Seltzu bid on unannounced next Mario Kart game.
Yeah, that's a wild one as well.
Because that also is one where it's like either the Switch 2 comes out or this doesn't come out.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of Mario Kart games, almost like Mario Party games as well, is that there's not usually more than one per console.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, generally speaking.
And additionally, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe just now finished getting like a ridiculous amount of DLC that for some reason they only added like 5 years later.
Yeah, right. Well,
so it's very odd timing because you would think the Mario Kart devs would be working on that,
Yeah, interesting.
Like, I feel like even if the Switch 2 releases, that won't release. But anyway.
Yeah, well, and I was just thinking about, you've got Metroid Prime 4, you've got unannounced mainline 3D Mario platformer, you've got unannounced Mario Kart game. Like, even if the Switch did come out this year, or Switch 2, for like Christmas or something, you're not going to have 3 big bangers like that coming out within the launch window.
That's true. And Seltzu picked Metroid Prime 4 and the Mario Kart game.
Yeah, that's so, again, all power to you, but that seems nice and risky. So
yeah, definitely.
I like it.
It's bold,
but I'm glad I didn't pick
it. Now,
and we've got a few in here which, I haven't really heard of too much. Niall picked Pacific Drive.
Pacific Drive is interesting.
It's quite popular.
Yeah, like I didn't really hear about this game too much before the draft. And then, not long after the draft, I started seeing a lot of people start talking about it. Could be one of those really good late round picks, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like going from games which are not my kind of game, this looks like it is my kind of game.
Yeah.
apart from the survival aspect, if they lighten up on the survival stuff, it looks like a kind of first person exploration sci-fi adventure game, which I'm all in on that stuff.
With a big focus on your car too.
Yeah, you've got like a car that you have to. I think that's where the survival bit comes in. You've got a car that you've got to maintain, and
And you like trick it out with a whole bunch of bullshit.
yeah, it looks it looks like the kind of thing I will definitely be checking out.
Yeah,
and it has a release date of the 22nd of February. So
it does. And like, I haven't watched the video because I don't necessarily like watch the videos a month. But like, I saw
Yeah.
Skill Up release like a 17-minute video. He's like, I love this game.
Yeah, it's one of those. It looks like if it does what it's saying it's going to do well, then it'll be good.
Yeah,
Because it looks cool, and I love that kind of adventure sci-fi aesthetic that some people have been doing really well lately in the last few years.
I agree. I like that kind of stuff too.
It's just it's so up my alley.
I'm seeing one.
I'm hoping this will come to like Game Pass or something actually. So
I have no idea how it would work, but I do like one comment that says this is like above ground car based Subnautica. I have no idea what that could mean, but
ooh, all those things sound good though.
exactly. It's like I don't know how it would work, but it sounds interesting.
If it's got that same kind of quality feel as Subnautica, that'd be good.
Exactly. So
That's one thing I always loved about Subnautica. It just feels so well put together.
Yeah, I've never gotten to play. I've never gotten to play Subnautica, but I've heard a lot of really good things about it.
Yeah, it deserves all its praise. It's very good.
Yeah, so I think
Pacific Drive, I think could be pretty rad. Could be potentially a good scorer.
yeah, I'm gonna be really curious in 3 days. Wow, only 3 days from now, actually. How this will score, because I think we could see a big round 3 bonus here.
It's 22nd of February, so it'll be a month and 3 days.
Oh, right, February, not January.
From when we're recording this, anyway. So.
I mean, with how long it'll take to edit, it might be 3 days from when it comes out.
That's true. I might be eating my words. So, yeah. But the next game, I actually was again looking to pick it if no one else did, which is Gemini Jodson's third round pick of Banisher's Ghost of New Eden.
Yeah, that's a Don't Nod game, right?
It is. And after playing last year their game Jusan,
yeah,
which was the rock climbing game, which again I had trepidation about Jusan because it was like not a Life is Strange game, and that's all I know about Don't Nod.
right.
But I actually think it's way better than the Life is Strange games. So
I mean,
I was very happily pleased with playing that game.
I don't know if you remember, but last year I picked Jusan. And basically just like, this looks like the kind of stuff that's going to be popular in indie circles, and Don't Nod makes games people like.
And that's exactly what I was thinking too, yeah.
Yep.
And that was what I was thinking with Banishers, because, again, don't know much about it, but I know it's Don't Nod. I know it's got a release date of February 13 or 14, according to Steam. Maybe that's just because I'm in Australia, so it would be 14 for me.
Yeah, maybe past midnight.
And it looks, again, interesting and very story-heavy, which they do well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say much aside from the fact that this looks like, it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like I say, I was actually thinking about picking this one.
Yeah.
And the next one, for that matter, which Seltzy picked.
The Brothers A Tale of Two Sons remake.
Yes, which I was surprised when I looked up the score for the original Brothers Tale of Two Sons.
Yeah. What is
I feel like this is a game where the hype and the overall retroactive memory of it outweighs the critical receptions.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just looking up the score.
It does look like the later releases all got higher critical scores.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not terrible, but 77 on OpenCritic for the first game.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound as high as I would have expected, considering how popular it was at the time and what I remember people saying about it. Like, there are a few commentators and stuff who I watched who this was like their favorite game ever kind of thing. It's the best game ever made. And not something I'd expect them to have just a 77 on OpenCritic.
Yeah, that's true.
And I played it and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was brilliant.
Actually,
and I definitely think it was
on
worth...
OpenCritic? I can't seem to get it to pop up for me. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 77.
Yeah. And, if you look at the review split, like, it's interesting because, like, there's a bunch of 85 out of 100, 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10.
And then
But
you
then
get
there's
like
like a
a 5 out
55
of
out of
10.
100. Yeah. And, like, obviously that reviewer did not like it.
Okay, but to be fair, I'm looking at what this 5 out of 10 is. I do see how it is a bit different. It's for the Switch release, and it seems like he
Yeah,
doesn't like
see.
the port.
And it's unfortunate then that that's tight rolled in with all the others' scores because
Yeah.
there's a 10 out of 10 here. There's a lot of 7s and 8s. So, it feels like 77 obviously is a good average for it is the average for what's on there. But I do feel like it should have been in that more of the 80 kind of percent range.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
I would say at least if you just get 77 the third round, you're probably happy.
well, and the good thing about the remake in particular is the graphics on the first one were not the selling point at all. They were quite basic.
Yeah.
And as much as I liked them and I thought they did the job, but they weren't anything to get excited about. So a lot of people I think I've read are saying that the new remake kind of fixes a lot of the graphical kind of crap that people didn't like.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it definitely looks nice enough,
yeah,
Um,
so that could be a good thing. Plus, it has a release date of February 24th.
yeah. I mean, this was a game I thought the way it was revealed was weird. For some, just like the way it was revealed at the Game Awards was a bit weird. But popular game, scored well enough for a third round pick. Remake does look solid. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I think I would almost say it's a pretty certain 70s pick, if not better.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see like the fact that, like you said, there is that disconnect between critics and reputation. That the second go around might do better with critics.
Yeah, no, definitely. But yeah, I was just a bit surprised when I looked it up and saw that it had a 77 on OpenCritic, and I was like, oh, it makes sense if it's based on like a bad port or something, but it's kind of a shame if it is as well. So
I mean, just looking at
it's a good game
looking
regardless.
at the Metacritic, I'll say for example, none of the
Yeah.
versions outside of the Switch are below an 80,
Well, there you go.
and the
That
PC
says a lot.
the PC is at 90.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, I think it definitely could do well.
yeah,
I think it's almost a no-brainer. Like, this is the same dev as well who went on to do A Way Out and
yeah,
It Takes Two.
they do all those like co-op games, don't they?
Yeah. So, they've definitely proved that they can do more of good stuff. They haven't like fallen in a big heap.
Yeah, I mean those
So I'm
games seem
assuming
to
they'll just make this
consistently get
better.
popular, kind of thing.
Yeah. So I'm assuming this one will just be a better version of the original game. So
Yeah, I mean lot of room for a good score there, I'd say.
yeah, and well, our next one I'm actually surprised did not get counterpicked. Star Wars Outlaws,
Like I said, I was surprised this game
which,
still existed.
well, unfortunately, I think that Pokepaw picked this, but I think her watch list had run out, and so she was on auto draft, and this was just automatically picked. I don't think she meant to pick it.
Maybe, yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate, but it's got the hype behind it to potentially be good, though. I mean, it's a Star Wars game, so
I mean,
that
it is for what it's worth. This kind of game has been something people have wanted for a long time. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Get to play as your Han Solo bounty hunter type in Star Wars.
yeah, totally. Well, and looking at Fancy Critic, it's 70% of leagues have published it, so
Yeah,
it's quite popular. Even average draft position is 15th, so I
exactly.
mean, on ours it's 49th, but we've got lots of people, so
I mean, I remember the hype value on it was quite high.
yeah, it's got like a 60%
I
hype or
I
something.
remember seeing its name and thinking about, oh, should I pick this? But I really didn't feel like I felt comfortable enough with it.
Yeah, I literally don't know enough about it to have had it higher on my list or anything.
Yeah, like I didn't have it on my watch list, but I was like in round 3 thinking, Star Wars game. Star Wars game, I feel like hasn't this been in development forever?
Oh, they're all messed up development, really, aren't they?
I suppose.
Something about Star Wars is almost like a cursed franchise now. It keeps getting messed up and
This deal is getting worse all the time.
pretty much.
But
yeah,
we already talked a lot about Turnip Boy Robs a Bank.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add really. It's already out. We know it got 78.
Kind of the same thing with Skull and Bones,
Cool.
really.
Yeah, Skull and Bones again. I can see it going either way. It probably. I don't disagree that a lot of people are sketchy about it, but you know, I've got faith.
Well, let the faith carry you. Perhaps you.
Which is not going to do me well. Every time I have faith, it never works out. So.
There have been some faith issues throughout the years, but
I enjoy it though.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be a super drop candidate later in the year.
Exactly, maybe you super drop it. I do not have faith in Skull and Bones, but it's a cool concept for a game, so hopefully it works, but
yeah, I mean, I know it's how much I want it to work versus how much I know it's going to not work kind of might be skewing everything. So
I
but anyway. Pick 52, which was my first round 4 pick, was South Park Snow Day, which we've also talked about a fair bit.
Yeah, we can probably kind of skip over that too, honestly.
Coming out March 26. Time will tell. I think it's got potential, but I can see why it might not as well, being different developers and whatnot.
Yeah, the different developers is the main thing that made me wonder. Because before that, I was on board with this is just going to be another South Park game that scores well. Different developers,
exactly.
Could be riskier.
Everdread's next was Tales of Kenzera Zhao.
Yeah, another one that was revealed at the Game Awards.
Really? Because I know nothing about this.
God, I can't remember everything that the dude said, but he was talking about kind of his heritage because it's like very African American, African kind of game.
Oh, okay, cool. And
I forget exactly what he said because it's been quite a while since the Game Awards. But I believe he was talking about like that and some stuff with his father and how he was translating it into the game.
Yeah. Well, according to Steam, it's about the land of Kenzera with the god of death in Tales of Kenzera, which is the name of the game. A Metroidvania-style adventure published by EA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have to go find
Looks like it's got some cultural significant stuff like embark on a poignant single-player story shaped by actor, I'm going to stuff up his name, so I'm sorry about this, but Abu Bakr Salim's own experience.
It was the actor too. That's right.
Yeah, with grief, discovering how love gives us the courage to press on after devastating loss.
I mean, I remember
a worthy Ngana spiritual healer.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of like cultural significant stuff in there by the looks of it.
I remember my impression was like, I'm glad this guy's getting to make the game, but game itself looks a bit mid.
Yeah, well, and I think
but
that hurts it critically, but it still looks like a cool game that I will probably try playing because I love that kind of stuff where it like really leans into cultural stuff that's different to my own.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I like that kind of stuff.
And I'll forgive a bit of, not great gameplay if it's interesting. So, it doesn't mean it'll do well critically though.
Well, also it does give it some extra oomph if it is good gameplay wise too.
Absolutely, yeah. And it has a date of April 23rd, so
yeah,
you can see why Everdread would pick that up.
It has a very clear release. It definitely has potential.
Yeah, could be great. Pokepaw's next one, a game called Avowed, which is an Obsidian Entertainment game.
Oh shit, it's that one, isn't it? Right.
It's the Obsidian one.
I was trying to remember what this game was when it was picked. Yeah, interesting.
I don't know much about it, to be honest, other than obviously I know who Obsidian are, but
yeah. How to put this, I feel like because I barely remember. I just remember like hearing some impressions. I thought some people were concerned because they weren't sure how much it seemed Obsidian-y, and that there was discussion about the art style or something.
Yeah.
But it's Obsidian and people are still very excited basically for that reason by itself.
Yeah, and I feel like they're coming off a good thing with after Outer Worlds and that more recent stuff that they've done.
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously everyone still loves them from Fallout New Vegas and all that kind of stuff, but
Yeah, Fallout New Vegas
that was a
buys
while
you a
ago
pretty
now.
good amount of clout.
It's bought them a lot, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I like to think from what
And
I've
yeah,
heard, Outer Worlds was at least good, although maybe not the kind of amazing stuff. Ah, shit,
I enjoyed it.
they did Pentiment too?
Yes.
Oh, well, there you go. That helps them out a lot too.
Yeah, this looks like much more of an action game than, say, Outer Worlds.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like Outer Worlds, though, it wasn't as impressive as everyone wanted it to be, but it was kind of them going, hey, remember us? We're the good Fallout developers.
Yeah, I do think part of that it was just a suffering of expectations.
Yeah.
I do think that that's a case where like everyone's like, this is the Fallout New Vegas devs. They're gonna be the Fallout killers and show everyone how it's really
Yeah.
done. And it was quote unquote just a good Fallout style game.
Yeah. Well, I feel like Outer Worlds was solid as hell, but it didn't do anything that made you really get that excited.
Yeah, that feels fair. And for what it's
Yeah.
worth, it
This
still
was,
did get an 83 on OpenCritic, so
yeah. Well, and yes, that's why I think like Avowed is a good pick because they are a solid, popular, critically do well developer.
yeah.
So yeah, I think Pokeball's on a good one there. Stellar Blade, Seltzer's next pick. I know nothing about.
Um,
It looks like it's a PlayStation
yeah,
game.
it's a PlayStation like action game. If I recall, it's been development a while.
Yeah, no release date.
Yeah, this was released or not released, announced under a different name in 2019.
Yeah, actually, Wikipedia says that it was released in 2023.
I don't see release.
It says initial release date 2023.
Not on my Wikipedia.
This is just from the Google results. But
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, you know what it is?
Yeah, I mean,
It's because the original release date was going to be 2023.
oh, that was like the first announced. Yeah,
What
action
the
adventure game published by Sony, so it'll be an exclusive.
Yeah.
I don't know the developers. They don't even have a wiki page, so
Looks like a bunch of flippy bullshit going on in the gameplay, which I mean I'm all about flippy bullshit.
hell yeah.
It definitely got the vibe of just like this be flippy bullshit.
I just love that summary. Flippy bullshit.
Oh, I see. So the studio was founded by the Blade and Soul illustrator, which is like a
Okay.
Korean MMORPG kind of thing.
It does look. I was just thinking as I'm watching the trailer now. It does look a bit Korean third-person action game. You know, the the women are probably not wearing quite as much as they need to be.
Also, one of
Flippy
the
bullshit.
illustrators of flippy bullshit. Also, one of the
Yeah.
illustrators of the Magna Carta games. Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Which,
Yeah. I mean, even Flippy Bullshit, it looks like something I would play.
yeah, it does.
As a third person action kind of crazy out there sci-fi type deal.
This definitely reminds me of how Magna Carta had one cover art that definitely fits with something you said.
Oh
You feel me?
yeah, the Korean games love the pretty women protagonists,
Yeah.
which
This doesn't look bad
they
though.
usually make good action games though as well. Like
Yeah.
I love some Asian developers just go so wacky on the creativity, and like some of these enemies look insane.
Yes. But some of the
And
shit looks pretty good actually. I like it.
yeah, I'm actually pretty intrigued.
The only thing I'd say, just from watching like this gameplay trailer more and more, I do see a lot of the same kind of melee moves.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it could be a bit underwhelming, but
it looks
it's
really
hard to
nice
say with
visually.
something new like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty slick. It's still only got a 2024 release, so not sure when that's happening.
And
And not knowing
considering it was
anything about it.
announced in 2019, not necessarily the best sign. Oh, that
Yeah, that
looks
kind
like a
of
wheel.
doesn't seem amazing.
Yeah, these are some
Um,
wild monster designs. I like it.
see the dude with the like chainsaw for a head?
Yeah, the guy who has like a wheel, like it's
Yeah,
circular for
towards
the
the end
head.
of the trailer.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's what I mean. That kind of wild stuff just I'm like, yeah, I want to play that.
yeah, I like that shit. flippy bullshit with chainsaw head monsters and all this stuff,
Yeah,
I'm sold.
yeah, I'll give it a go. And hopefully, fingers crossed, if it's PlayStation exclusive, it'll come on PS Plus.
Yeah.
So
Honestly,
that's
I
good for
had
me anyway.
not really heard of this game outside of hearing the name until I decided to look up the trailer because we didn't have enough time to research everything. Now I'm
Yeah.
interested. Now I'm kind of putting this on my watch list.
Yeah.
So, very interesting pick near the end. Oh shit, it already was in my wish list. I just forgot it existed.
But yeah, part of the fun of looking through the draft picks is always finding stuff that you might not have otherwise known
Yeah,
and going, that looks cool. I'm going to play that onto the wish list with you.
definitely. It's a
Or
good way to
you
discover
hear
shit.
about, yeah, or you discover stuff that you're not that interested in, like I do, which I'm not really interested in the next one, which is Beastie Ball, which looks interesting, but just, yeah, it didn't really excite me when I looked it up. This was Gemini Johnson's next pick. I'm not
Definitely,
even sure what kind of game it
it's
is.
volleyball, like turn-based volleyball.
Yeah, turn-based volleyball RPG. Like,
Yeah,
that
that's what
sounds
kind of.
weird enough to kind of be interesting.
It looks like also judging from this, it's probably like a Mon game too,
What does that mean?
like Pokemon and Digimon, like monster collect
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Yeah, that's kind of, I think, what I was thinking of too. But,
Very charming art style.
yeah.
It's you know what? This game kind of reminds me of some other games we had. This is the kind of indie game that sure could go a lot of different directions.
Yeah,
I could see this being the kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, there's even like Pokemon style evolutions. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing about this is getting me excited.
Yeah. This is the kind of game I could see a lot of people being interested in, but I could also see it being shallow and then flopping really hard.
Or being like a novelty for like a week and then never being heard of again.
Hey, a week is all you need for critics sometimes.
Well, true. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, yeah, it doesn't seem to be my kind of thing, but it looks different and interesting enough. I could see it doing well critically.
Yeah, if nothing else, it definitely has like a style and vibe, which sometimes that's what you're looking for in some of these picks,
It
right?
definitely has a style and vibe, quote unquote.
That's right, quote unquote.
So yeah, that's Gemini's fourth pick. Nalb's fourth pick I also don't know anything about, called Bow Path of the Teal Lotus.
I feel
Uh,
like I may have heard about this, but just from looking through this trailer, I don't think so.
well, it's being published by Humble Games, which, you know, is something because they tend to publish quality indie stuff.
Guess what? This is another 2.2D/2.5D action platformer game.
Yeah, so you can guess, you know, how interested I am.
Man, this
Although having said that, it looks cool.
you know what this looks like to me?
What?
Japanese folklore Hollow Knight. Like, I'm not saying it'll be good, but that's the exact vibe I'm getting.
I think because the way the character moves is very Hollow Knight.
Yeah, it is very Hollow Knight.
Like the animation looks
E
very similar
and
to
even, like,
me,
the
but
animation, like, when they're floating near the end of the trailer and stuff.
yeah. And yeah, it looks cool because it's all that, you know, Japanese mythology kind of stuff with those sorts of enemies and things.
Yeah, it's definitely more unique
And the
than
art looks cool.
some other stuff I've seen, but not su
Yeah, which is great, you know.
not sure if it speaks to me as much art style-wise as, like, Nine Souls, but still pretty nice.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, yeah, that kind to me it's all just, yeah, obviously down to what you like and what you don't like, but it definitely looks quality, I think, as far as
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's at
animation
least
and
doing some nice.
yeah, and they've got some good ideas in the animations here in the trailers and stuff, so it's just another action 2D platformer, so, you know,
What the hell is
for
this
me.
next game?
Next one is Nightingale, which I've heard of, but I can't remember why.
I'm just looking through the
This was
trailer and I'm like, "What is this for?" Like,
this is
I get, like, enough of an idea that, like, there's probably some survival elements, first person, but
well, it seems like an open world survival crafting kind of game, but nice and weird.
definitely looks weird. I feel like
It's going to be the biggest risk, I think, for Alex though is it's going to be released into early access.
yeah, definitely. Plus, I do
And these sorts of games I find are in early access for a while, so
I was about to say, and in my opinion, there's a decent chunk of them they don't leave early access.
Yeah, like it could be another whatchamacallit. What was the one we looking at from last year that Alex picked?
Was it Sons of the Forest?
Sons
Two?
Yeah, Sons of the Forest. Yeah. Seems like a similar kind of game. Like you gather resources, craft your own little town and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I can see it. Just don't have it be the day before and we're good.
Yeah, it looks good. It's just another kind of open world survival crafty game.
I mean, also, like, it's like Victorian time travel or something.
Yeah, it's got a weird, almost steampunky vibe
Yeah.
with fantastical creatures though, like not so sci-fi, more fantasy.
Yeah, interesting.
And there's magic and stuff. It does look interesting, I'll give it that, but
It looks interesting.
these sorts of games are not necessarily things I look for.
Especially with a release date of 2024 or later.
Yes, although that's what I've recorded here, but now that I'm looking at it on Steam, it has it as 23rd of February.
Well,
So maybe it was updated recently.
maybe. Yeah, because on Fantasy Critic it still says 2024 or later. Interesting.
And that's what I would have copied. But yeah, now that I look at it on Steam, it says planned release date 23rd of February. So I don't know if that's solid enough for Fantasy Critic to, think about.
My guess is that's when the early access begins.
Yeah, definitely.
So maybe they don't count early access?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But yeah, I think I'd be surprised if it did heaps well, put it that way. But we are kind of down to, this is pick number 58.
Yeah, we're down pretty far for what would usually be
of the draft. So yeah, for the rest of this round and all of round 5, we're pretty much, looking at some risky, questionable, sketchy stuff.
Although the funny thing is, one of the games here is one I was looking at round 3 even potentially.
Well, the next one, Open Roads, was definitely one that I had on my list.
Yeah.
Because it's another Annapurna interactive one.
I mean?
And it looks like it's definitely the kind of game I will play and probably enjoy, because it's very much a story-based, deal with your family trauma kind of adventure game.
Yeah, it was like an adventure visual novel kind of game.
Yeah, and it has a release date of 23rd of February.
Yeah.
22nd.
I mean, it seems neat. Good art style. This is the kind of game, I feel it's hard for me to say because it's very reliant on what the story will be like.
Yeah, it's one of, like we were saying before with Annapurna interactive games, I feel like that's half the course. Like, they all look interesting, like they do something kind of that piques your interest, but it can be a bit hit or miss as to whether it delivers or not.
Feels very Life is Strange-y.
Yeah, I can see that.
Which isn't a bad thing, but just came to mind.
No, I mean, yeah, I didn't have the best opinion of Life is Strange, but critically it did well, I think.
It did solid. As I recall, when I looked it up, it did not do as high as I thought it did.
I mean, another short tangent, but I think Life is Strange was an interesting game to play as someone who's not an American, because it felt like it relied on a lot of small town America / teenager / hipster kind of stuff.
I can believe that, because isn't it pretty Americana?
It's very Americana, and that's cool. Like, I'm down with that. It's interesting to see other cultures and things, but like the main character, I could not stand her because she was just a whiny fucking hipster kid. So that's not so much a cultural thing. That's just I couldn't.
The hipsters.
I couldn't relate, and I wasn't interested. Well, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's because I know lots of hipster wankers in real life, and it was just another one that I didn't want to deal with. So
yeah, I can believe that.
I don't know, but no, Open Roads looks interesting though. I think it's definitely one that I'm keen to check out.
Yeah, well, seems interesting, I would say.
Yeah, another one that will be out by the time this recording goes out is Under Night in Birth 2 Ciseles.
Yeah, Ciseles. This is one I really wanted to draft, and I got sniped.
Really?
These are
interesting.
Okay, so these are basically, this is like a sequel to a like big indie fighting game.
Okay.
It's very inspired by older anime fighters like Melty Blood.
Right.
and it was extremely well regarded in the fighting game community, and it became a really big hit. And
Okay.
basically started getting played at like Evo every year and everything.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's a good endorsement.
And if you look
in
at
my mind.
like the first game and then like the three re-releases, it's like 83, 78, and 80. So
Yeah, nice.
my mind is that this is like a true sequel. It looks like they're, taking the original style, doing some improvements. I would be surprised if this doesn't score a 78, 77, or higher, and likely like an 80, which is really good at this point in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, sounds good. It's got a release date January 25th. I imagine this will be out either around then or after then. So
Definitely.
time will tell.
This was
But
what this was one I almost picked with my third pick, like I said. And I was really, really
mm.
hoping it'd come around because somewhat obscure game.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it sounds like a good fourth round pick for R2 then.
Yeah, it's really good fourth round pick in my. It's like I would say it's the best fourth round pick, in fact.
Yeah, cool. Like I said, don't know anything about it. Don't really have anything to add. So
The next one I find really interesting.
yeah, Matt went for the Silent Hill 2 remake.
Yeah, which
Which I'm even surprised to see is not listed as unannounced, because, but obviously there's some kind of official confirmation.
well, it had a
But
trailer.
yeah. I guess that's enough, isn't it? Yeah.
We know it
It's just so
exists.
it's just so vague.
Yeah,
in release date kind of terms, but
man.
I mean, what can you say about it? I'm sure if they do a good job, it'll be received well.
I mean, I definitely have things to say about it to an
Yeah,
extent.
please go on.
Because Bloober Team doing it gives me very little faith, basically.
Right.
Because I'm not gonna say I've like played or watched all their stuff, but like, man, the medium kind of sucked,
They did
and
Layers of Fear, Blair Witch,
like,
Observer.
the medium got like a 75, and it was kind of lucky to hit that 75.
Yeah, that's one I've been meaning to play but haven't got around to.
I don't think you're missing much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I haven't got around to it, so.
And then like but like the Layers of Fear game, the first one's 75, the second one's a 70. Like
Yeah.
this has not been a particularly impressive studio, I think. And I feel like Silent Hill 2 is one of those games that at this point has like a legendary reputation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like like this is one of the quintessential horror games.
Yeah, this has to be as good as like a Resident Evil 2 remake kind of level.
Yeah, I mean, especially because, like Resident Evil and Silent Hill at that time were contemporaneous with each other, and you are going
Yeah.
to get compared to the Resident Evil remakes for that reason.
Yeah, definitely.
And I just could see this going very wrong, honestly. Obviously, since it's Silent Hill 2, it could also go very right.
Yeah, I mean, again, it sounds like again, just a broken record, really. But the devs don't seem to have the best track record, so maybe they won't necessarily so reliably do a good job. But if they do, it's pretty much everyone's going to love it.
Yeah, I personally, I even considered counterpicking this, but
Yeah, I did think about it, to be fair.
yeah, but then I was like, nah, I'll do Silk Song. Silk Song is, the funny counterpick.
Yeah. I almost kind of picked the next game as well, which is Baby Steps, which Bohemu picked.
Yeah,
This is the next kind of Bennett Foddy game who did Getting Over It.
yeah. This
And I
was
think it's basically,
weird.
yeah, you play as like a baby, but it's got difficult controls, and it's meant to be one of those kind of like frustrating philosophical exploration kind of games.
What if it was?
But the reason,
It's 3D QWOP, which has also been at
yeah,
Foddy, I
kind
believe.
of, yeah. And part of the reason I was thinking about counterpicking it, because again, I surprised myself. I looked up Getting Over It on OpenCritic, didn't do very well,
Well, Getting Over It
despite
didn't even
being,
get uh like 4 reviews. It didn't even get enough to score.
yeah. Well, I think then, where are we? Yeah. The one score it got was 5 out of 10.
Yeah,
And, despite being as popular as we probably all know that it is, didn't score very well.
Yeah.
So this one I was thinking as well, maybe not.
Now, I do think it's worth noting that, there are major publications who talked about it but didn't give it a review.
Yeah.
And since this is a PlayStation exclusive thing, it will at least get eyes on it.
Yeah.
So it's got that going for it.
I mean, it was counterpicked by Low, who obviously didn't think it would do so well either, or be released for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a very good chance this does not get released, of course.
But I think it is, it's one of those indie games that's just weird enough that who knows?
I mean,
how do you predict it? So when it's, you don't even know what the hell kind of game it's going to be.
personally, when I saw it, I didn't really think it looked like it was too good or was that good.
Yeah.
In the when it was revealed at what was it? The PlayStation State of Play, probably. But
Yeah. But then if it comes out and it gets like 90%, I'll be like, yeah, okay.
I feel like I'd be surprised if it got that much. A Bennett Foddy game does not feel like it's very likely to get that high, I don't even mean that as like a slight
Yeah.
against the games, but more like the style
Oh, no.
seems unlikely to resonate with critics that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, he doesn't make I think he'd say as well, he doesn't make the most accessible games, but that's kind of the point.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. So I'm interested to see how it goes though, just because it is such a Bennett Foddy's one of those developers who makes interesting stuff that's worth kind of paying attention to one way or the other.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then that's right, the next one, which is Clumsy Penguin's Thrasher.
Yeah, a game I had never heard of, I don't think. Or had I heard of this one, actually?
I hadn't heard of the game, but it's the same. It's like a spiritual successor to the game Thumper.
All right, I had seen this because it was at the Game Awards. That's right.
Yeah, so it's like a rhythm kind of stylized
All right,
kind of game.
this was the one that just looked like what's it called? What's that one VR game?
I don't know.
It's like a rhythm game. It's really popular.
Oh, the lightsaber one.
Yeah. It's like Beat Saber, but you're on drugs.
That's the one. Well, I know Thumper is very much a very well regarded rhythm game from back in the day, which I think maybe there was a newer version of it as well.
Yeah.
Because I think it might even have some DNA with another rhythm game, which I can't remember the name of right now.
I mean,
but there's a lot of pedigree, I think, in this kind of series.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, I mean, it's not from the same developers as Thumper. I was just checking in on the trailer. It says from the artist and composer of Thumper. So the music and the graphics are probably going to be great. Gameplay, not so certain.
I actually think this is obviously just a random YouTube comment, but I'm looking at this top YouTube comment. Interesting perspective.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're basically saying it's not quite as similar to Thumper as it might want to make you think.
Yeah. This also definitely seems like a game that has a good chance not to be released this year.
Yeah, and, again, I say this a lot, but weird indie, very stylized rhythm game, probably hard to tell how it would be received.
Yeah. I don't get a huge amount of energy from this personally, but, weird, bizarre game thing.
I mean, I can see it turning into something that I would want to play, because I do like this kind of game.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we'll have to see about that one. There, as you say, there's no release date. It's just 2024.
Yeah.
Scarlet Kitsune counted it, so it's definitely got a few question marks around it.
Yeah, I agree. Speaking of question marks, was shocked that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero was picked.
Yeah, again, other than it being Dragon Ball, which I've heard of, I know nothing about it. So,
so there was an old bunch of games called I'm going to fucking butcher this name because I can't speak Japanese words. Budokai Tenkaichi, that's what it was.
Oh yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah,
Yeah, they're like the fighting games before Fighter Z.
Yeah, I'm reading the Steam description now, and it mentions that.
And from what I understand, this is kind of like a modern attempt at that. And those games are mostly known for not being the deepest games, but having ridiculously, absurdly large rosters.
Well, and the trailer looks fun. It looks very Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, it does. I do get
So
I do get some bad vibes of like Dragon Ball Kakarot and stuff, Dragon Ball
right,
Sagas, because there's multiple Dragon Ball games that are like you can play through the story, and then they don't go too hot because they don't have much else.
yeah.
But this looks like more of a fighting game.
It looks like it could be fun if you're into the whole Dragon Ball Z thing, obviously, but
This is the kind of thing I think it's
yeah.
going to be more fun for fans of Dragon Ball than critics. Is the issue I'm having.
Mm. I mean, I'm always, even without an interest in Dragon Ball, I like the trailer looks cool. Like I'm always interested in that kind of 3D anime style
Yeah,
where
I mean it looks nice.
it looks similar. Yeah, it looks similar to like a 2D animation, but it's obviously 3D because of the way the camera's moving and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And I always think that's a cool effect. But yeah, that's pretty much as I've got to say about that. So
I also think very good counterpick from Alex, considering this is like a true
yeah,
TBA release date.
yeah, totally.
Because the trailer is just wish list now.
Yeah, yeah. Steam is just coming soon.
Yeah. So that
So
is some
who knows?
seriously true when it happens kind of shit.
Yep. And well, Zenless Zone Zero, your fourth round pick.
Yeah, I talked about it a little earlier. I don't have a ton to say. Uh,
Yeah,
by all accounts, it's, uh, I forget if you know much about MiHoYo games.
not super intimately.
Genshin Impact devs.
That's right. That's right. I remember now.
Basically, kind of has the vibe of that. Some of their newer ones. I believe that this isn't turn based like Honkai Star Impact. Was that how the title was? I think that was it.
Mm.
Is I think this is more of like a urban action kind of game, as I recall.
Right.
But you know, it has the art style of a lot of their games. Looks like it'll probably be a gotcha. Got that vibe.
Yeah.
You know,
Cool.
kind of just like pretty much every MiHoYo game that has come out for quite a while has scored around an 80. Well, it looks
Yeah.
nice.
That's good.
Kind of seems like they're doing
Yeah.
something slightly different, so probably won't get as many allegations of being stale.
That's good.
So yeah, sure, this seems good.
Yeah.
No official release date, but releasing this year would fall in line with other stuff they've released.
Cool. Cat Quest 3. Another one I don't know much about at all. This was picked by Low
I mean,
and has an estimated 2024 date.
I remember hearing about Cat Quest, don't know much about it. This does not seem like it will score well, personally, but I'm curious.
The first game got a 76 on OpenCritic.
Oh, not bad then. And the second
So,
got
yeah, it's,
77. Never mind. Maybe this will score well.
yeah, so it's not terrible for a fourth round,
I mean,
especially
yeah,
we're 66 games in.
I would say 66 games in. Yeah. And plus, it looks cute, which I like.
Yeah, look to me it's a total fine TM look. So
Yeah, basically. I mean, I wouldn't call it an amazing art style, but it is.
yeah. Oh, and it looks cool. Doesn't look bad, put it that way.
I feel like the best way to put it is that there's some games where if it is what you are looking for, it will satisfy you and it has no pull outside of that. And that is what this
Pretty
game's
much.
vibe gives me. Some games they pull you in an interest even if you're not part of the core audience. Some games you
Yeah.
really just either are part of the audience or not.
Yeah.
But it seems like a solid chance to get like a 76, 77. And at this point in the
Yeah,
draft, that's
if it
more than
stays
good.
consistent, yeah, that's definitely not a bad thing.
Yeah, speaking of
And
ones that
then
have, sorry.
yeah, go on. No,
I was
go.
gonna say,
Go for it.
speaking of ones that have scored around 77 or 78, um, Emo S next pick, which I almost picked myself, as 78.3 right now.
Mm-hmm. Momodora, Moonlit Farewell.
Yeah, which this is like a longer. I don't know if you know anything about this, but this is like a longer running series. Usually
I've
scores
definitely
really
heard of the
well.
series, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that it usually scores well is like, maybe I should go for this.
And I know the publisher Playism do a lot of similar kind of games.
Yeah,
But yeah, look, it's a very good looking 2D Metroidvania platformer type game. looks like to me.
We've had quite a lot of those in this draft, which is interesting.
Well, to be fair, there are quite a lot of them in existence, so
Yeah, I feel like it's been a very popular genre as of recent.
yeah. Well, and I think, see, one thing I do like about games like this, or like retro throwback games and stuff, are gameplay systems that have been around forever, but so much more detail and in the animation, in the art, in the gameplay systems, all that kind of stuff that probably couldn't have been done back in the day due to just limitations of hardware and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
when that's why when people make like a retro style game, quote unquote, I want them to add all that modern cool stuff. And the best, for me anyway, the best example of it, of something that I like, is when they released a new episode for Quake
Oh,
not
yeah.
so long ago, for I think the 25th anniversary even or something.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
So it's in the same engine. It's still using, same sort of sprite technology and all that kind of stuff. But because it's on modern hardware, they added so much more detail and like heaps more assets than the original game. And so it just felt like a modern version of what was essentially exactly the same engine and exactly the same game.
Yeah, I've always
And
kind of wished that we could see developers do more of that, where it's just like,
yeah, and
this is just what it would be like if we had the exact same stuff but with modern hardware.
because there's nothing wrong with old art or graphics or whatever. It's just usually limited by hardware.
Yeah,
So
especially some
it's
like
nice to see what they can do, given more opportunity. So, and this looks like one of those sorts of games where, to me, it looks like a typical kind of action 2D platformer, but with the detail and animation that you want from a modern kind of system.
Yeah. I also definitely feel like Hollow Knight being so big inspired a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think they're one that obviously nailed what they were trying to do. So
Yeah.
they kind of, and other games as well. Like Steam is telling me it's similar to games you played, like Blasphemous.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Blasphemous is a game that I ended up retiring because I'd had enough. But I got quite far into it because it was that kind of same deal, like interesting, more detailed, better art, even though it's kind of older systems kind of game.
Yeah,
But
Blasphemous's art style was really good, I think.
yeah, the aesthetic kind of took me as far as it did in that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, this one looks solid, but again, not really my bag.
Yeah. Well, for that one at least we know that it worked out fairly nicely.
Yes, that was January 11th that came out actually. Yeah.
Yeah. 78.3.
Oh yeah. I forgot to record that on our spreadsheet, but 78.
Definitely
Yeah, nice
more
one.
than good enough in the 4th round with a 67 pick, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, exactly. Which brings us to Dragon's 4th round pick, which is Skate Story.
Yeah, which I remember from last year talking about. I don't know why I remember it specifically.
I think Matt picked it
Yeah, now Mount's kind of
last year.
picking it, which is very funny.
Yeah. Because I think it's like you skate your way into hell or something.
Yeah, you're like a
Yeah.
demon skating. I don't know if you're skating into hell, but you're like a skating demon.
Skating through the underworld.
It's a game. I remember I said that I didn't think it was going to release last year, which it didn't.
It's very much a Devolver Digital game.
Yeah. I mean,
like again, as a publisher that has a kind of theme that they stick to, it kind of feels like it's definitely in their wheelhouse.
yeah. I mean, personally, I remember I didn't really think it was that impressive. I did like the weird glass person art style. That's cool. But it feels like one of those games where I look at it, I'm like, but are we really gonna do this for however many hours this game is? You know what I mean?
That's the thing, like, yeah. I could see it outstaying its welcome, even though it looks like something I'm gonna try and play.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it looks like I feel like a lot of, like you said, with like these Devolver Digital games, even if they don't always do well, they can probably resonate with someone. But
well, I feel like they always have a unique and interesting gimmick of some sort.
Yeah.
Whether that turns out being a good game or not is a different thing.
Exactly.
It's kind of like, I feel like developers go to Devolver and say, "Hey, I've got this really cool idea," and Devolver are like, "Yeah, sure, you're in."
And I mean, I love the fact that there are people who just do that.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what I mean. I'll definitely check this out, but I can see it not being great as much as it being great.
Yeah, I remember I was not so concern about this, but
Yeah. So yeah, another one that, again, as I say, always repeat ourselves, it could really go either way, even though it looks weird enough that it might not do great. But
I'm feeling I'm
yeah.
not sure it'll come out and not too certain on it kind of thing. So
Yeah, I mean, it has been heard about for a while as well. So,
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Now Dragon also
but
started off our last round.
yes, his final pick, Europa, has a release date of April 16th.
Yeah, which especially this way in the draft was quite rare.
Yeah. And it looks like a kind of cartoony open world exploration RPG-ish type game.
It was like an open
I
world
don't
like flight exploration game to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of seems like there's a lot of like skiing kind of stuff on water as well as floating around and stuff. Yeah, I know nothing about this. I'm just going off the trailer. So
I don't know much either. I'm also kind of going. It kind of looks like one of those games where nothing happens, admittedly. But
I mean, for me being the gamer I am, it kind of gives me Zelda vibes.
I can see some Zelda vibes. I don't
It
know.
very much looks like it's exploration heavy
Yeah, I don't know how I feel
3D
about this game
platformer.
personally. But
Yeah, I've honestly got nothing to go with.
well, let's just not go with it all. Next game.
Next one is Emo's last game, which is Pepper Grinder.
All right,
Again, don't know much
remember.
about
I
it.
think I remember seeing this one. Yeah. This was in
Pepper
a
Grinder.
Nintendo Direct a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
Kind of. It was like kind of weird, like digging based platformer is how I'd put it.
It's another Devolver Digital 2D platformer.
Yeah, I remember. I thought this one looked neat, but not entirely certain, kind of thing. Reminded me of
It
God, I don't remember what the game is. Anyway, you can continue.
it kind of has that Devolver Digital thing again of having looks like it's got a cool gimmick, but I don't know how long it would last.
Yeah,
Because for anyone who can't see the trailer that will hopefully be playing behind this audio, it looks like a 2D platformer, but you've got this drill where you kind of drill through the ground, and that gives you momentum to then like launch into the next bit and drill through the ground again. And yeah,
yeah. It's a bit
it's
clearer
interesting,
than
that's
some.
for sure.
It's definitely a bit more clear than some of the other games, but definitely showing off some of the more basic kind of gameplay.
Yeah, this, to be honest, this doesn't even look like something I'll try. I
Yeah,
mean, it looks interesting and cool, but just yeah, not my bag.
it looks like it's been in development for a long time too.
Yeah,
So I'm seeing some that's like 2017.
yeah, right.
So maybe not the best sign.
And Lowe's last pick, Death Trick Double Blind.
Have I heard of this one before?
Another one I have not heard of.
It wasn't a Nintendo Direct, so maybe.
It looks like another exploration kind of visual novel game. Bit
It
more
seems like people definitely have some
mystery.
archetypes they enjoy.
Yeah, well, this is part of the fun of it is, who's going to pick the weird visual novel except someone who's into visual novels kind of thing. So,
True.
and having a passing interest in visual novels, I'm like, ooh,
I
this
mean,
looks
I
interesting.
also like visual novels, so I feel you.
Yeah.
Although, I'm not
Yeah.
really sure this one is doing absolutely anything for me.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'm watching the trailer thinking, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. So that kind of interests me a little bit.
I mean, true.
And
True.
it's got like circusy vibe to it.
I was
Yeah, don't really have
honestly,
much
when
to
I had
say.
seen the name, I was wondering if it was going to be a poker game, like Death Poker.
It sounds like it, yeah.
Once again, not
You,
sure I honestly have anything to say about this one.
yeah, it was counterpicked by Pokepaw, who, as a very knowledgeable person when it comes to visual novels and stuff, I kind of trust their opinion.
Yeah, I
So
agree with that.
if Pokepaw's got questions, then I've got questions.
Plus, it does not have a solid release date.
Yeah. So they could just be that for all I know, but yeah. Like your last pick, Snufkin Melody of Moomin Valley, which we already kind of talked about a little bit.
Yeah, looks cute. Looks like it's got vibes and some gameplay, and it does at least say Q1 2024.
Yeah, so even though we're now in Q1, that it's more promising than not. And I did play a demo of it last year, so they're obviously still working on it.
Yeah, I definitely was assuring to hear you say demo good.
Well, yeah, I don't know. it's one of those ones. I don't know how critically it will do, but it piqued my interest because they are using the band Sigur Ros's music for the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Because it's I don't want to say any in particular, but it's a Scandinavian made game based on some sort of Scandinavian folklore, and with Sigur Rós also being Scandinavian of types, they've kind of
Yeah.
used one of their albums as the soundtrack, which is, appeals to me. But the gameplay as well felt fun. It was kind of like exploration puzzle kind of gameplay.
Yeah,
So,
that's kind of what I felt. And
yeah.
yeah, looks nice. Like it does have a little bit of IP behind it compared to some other ones, which, can be useful.
Yeah, it's not a complete no idea kind of thing.
Yeah.
Plus, I put a lot of weight in demos as well, like perhaps more than I should, but if I like a demo, I'm sold.
I mean, it can be better than just putting your faith in nothing.
True.
Next game has absolutely no release date, pure TBA.
Mm-hmm. Scarlet Kitsune's last one, Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess.
Yeah, which is a Capcom game. I remember this from, I want to say either Nintendo Direct or like a State of Play. It looks neat.
Looks very cool.
Yeah, like if you're talking about like that Japanese aesthetic you were talking about, it sure has a ton of it.
Yeah.
Feels like something.
And looks like a 3D action / fighting kind of game.
Yeah, if I recall, which I mean, Capcom is pretty good at those kind of games.
Yeah.
This does feel like
And it looks interesting.
I especially feel like has a good chance to not come out this year.
Well, they've got on their website that's coming to Game Pass, so looks like the kind of thing I will try.
I mean, it's free.
But yeah.
If you're already
Release date, we shall see.
release date. Oh.
Clumsy Penguin's final one of their entire roster that has no release dates is The Mermaid's Tongue.
Something which I definitely did not hear about before.
Yep. This is all news to me still. Coming to Steam. Looks like a indie. Oh yeah, no, I have seen bits of this because the art style is very striking.
Yeah, I've not seen this before, but man, I do actually like that art style. And the guy almost makes me feel Scooby-Doo-ish.
Yeah, it does seem very Scooby-Doo-ish. In fact, it actually looks really good now that I'm looking at it again.
Yeah, it does actually.
And being a mystery kind of puzzle game sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
There is a demo as well, which maybe I'll give a go.
Yeah, maybe you can try it out. Let us, give us your first impressions.
Definitely going to pop it on my wish list because, again, this looks like the kind of game I would enjoy.
I agree. Now, the teaser trailer isn't much to go on, so I can't talk too much about it, but it looks nice.
And I do like a mystery kind of adventure game, so yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, 2024 estimated. The trailer says 2024, but who knows? It's an indie thing, like it's developed and published by the same mob, SFB Games, who I've never heard of. They made a game called Crow Country, which I've heard the name, but I haven't played. They did the Detective Grimoire games. That's what I'm thinking of. And they're quite well regarded kind of mystery games.
Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. It looks like a somewhat survivory version of Deep Rock Galactic. The only trailer is like 28 seconds long. I don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah, I got nothing. I assume if Deep Rock Galactic, I think did all right.
Yeah, it's pretty popular.
Yeah, this one I think sounds like if you like that, you're gonna like this. So it'll probably do okay. I think like 70s or maybe a bit more.
We can hope.
Haunty, I have not heard of, or Hauntai, or however you want to say it.
Yeah, I think. Damn, this game looks really nice.
Yeah, that's an art style.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, it's a
kind of reminds
twin
me
stick
of
shooter.
Bizarrely, like the way that the dude like possessed the crystal and moved through it, kind of thing. Not so much the gameplay.
I can see it though. It's kind of a similar kind of isometric puzzle exploration thing.
And this looks good, actually.
Yep, just added that to my wish list.
Yeah, I'm also gonna have to consider adding this. This looks nice. I like it. Oh,
I
I
really like the
remember.
art style. It's got it with the like just monochromatic kind of colors.
Yeah, I remember seeing that logo at the very end, even if I haven't seen like the full trailer. Yeah, that's good. This
Yeah,
and it's Q2 2024, so it's slightly more like
yeah.
it's not quite as vague, only mostly vague.
Well, and for a fifth round pick from Matt at number 76 overall, that's a game that looks that interesting. I think is pretty good.
Yeah, I would take that every day of the week.
Yeah. The next one is Flock,
Well, flock you
which was
too.
picked by picked by R2D2. It's another Annapurna interactive game.
Yeah.
From the makers of Donut County, I think, if I remember correctly.
Didn't Donut County do really bad?
I don't know. I liked it as a game. It was very simple, so I can see it not doing
No,
great.
76. Sorry. For some reason, I thought it was more.
Also, it's also the devs from Wilmot's Warehouse and I Am Dead, which are other Annapurna interactive games that, cool little, very stylish indie games.
This looks like a
This
game I
one
have
does about
no
like,
idea what the point of it is.
I think it's a semi-multiplayer game. Like you fly around and explore an area and gather a flock of different types of creative and wonderful birds.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can meet other players as well as you go, and so I think it's very much
Is it just for
just a
vibes, though?
very
Is there anything aside from that?
no. I think it's just a chill kind of cruise around, collect some birds, have have a nice chill time kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like players can enjoy that. Not sure how that would go with critics.
Yeah, critically, I'm not sure, but it's already on my wish list anyway because it looks cool to me. But
I mean, sometimes that's all you need, right?
yeah, but yeah, critically, I think it might be a bit limited,
Yeah.
but who knows?
Now,
And that, yeah,
the next game by Kafrel, like I said, was one I was hoping to pick up after the draft. And I really like how this one looks visually.
Demon School, yeah,
This is like very Persona 1, Persona 2.
right. Because it reminds me of the kind of turn-based battle system that was in the Banner Saga, which I'm sure is similar to other things, where
Yeah.
you've got very much a grid and each character has a different way of moving, almost chess-like.
Oh man, that sounds familiar, but I just can't place it right this moment.
Yeah.
But
Again, not the kind of game that I'd probably dive into, but I can see that it looks really good quality and well put together kind of thing.
yeah, I mean, I'm somebody who's like super into Persona kind of stuff, and
Yeah.
this is very Persona.
Yeah, cool.
And it's like Persona with like tactical RPG elements. I do like my tactical RPGs as well.
Oh, there's even like a school element.
But really, who could have foreseen?
Oh, yeah, of course, because it's called Demon School. Duh.
How-
I was just watching the trailer and I saw there was a scene where they're going through like a classroom. I'm like, oh, there's a school.
well, I
But
mean, you're not wrong.
yeah, that does make sense, though, doesn't it?
It does. But I this was like the kind of game I could see it flop, but I'm actually pretty excited for it. And biggest thing I'd have to see is if they can balance and give it depth, because like the
Yeah,
style and the ideas seem there, but the kind of thing that could be hard to balance.
yeah, yeah. Again, though, it seems like a solid kind of pick for your last round when you're up to game number 78.
Yeah, definitely.
Much like Alex's, which is Harold Halibut.
Which I remember from last
Which,
year.
yeah, this has been around for a while. It's like a stop motion, story heavy kind of point and clicky game.
Yeah, I remember. I was like,
It,
"Wow, this shit looks crazy."
yeah, it looks awesome. Like, speaking of games that are up my alley again.
Yeah, like this feels like a game that will do well if it releases. Like,
Yeah,
there's some games I don't feel as confident in. This one I feel like it has enough baseline going for it that even if it struggles at points, it'll do well. No idea if it's gonna
yeah.
release.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it looks weird enough and interesting enough to be cool, but then like it has this whole claymation kind of style, and yeah,
Yeah,
looks very interesting to me. Moving on with more games that I know nothing about. Gory Cuddly Carnage
also a game
is
I know
Nalb's
nothing
final
about.
pick.
Uh,
Counterpicked by Seltzu.
well, damn this. does look like it has a style, but like,
Oh, hell yeah.
man, do I not know about the style.
Cyberpunk horror combat destruction cats.
I mean, not a bad combo, but it does look like it has that trying too hard energy, you know?
It could be a bit too much. Like some of these screenshots look very overwhelming with information.
I'm also just like pecking through the trailer and looking at like the dialogue.
Yeah,
It's got
bit
maybe a bit
bit
too
too
over the
edgy.
top. I don't even know if I'd say it's the edgy part, but like,
No.
you know when somebody's trying too hard to be funny?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
that was like the instant energy I got. Not so
And,
sure about
thankfully that's
that
just a
one.
taste thing. So,
Yeah, it can be a tasty thing, but I
yeah.
do I do also consider myself as liking some rather over the top stuff. So
Yeah. I'd agree with you there. Like, yeah, it takes a lot that there's not much I don't enjoy when it comes to like comedy and stuff, but
yeah, I mean,
yeah. Anyway,
I don't think
that
you
was
have more
another
to
kind
say
of,
about that. I'm not feeling confident
I
in it.
mean,
That's what I would say.
yeah, we're up to pick 80 out of 85, so there's not a lot to add.
Okay, Neva, I remember seeing this one. No idea about the
This looks kind of
gameplay of
cool.
this one, but it looks so good visually.
Yeah, it's another Devolver game. It's presents as a 2D platformer, but it also says it's a walking simulator and a puzzle game. So I'm kind of intrigued myself.
Yeah, it does seem like you're a lot of things that you find like in your style.
Yeah,
And
gotta wishlist that one.
it looks really nice. Also, a game where it's like no idea if it's gonna come out.
Yeah, it's just
I remember,
sometime 2004 is the estimated.
yeah. Oh, Path of Exile 2. This
Mm.
one is really interesting.
I think it's interesting as like a final pick because it's big enough that if it had a release date, I'm sure it would be way earlier.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
But because the release is like second half of 2024, I think that's like vague enough, and even second half of 2024 it's so easily pushed to 2025.
I mean,
And
I'm
that's why
pretty
it got left
sure.
right to the end here.
Hasn't this even been in development for a while?
I feel like it has.
Okay, Path of Exile 2 official trailer 4 years ago.
Yeah, there you go.
So
Yeah, I think the release date on this is kind of probably still considered quite fluid.
yeah, this seems like one of the more risky games. But Path of
Yeah.
Exile, very big game that you normally couldn't get in the fifth round.
Well, I like the pick. That's what I mean. Like for the 80-second game, it's quite a big deal, really. It's got to be literally just that release window that has put other people off
Yeah,
up till now.
otherwise it'd be like probably a third round pick. I don't know if it'd be higher than that, but
Yeah, it would definitely have more attention though if it had a more solid release date.
definitely. I mean,
Pokepaw, sorry.
I was gonna say, the fleet high risk, high reward seems like something I could see somebody counter picking.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised it hasn't been counterpicked yet.
Well, hey, if you
But
have one open, there you go.
that's the thing. I don't know if I'd pull the trigger though. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Pokepaw's last one is Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash, the one that I counterpicked,
Yeah,
which we've already kind of spoken about a little bit. It's out on February 1st.
yeah.
Um,
Definitely
yeah,
looks like
fighting game.
it looks like one of those kind of fighting games that would get a mediocre critical reception, basically.
Yeah,
Like even if,
I'm hoping for low 70s, if not lower.
I mean, this is like the kind of one I could see like get 65. Not even
Yeah.
necessarily that's like bad for the people who are buying it for what they want, but like on
Mm.
a critic, like it was the kind of thing where if you're a big fan of the series, then you probably get like your fan service fighter you want. But
Yeah, totally.
on a critical level, I would be surprised if this scored well.
Yeah.
That's what
Well, I
I'd
hope
say.
not, obviously, because Everdread's final pick is Angerfoot, which doesn't have a release date. It's just 2024. This one I think is quite interesting for a counter pick if, it tickles anyone's fancy. Because I have played there's a version on itch.io,
I remember.
which is a much shorter version than the full game, but kind of proof of concept kind of version.
Yeah.
It's basically like first person 3D Hotline Miami,
Yeah.
if that makes sense. You're kicking down doors, you're killing dudes really quickly, before you get shot as well, because you get taken out really easily as well. And there's like a pumping kind of beat that you're driving you forwards as you play. And yeah, it was quite divisive when we played it as an itch game in the community,
I
because some people
remember.
freaking hated it, other people loved it.
And I kind of remember reading other websites where some people played it and getting a very similar reaction, which I definitely
Yeah,
thought
so,
that not only might this game not release, but it might not do well, even if it does.
well, I definitely like the concept of it as far as being like a first-person Hotline Miami, but
But
it runs from playing the itch version. It runs the risk of being uh too repetitive and outstaying its welcome a bit too much.
yeah, I can
So I'm
very
hoping,
easily see that with this kind of game.
yeah, I'm hoping in the full game it kind of adds enough, or adds more variety, or creates a bit more depth or something. But that remains to be seen. And I think this even got picked last year, but then dropped as well.
It got picked. I don't remember if it got dropped because it got counterpicked.
Yeah, no, that's right. It did get counterpicked. I think it was one of the last picks for the year, perhaps.
Probably. And
For the draft, I mean.
well, for Everdread, hopefully it does not make his foot angry because it doesn't come out. I'll also say your last pick was one that I also considered picking.
Yeah, Caffrey drafted Angerfoot last year. Sorry, I was just checking.
Afro, all right.
Yeah, I drafted Ultros as my last one, which I mentioned earlier when we were talking about our own things of being, stylish indie game that looks just freaking cool
Yeah, it's got
to my
such art
mind.
style. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it's really kind of almost psychedelic kind of art style,
Agreed.
and when it's all in motion, it just kind of, to me, it looks incredible.
Kind of funny
Um,
after we talk about Hotline Miami, which is also obviously very psychedelic.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny, this as well as another 2D platformer, but it just looks wacky enough that I'd like to play it.
I mean, it's definitely
Plus,
very
it has a release date.
stunning. Yeah, it does have a release date.
So again, that was part of my requirements, was I wanted everything to have a release date, and this
Yeah.
one's coming out February 13.
I thought this game looked good when I kind of saw the trailer before, so I like the pick.
Yeah, and it's a very different game, but it's the same developers or publisher at least, sorry, who published Sifu and Scorn, and they're doing Pacific Drive as well, which was picked by someone else earlier.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, they did Cat Quest 2 as well, apparently. So,
Oh, interesting.
yeah, they've been around and they've done some interesting stuff. Not necessarily high scoring stuff, but as a publisher, it doesn't matter so much.
Right, right. Because you're not developing the
But
games in those cases.
yeah, but they've picked and published, decent games kind of thing. Like some publishers, you look at their backlog and you're like, okay, they'll just publish any old
Yeah,
shit.
you're like, oh man.
But
It's
other
like you
ones
said
like
with
the
like
Devolvers
Devolver and Annapurna.
yeah, you can kind of look at them and go, okay, well, they've at least got a benchmark of quality that you can go for. So yeah, I thought Ultros looked interesting.
Yeah, I think it looks interesting. I like it. I had it on my wish list. Or not my wish list, my watch
Nice.
list, rather.
Yep.
I don't think we need to go through every counter pick because we already went through all of them, basically.
No, I don't think we need to go through them at all, to be honest. But
Yeah, I think we can kind of
because
just yeah.
we've spoken about the counter picks anyway, so yeah, I think that pretty much brings us to the end. That was our 85 games that were drafted.
Yeah.
Which, holy cow, what a draft!
Maybe we should have done 2 episodes.
Nah, screw it.
We'll do it
If you've lasted this long, congratulations.
Congratulations, you've won.
Actually, I was listening to something the other day, just as a tangent, where there was a thing in the 2000s where people would put things into their terms and conditions for stuff, just for the fun of it, to see if anyone read it.
Yeah, I remember that.
And there was some software company that made, like, I think it was just like some utility for your computer, but in their terms and conditions they had the first person who calls this particular number gets $1,000. And it took something like 3 months or something before anyone actually read that and called them.
How many people do you think read it and didn't call because they figured somebody else already called?
Yeah, well, they thought, well, this is bullshit, so...
They're like, it's like the one people put in the TOS that they own your soul.
Yeah, There are other things as well, like people put in, which is like by using this product or whatever, you agree to give up your firstborn to the company, or that kind of funny stuff.
Yep.
But let's wrap this epic saga up with our final thoughts
Yeah.
on what are our favorite drafts, and then we're going to see if we can roll the dice, see if we can pick a winner right now that we can then refer back to later in the year and see how wrong we are.
Well, I think we can start with 2 because there's 2 of them where we agreed, although I have to admit,
Yeah.
as I went through, I got a bit less confident in Noms. Not feeling it
I like,
really as much.
yeah, I'm thinking more I liked Nalb's draft because it's the kind of stuff that I could see myself picking. There were a number of games on his that I had on my watch list. Like Space Marine 2, Black Myth Wukong, Pacific
Yeah.
Drive even. I remember I did look at that earlier.
Right.
And I think it's kind of one thing when I was looking at everyone's overall drafts was that it's really hard to pick someone who's a standout, really strong draft, because there might be a couple of really strong games in there, but then the rest might be not quite so strong.
Nobody
Or
really felt
might
like
be
they
way.
had like that big crushing draft, basically.
Yeah, so in previous years, sometimes there's been like someone who has 5 hot games for their whole draft picks, and you're like, okay, that's a good start.
Right. Not so much this time.
This time, yeah, it felt like if you had a couple, you were probably doing well, but overall, you're probably going to have some shaky release dates, some questionable history for developers or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, not quite as certain as previous years, which in my mind is pretty fun. But
I agree.
But yeah, I mean, Nalb, I think I like what he drafted, and I like his counter pick of Jurassic Park Survival as well, because I was thinking about that
I
for
do
myself.
agree. I got kind of. I didn't realize Space Marine 2 didn't seem like as good a guaranteed points as I thought it was. Is part of what made me more
Yeah,
uncertain.
it's definitely riskier than it might seem, I think, but yeah, has a lot of potential. Like the first one was very popular when people actually played it, but I just don't think it got enough hype or attention at the time to really, get enough reviews, get enough attention to get the big scores.
Yeah, I mean this is a different dev, like 13 years later too.
Yeah, so who knows? But
Everdread was the other one who was on both of our lists.
yeah, and I've got to say, every year that Everdread has played, I like Everdread's picks.
Yeah, I like his picks this year too.
He always has. If I was going to characterize his picks, it would be like he doesn't pick obscure stuff that you don't know about. He picks things that you see him pick, and you're like, oh yeah, that's a good pick.
I feel like he did a good job of having solid picks with known release dates, except for like Hellblade, which you kind of assume was coming at some point this year anyway,
Yeah,
early, and then kind of mixing in like Angerfoot or Tales of Chimera for a bit more spice.
yeah, and I think he's got some solid stuff. Again, yeah, like there's not everything is as solid as it could be, perhaps, but for how everything's gone this year, I reckon Everdread's up there as one of my favorites.
Yeah, I
Who
like.
else are you looking at?
I'll let you. Oh wait, no, you're asking me first, aren't you?
Yeah,
Well,
go for it.
the first one that stuck out to me was definitely R2D2. Honestly, there's obviously
Nice.
big risk because like Mia the
Yeah.
Howler and Plucky Squire are very TBA. But I feel very confident that the Thousand Year Door remake is coming out, which is a big scoring game. I
Yeah.
think Mia the Howler is very 50-50, but
Yeah.
has extremely high scoring potential, especially for the third. I really like
Well, and
Thunder
I'll tell
Knight
you,
Rebirth.
only one of his games has a release date, unfortunately.
Yeah, only one, but I would be very surprised if Thousand Year Door remake didn't come out.
Yeah.
That's the kind of one where like there's not a release date, but I feel like there might as well be almost, for me at least.
Yeah.
But definitely a lot more risk on his end, but I like it. Maybe because he stole 2 of my picks even. But
I think that definitely goes into it because, yeah, part of why I think I like Nalb so much is because I was thinking of the same titles. So
exactly. I like R2D2 anyway. Give me one of yours.
Yeah. I mean, I tend to like Matt's picks most years.
True.
Partly because he does come out with stuff that I've never heard of before, or things that I'm not expecting. Like, I was not expecting him to pick up Silent Hill 2 Remake.
Or Jurassic Park Survival.
Yeah. And then, like, Haunty, or Hauntai, or how you meant to say it.
Ah, yes, hentai.
Fair enough. But, yeah, like, a risky roster, I think. But, again, it has that spice where it could be really good.
I definitely agree it has some spice. The fact that I'm really not big on Silent Hill 2 Remake makes me more down on it.
Yeah, I can see that.
But plus, he does have multiple TBAs. Is he the only one who has multiple pure TBAs? No.
Might be.
Scarlet Kitsune also does.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we'll have an overall final thought at the end, but
Yeah.
Who else have you got that's caught your interest?
I'd say the last one for me, who's also somebody else who I really liked the draft of last year. So there you go, is Leo.
Yeah.
Taking
I'd
a
agree with that.
pretty good start. Earthblade, it's got that Celeste energy as long as it comes out.
Yep.
Homeworld 3, I think we were both interested in it. Seems like it's a pretty good pick. Cat Quest 3, not something that would immediately jump out to me, but the other two games both scored well. For a fourth round pick, you can do a lot worse. And I'm not really sure on Death Trick Double Blind, but I mean, it's at least quirky,
Yeah. And those last couple are always going to be a bit weird for anyone in this league.
I mean, like especially when you go down to 85, you can't expect quality all the way down.
I'm surprised we found 85 games, to be honest.
Oh, I had like 85 just on my watch list, and I still have like
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, for what's worth, some of them are games that are like TBA, and that's why I didn't have them on there.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I had the same. I had a bunch of leftovers on my watch list, but none of them had dates or anything.
I have some that have dates, but I just don't necessarily feel confident in the game yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got 36 left on mine.
Yeah. The final draft that I enjoyed very much so was Clumsy Penguins.
Clumsy. I mean, you gotta admire the boldness, right?
I mean, yeah, not one release date, but a bunch of titles where I actually like a whole lot of them, like Rise of the Golden Idol, I think will do well. Lorelei Laser Eyes looks cool. Thrasher looks cool. Mermaid's Tongue looks interesting, even though it's new to me.
Also very indie heavy.
Yeah.
There's like
and I kind of like that.
Fantasio and then indies.
Yeah. So yeah, Clumsy, not just because they're the carryover champ either, but I just like their whole
vibe.
What I would like. It's almost like an opposite vibe to me, really.
Yeah,
which I dig.
You went all out on the safety.
Yeah.
And
I went for full on. I don't know if I'd say safety because I still think some of mine are very questionable, but I went for the safety of release dates, that's for sure.
The safety of release dates. Can at least give you that much.
Yeah. But that kind of leads me to my final thought for the overall draft anyway, which is I said it while we were drafting, and I will say it again now. I'm just so surprised that there are so many picks without release dates.
Yeah, I mean, quite a lot. And even some big TBAs, not even 2024s.
Yeah, like, not just, like, it'll be interesting to see, I think, next year, now that we've got these stats, we can retain them properly because we haven't done it previous years. But we can compare them a bit closer.
I wonder if we would be able to get the stats from last year, from like the last year doc.
Yeah, we could. We could see, look at league history. They'll have all the draft picks in there and everything. So,
well, we'd have to be able to see if they had a release date. Is the thing.
Yeah, it's the release dates that I don't think get retained because they just get updated. As
I was wondering is if our old document would have said if they had a release date.
I don't think so.
Oh,
well. Have a quick look though.
But
still got it. So.
I would also say before we pick a potential winner, I want to ask you one thing.
Yeah.
How did your draft go? How did you think, like, your overall? Do you think were you happy with your draft?
I think I was. There were a few picks that I made that I was hoping would be around by the time it got to me, because being last in the draft order, kind of first time I've been at the bottom, but it was interesting because getting those two picks straight away, like last in round 1, first in round 2 kind of felt good in a way because I could secure my second pick before anyone else had a chance.
Yeah, the back-to-back
And
advantage kind of deal.
yeah, I actually quite like that. I think I'd prefer that to, well, I don't know about prefer, but obviously there's ups and downs, but I feel like it is very balanced against, say, having the first pick where you get to pick the big scorer.
Well, one thing that's
It's actually,
interesting is first pick does also get the pick back-to-back.
yeah. But, they've got to wait,
50 years.
34 picks or something before they get their second pick, or
Yeah, quite a lot.
Yeah, their second pick is pick number 34. So yeah, but I think the snake draft in itself, being on the end of it, kind of made me appreciate it a bit more because I've usually been somewhere in the middle, and
Yeah.
it felt nice to sure last pick on first round, but then really secure my next one that I wanted
I get you.
in the second round. Even though who knows if anyone would have picked like Alone in the Dark anyway, but it's more just getting what you want, really.
Also, honestly, just looking through the list of games, there really weren't that many games with like release dates that are really high on at least how on the beats like list.
Yeah. Well, and what I did when I was looking at the watch list and all that kind of stuff, trying to think of games to pick, was I sorted by release date first,
Right.
just to see,
Just to see
what's
what was
coming
up.
out. And even if I do that right now, like games that haven't been picked, most of them are like, they've only got a hype factor of like 1 or 2 max.
Yeah. The only one that has a lot of hype
Which,
factor early is Suicide Squad, and I don't think anyone wants to touch that.
yeah. But and that doesn't necessarily dictate anything. But as soon as you go to page 2 on the release list, there's no more release dates. Oh, there's quarter ones, and then we start getting
There's
into,
some release dates.
yeah, there's a couple, but we start getting into like more open windows.
Yeah, as soon as you get to page 3 is when it stops.
Yeah, so there's not a lot to choose from, and that's where like it surprised me this year how many picks did not have release dates. But then at the same time, looking at the list, you're like, well, there's not 85 games with release dates either way. So
exactly,
them's the breaks. But so yeah, all that to say that I did enjoy the draft myself. I like that there's lots of people this year, and I think it kind of does shake things up a bit.
Yeah, I
And it
thought it
is
was
kind of
cool to
interesting.
see this level of people.
Yeah, and it's a very different game to when you've got like 6 people. But yeah,
it's gonna be.
What about you? How did you?
Oh no.
How did you feel overall with your draft?
I felt like I kind of messed it up at some points. Like I said,
with your flex slot and
yeah, with my flex slot stuff. Maybe I could have gone for Me in the Howler. Maybe I should have gone for Under Night earlier if I had known that I could have waited on the flex. But I think I'm still mostly happy. I kind of feel like my third and my fourth round could have been better, but I'm happy with
Yeah.
my first and second and my fifth, honestly.
Yeah.
It's the middle I felt I could have probably improved.
Yeah, but then I don't know, because again, like you look at everyone's picks towards those like 4th and 5th round picks, and it gets pretty wild.
Yeah.
But
if I had managed to get Under Night, I would have been really happy.
Yeah. Who do you back? However unlikely it may be, who are you going to back to win this year at this present moment
this
in
is a
time?
difficult one, personally.
Oh, it's virtually impossible if you ask me. But
Pretty much. There's so many games that are so unknown right now.
Yeah.
That's the difficult part. I mean, I want to say R2D2 because
Yeah.
I feel like they have the best case if things go their way, but I don't know. I'm uncertain about Plucky Squire releasing, which is a big for it. I think I'm gonna go with either R2D2 or Leo. I'm gonna since there's so many people, I'll pick 2. I'll say R2D2.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, Leo's probably mine at this stage. I like the early double counter picks that they've managed to do.
Yeah.
And I like Homeworld 3 and Tekken 8 Earthblade. I think they've got a solid lineup.
Yeah, I think if Earthblade comes out especially, I'd probably take Leo over R2D2 because their lineup has more consistency right now.
Yeah. That's who I'd be backing. But, as we know, we'll see how well that pans out towards the end of the year.
And I'll also add that I think Everdread has pretty good odds.
Yeah. Well, and I think Everdread's been pretty solid every time he's been in the league because, like I say, has solid picks. Sometimes they don't always come out, but yeah, they tend to do well if they do.
Yeah, and this time he actually has release dates on almost everything.
Yeah, I'd say it's not like you say, it's spread a bit more thin this year though.
Yeah, definitely. There's no standout winner jumping out to me.
Yeah, everyone's definitely a bit closer, and yeah, which is cool because who knows what's going to happen. So yeah, any final thoughts from you, Mr. FrozenRoy, for the draft?
Any final thoughts? Not really sure. You know what? I'll give one. I thought that we had some pretty good names this year.
Oh, definitely.
Like you said, John Rishatel Cash.
Yeah, that's still my favorite, but there are some good ones. I enjoyed Charity Fraud Limited.
Charity Fraud Limited was pretty funny.
Mixed Reception's pretty good.
We're trying interactive.
Yeah, I do. One of the highlights for me is always looking at the publisher names everyone comes up with.
Yeah. I also do appreciate Scarlet Kitsune for coming up with one that sounds like an actual name.
Yeah. And seems to be in line with, their interests, so
yeah, I like it.
It's good. But yeah, I think one of my final thoughts would be just to again repeat what I said at the start and thank everyone for making the draft really smooth and quick and fun. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how this pans out throughout the year.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be.
I really feel like I've got no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, this feels extremely open. I feel like another thing is that because so many games got drafted compared to normal, what games get revealed mid-year and in those critical times?
Yeah.
That's going to potentially really change the course of things. I bet we'll see some bidding wars.
Well, and there's potentially another 85 games to be picked up because we draft 5, we pick up 5.
And that assumes
nobody. I can't remember.
We pick up 5, and that assumes
that
nobody drops games and picks them up too.
Yeah, so that's still a lot of games that everyone's going to be fighting over. So
yeah,
I think that'll about do us. Whew.
Yeah, I agree.
It's got to be getting late there, bedtime, and it's getting later here. I need to go eat some dinner. So
yeah, I think that this is FrozenRoy signing off.
And I'll say thank you everyone for listening. If you've made it this far, you're a champion. Let us know what games or anything you've been playing while you're listening to it, just for the fun of it.
Yeah, I mean, with how long this podcast took, you probably could have beat, a nice Mario game. Maybe a quick visual novel.
Could have tried a couple of games and refunded them on Steam.
True. You could have refunded 2 games in this time.
And still been within the window.
Yeah.
There's many things you could be doing, so...
Well, why do you still listen to us? Go on. Do more things with your time. Yeah.
Don't know why anyone is here, but hey, thanks for hanging around. Thanks for listening. Thanks again to FrozenRoy. I appreciate you being here. It's always fun doing this with you.
I mean, I'm always happy to be on.
Yeah. It's a bit of a tradition now anyway, so we'll be back later in the year for some more very insightful, knowledgeable takes on the Fantasy Critic League and how it's panning out for 2024.
Yeah.
Take it easy. Bye-bye. See you later.
Bye.